beautiful and sunny outside. We're not sweltering hot yet.
The weather is incredible here in Winter Park, Florida. So excited for the day.
Oh, I think I see a Tyler down there on the ground. Hey, good
Tyler.
morning.
Not just Tyler, a Tyler.
Hey, Tyler, the Tyler. Good morning to everyone on our backlot. I hope you're excited getting ready for the day. We have panels, workshops. That whole area is going to be filled with CX.
Yes.
Oh, what's
hello.
that?
It's a giant cosplay head.
It's a furry, I think. I don't know.
Yes.
That's really cool. I like it.
But hello and good morning to all of our friends out there in the backlot and all of our friends online. Welcome everybody to Hall of Fame Live. I am Tracy Wu.
And I am Shay Ryan.
And it's 2025 and we're back again to bring the Hall of Fame experience to viewers like you, no matter where you're tuning in from.
If you're new here, buckle up because we've got a week of professional development, networking, and of course a ton of fun.
Oh yes. And you know what's fun?
What's that?
Our friend Jess, who is out there in the backlot. Let's say hi to Jess. How's it going, girl?
Hey, good morning. We're out here on our backlot, our beautiful campus in sunny Winter Park, Florida, and the weather is beautiful. I'm Jess Ryder, and I'll be running around outside all day today around the creative experience. We've got paint by numbers, we've got karaoke, we've got t-shirt giveaways for students, so make sure you come over to the booth, give them your badge, and get a shirt. We're going to have an awesome day, so we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Well, Hall of Fame is our favorite time of year, but for those experiencing it for the first time, you're probably still wondering what this is all about.
Well, you can quit wondering, Tracy, because we have all of the answers.
Of course we do.
Every year here at Full Sail, we take this week to celebrate our graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through an event complete with educational panels, entertainment, and so much more.
Yes, and 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame each year, an honor that serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee. But you know what? Let everyone's buddy and Full Sail president, Gary Jones, explain.
Every year, we induct 6 Full Sail graduates into our Hall of Fame.
Can I just, take a minute and soak this in?
If any of you students reach this point, it's going to kind of hit you like a brick wall, and you're like, wow, how did I get here?
Friends, families, and mentors all come together to honor these extraordinary individuals as they reach this milestone in their careers and in their lives. These are alumni who have graduated 10 or more years ago and have made noteworthy contributions to their industries.
This is the coolest club of people.
And I'm really happy for you because as kids, we always wanted this.
I love working with you. I look forward to the next picture with you. Congratulations, Mark.
You're in my Hall of Fame and my heart. Peace and love.
Dave is an absolute genius at this, and I've loved the times that we've worked together.
Couldn't happen to a nicer, more talented guy. I'm proud to call you a friend. It's an honor being directed by you.
Hey, Bob. It's the boys Metallica here.
Hey, Bob.
Well deserved. He does my sound when he's not out doing Metallica sound. He is one of the greatest.
Dylan's like he's part of my creative family. One of the best engineers I've ever worked with.
I want to congratulate you, brother, and salute on your blessings. Chef, you know how we do it already.
Hey, Nadine, it's Lainey Wilson. Wanted to tell you congratulations on being inducted into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Thank you for always supporting me and loving me. I love you. Mwah. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you for supporting my music through the last 15 years and for helping to represent Latinas as top music executives.
Hey there, Brian, or as we all like to call you, Sweet Pea. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
But most importantly, Hall of Fame members are recognized for what they give back to the Full Sail community.
Again, I'm honored, and I promise I will use this to give back as much as I can to Full Sail students and alumni in the future.
I just want to help, I really just want to share a little bit of passion, a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of insight maybe as to what you will experience out in the world and how maybe that might be integrated into the project that you have right in front of you.
It's not just about what we share up there, it's the fact that we're people that students can come up and talk to and ask questions of, and we actually absolutely love doing it. That's the biggest takeaway.
I never could imagine that those early days would shape what was to come in my future until I walked through these doors at Full Sail. Because of what I learned in these buildings, with these classmates and advisors and instructors, I made those possibilities my reality.
For a lot of us, this is like Christmas.
We compare this week to Christmas. It's Christmas not because we get things, it's because what we come to give.
During Full Sail's annual Hall of Fame, students, alumni, faculty, and staff come together to celebrate the importance of professional growth, reflection, making connections, and honoring our accomplished grads. But beyond that, Hall of Fame is a time for students to learn, create, and focus on their career goals. We caught up with some students attending Hall of Fame 14 to understand the event through their eyes and see just what it's like to experience this week as a student.
My favorite part of Hall of Fame is just getting to see a bunch of people that I don't get to see very often. You know, we're all in different programs, we all have different schedules, but this is the one time a year where everybody's schedules kind of align. So I'm able to see like a bunch of people that I don't get to see very often, and it's a very, very nice experience.
This is my first one. I don't know about you.
Yeah, my first time as well. It's been great. I mean, the panel we just went to, I like those kind of styles where it's more relaxed.
They talked a lot about mental and physical health and how to keep that up. You know, when you're so focused on work and all that other stuff and trying to make sure you make it in the industry, you kind of neglect your own personal stuff. And so it's great to find out about those things.
So I was at Hall of Game last year, which was also a lot of fun, but Hall of Game this year was insane. The comeback from the alumni and Juice pulling it out to close out that cup was insane. Juice is famous now. He's famous. I really do like D20 Deathmatch. I think it's a lot of fun. Tech Fair's cool. I mean, it's technology. I mean, it's always new stuff, all sorts of new stuff. Food trucks too, especially pretzel truck, because gotta get the steak and cheese pretzel.
Little did I know I was going to be winning a $10,000 scholarship from Orlando Health and Full Sail Armada. I love doing what I do. You know, setting up for esports, connecting with people for all things video games, you know, and actually getting to nerd out and nobody judging you, like that's the best part. I love everything about this.
I just showed them one of the instrumentals that I made. I haven't seen a community like this really come together. It's just nice to see, you know what I mean? Nobody's really paying attention to phones and what's going on. Everybody's kind of at peace. They're on their own element, and I can appreciate that.
I think that my favorite part is the sessions. Since I'm an international student, I only have 1 year to gain as much experience as I can. So Hall of Fame is the time of year where everyone is like connecting with each other, doing the same events as you are doing. So yeah, it's really cool.
I'm looking forward to the inductees and seeing the atmosphere around that. We know about the artists, but finding out the men and women behind the artist, behind the celebrity, and understanding that we're in the same position. I want to know how to make it to the finish line. So seeing the people who actually made it to the finish line, that's what I'm looking forward to seeing most of everything else.
Oh my goodness, 15 years of Hall of Fame. Can you believe we've inducted that many classes?
I can and I can't. It's amazing to see how many accomplished grads come across so many creative industries everywhere.
And our new inductees are certainly in good company. Speaking of new inductees, let's get to know this year's class. Sports industry professional Martina Bozic is the Vice President of Football Partnerships North America for International Sports Marketing Agency, Sport5. A 2014 entertainment business graduate, Martina's career experience in professional sports also includes roles with organizations including Major League Soccer and IMG Academy.
Up next, we have 2004 game development graduate Jason Citron, and he's the co-founder and current CEO of... Oh, here he is. There we are. 2004 game development graduate Jason Citron is the co-founder and current CEO of the popular gamer-friendly instant messaging platform Discord. Since launching in 2015, Jason and his team of nearly 900 employees have grown Discord exponentially, boasting more than 200 million active monthly users.
I use it every day.
Yes, we do.
And we have Alejandro Garcia Tuñón is a 2005 game development graduate who currently serves as a senior director and head of co-development at Side, with previous roles at tech companies and developers, including Ghost Punch Studios and Magic Leap. The grad's credits include contributions to some of the gaming's biggest franchises, such as Borderlands, Guitar Hero, Transformers, and Fortnite.
Love those titles.
Oh, yes.
2002 film graduate Aaron B. Coons is the award-winning writer and director behind multiple feature films, including cult horror releases, Scare Package, and The Pale Door. Currently, Aaron is a showrunner and executive producer of the upcoming sci-fi and Peacock series Revival, and recently sold his upcoming film Shelby Oaks to Neon, releasing in theaters later this year.
So inspiring. But video game and music master Jonathan Mayer is a 2000 recording arts graduate and serves as the founder, CEO, and music director for Spider Farm Productions. Since starting his career, Jonathan has managed and composed music for more than 30 AAA video games, including The Last of Us, Call of Duty, God of War, Infamous, and Spider-Man. Wow.
Indeed.
I've played all those games.
A 2011 entertainment business graduate, Katrina Mena-Rick currently serves as a senior creative producer for Disney Live Entertainment. In her time with the Mouse, the grad has led creative teams in design, audio, and animation, and more for live shows, spectaculars across Disney parks worldwide, including Happily Ever After, Fantasmic, and Finding Nemo, The Big Blue, and beyond.
And beyond.
And beyond.
And beyond. Throughout the day, we'll be heading into panels where alumni and special guests will share their journeys, tips, and feedback with the Full Sail community.
And we're also going to be hanging out here at the desk with some special guests from past Hall of Fame classes, exploring the backlot with Jess out there, and playing a ton of games where students will have a chance to win some incredible prizes thanks to our sponsors.
Yes, that's my favorite part, is all the games. But be sure to download the Hall of Fame app to keep up with panels and presentations, special events, and everything else happening outside at the creative experience.
Plus, you can check out bios of this year's inductees and inductees from years past, get to know them, and it has everything you need to know. So let's check out a video on how to run the app.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations.
Well, Hall of Fame Live may be sponsored by Sure, but my hosting right now, definitely brought to you by caffeine.
Now that you mentioned caffeine, I think we're ready to head outside with Jess so she can have a little coffee talk with one of my favorite inductees, Margaret Haag. Girl, what is your hair doing today? Miss Haag's got some blue hair this year, I think.
Let's learn a little bit more about Margaret in this video.
I had gone to a traditional college, which was Penn State. I remember wanting to get into graphic design, but they only accepted 9 people a year, and you had to have a portfolio to do that. And I didn't have any of those things. All through high school, I was drawing. I was constantly like being creative and doing stuff. But when I had gone to Penn State, like I think I kind of abandoned a lot of that stuff. But I still had the hunger, you know, to just be creative and do something. I think at like 26 years old, I just packed up everything and came to Florida, and I don't know, started a new life, I suppose. When I started my class sessions, like I hadn't touched a computer in God, I don't know how long, you know? The one thing I really liked about going to school here is that it wasn't about handing in the best looking thing. It was about like your work ethic. And if you like met your deadlines and you were like really into like the work itself, you were rewarded for that. Every free night I had, I would come home and practice my craft. And I would start actually by finding things that I didn't understand. So like I would see these amazing visual designs and I'd be like, how does someone do that? And so I would take it and try to recreate it. So I did that a lot. All of a sudden, like my muscle memory was like starting to make stuff. And I think the first time in my life I was like, I can't believe I made that. I've had several people in my career that I think have helped me become who I am today. I've been working at USA Today and now at Capital One with, his name is Eamon Burke, and he has been one of the best managers that I've ever had. I look up to him so much because I don't know how he handles it all. He is a father of 2 kids. He's a husband. He is a senior manager. He is a professor. I have a cat, and that's exhausting. I don't know how he does all of this and remains so calm and collected and being like, things will work out. I want to be like that.
Some of the biggest things that stood out about Margaret at an early stage in her career, especially at USA Today, were more so around just the creativity level she could bring to her work. But in addition to that, the passion level she brought to her work. And I've seen that level of passion evolve over time. Initially when we first met Margaret, it was very much visual design oriented. Her illustration skills, her UI skills, her ability to kind of bring in branding elements to the design work at USA Today. Through the time that we worked together at Capital One, where it evolved to being more centric around the user experience and the user's needs. Her ability to kind of have a really strong amount of empathy for our users and the customers of Capital One and what they go through on a day-to-day basis, Margaret could definitely relate to that.
I started working on this product called CreditWise, and this was huge for Capital One. And they were like, we're gonna make a free tool for everyone and anyone can download it. And it doesn't matter if you're a customer or not. I think I remember my first day and you do competitive research. And I had the moment of, I was like, I'm scared to check my credit score. And that spoke volumes to me. I downloaded another app, just to check my credit score. And I remember feeling, oh my gosh. And then it was like, well, what are other people feeling?
At Capital One, we all had to conduct our own user lab studies. And Margaret was in the room with the user. We were all behind a sort of two-way mirror watching the interaction. And we were learning about how customers view their credit scores or whatever it may be. And Margaret just had this really strong way to kind of connect with people in those interviews. Really having a deep interrelated conversation with someone she's never met before in her life. And it got the user so comfortable that we could learn a ton about their personal opinions. So Margaret had a really strong ability to kind of relate to people in that sense.
I have a personal mission to help people through tech. And how do I translate that? How do I make people feel like they're in control? I don't necessarily know where I'll be in 10 years, but I feel like that place that I'm going to be is probably a pretty special one.
The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shore's been there. In every podcast, every live stream. Uniting creators with audiences, amplifying voices, and igniting ideas that push us forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound. And the next 100. The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shore's been there. In every note, on every stage. Uniting musicians and fans, amplifying voices that span generations, and igniting new genres that push culture forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound and the next 100.
A lot of people ask me, what is the Wumpus? It's a Wumpus. I mean, really, it was, we needed the character, and one of the artists was like, what if there was this old game from the 80s called Hunt the Wumpus, and the Wumpus is like the villain. And then there's a creature type in Magic the Gathering called Wumpus, which is like a pig monster. So they're bad. And then we were trying to make this character. What if it was a Wumpus, but he was nice? But it's just so Wumpus.
This is our good friend, official Discord mascot, and associate sales representative pending review, Wumpus.
So the origin story of the Wumpus is back in, I think it was late 2015. we were introducing to Discord the concept of a friends list, which is normal. I mean, you know what friends list, you can add a friend. Actually, when we launched Discord, it didn't have a friends list, it was only servers. So we added a friends list later that year, and we were thinking about what we should put on the screens that we call them empty states. So if you go to your friends list and you don't have any friends, like what do we put there? And we were sitting around, and I think the designer had put, "You have no friends." Someone came up with the idea of, what if we put a character there that has no friends? And we put a little illustration of it, and then you can kind of feel sorry for it. And it just kind of took on a life of its own. So that's the origin of the Wumpus.
Well, folks, Hall of Fame week is in full swing, and we have so much to talk about for you to catch up on.
Let's take a quick look at everything that's happened this week so far.
Well, on Sunday, we kicked off Hall of Fame week with the return of Hall of Game Homecoming. Live from Full Sail University's Orlando Health Fortress, our annual esports exhibition welcomes students, alumni, faculty, and staff to cheer on their favorite players as Armada varsity teams competed against returning alumni players in Apex Legends, League of Legends, and Halo Infinite. Varsity took back the championship title from last year's alumni victors with wins in Apex and League of Legends, while alumni dominated in Halo Infinite, thanks to seasoned Halo veterans Delta Vine, Leon17, and Matt Burns-Potoff. Students and attendees enjoyed swag giveaways courtesy of Full Sail and MSI, food trucks, arcade games, and much more, while 3 hardworking students were awarded scholarships on behalf of Orlando Health after the show. Students gathered on the patio for raffle giveaways, including a PlayStation 5, an Xbox Series X, a year of Discord Nitro, and so much more. You want to catch the replay of the stream? Head on over to Full Sail Armada's Twitch channel.
It was such a great event. I know
so fun.
We call her our mama, and it was
care of all my
so
babies.
great hanging out there with all the alumni, everyone returning, just the best vibes.
It's so hard though because I don't know if I want to cheer for varsity or if I want to cheer for alum because I love them all.
So you just say, "Let's go Armada," because all of them.
I did like certain people better, but we didn't tell them.
Well,
Anyway.
what else happened this week?
I don't know. You tell me.
I will tell you.
All right.
On Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress was home to Full Sail's Tech Expo, sponsored by Sennheiser, a dream event for all of our tech-loving students. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, videography, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance in the expo included Apple, Adobe, MSI, Sony, Avid, Shure, Sennheiser, Canon, Maxon, and Focusrite. And I just think it's so cool to see all of that awesome new technology on display for our students, and they just get hands-on right there.
It is very, very cool. I wish I had that when I was younger. I'm not young. Anyway, the Full Sail Career Fair also returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, allowing students and alumni to make connections and network with top employers from across the country. Employers from companies including Murphy Lighting Systems, Colgate-Palmolive, the Florida Panthers Hockey Club, IdTech, WWE, and Walt Disney World met with students and recent grads to discuss career opportunities at the annual fair. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment media and emerging technology employers. I really love that they get to do that and get to network with these people. It happens regularly here on our campus and online, so keep your eye out for the next event, and you never know, you might get your next job at one of those fairs.
Yeah, keep your business cards with you, keep your resumes with you, connect.
Yep. Keep those reels updated.
That's important.
Oh, yes.
And another way to connect with us, speaking of, you want to keep up with everything happening this week? Then don't worry. Be sure to follow us on all of our social accounts at Full Sail on Instagram, TikTok, Threads, X, and LinkedIn. And be sure to use the hashtag fullsailhof throughout the week to share your Hall of Fame experience with the Full Sail community. I know we want to repost, so share away.
I can't say X. It's weird to me.
It's weird.
I can't. Anyway, thank you to our sponsors. Hall of Fame is brought to you this year by all these wonderful sponsors: Adobe, Canon CDW, Dolby, Orlando Health, Sennheiser, Shure, SSL, Sony, Meyer Sound, Focusrite, Avid. Whew.
There's so many, and we are very,
I need to
very
take a
thankful.
breath. Ooh, thank you to all of our sponsors. We really appreciate it. And yeah, Hall of Fame Live, sponsored by Shure, of course. Best mics ever.
So excited about all this. We're out in here inside. We have Jess outside on the back lot, catching up on everything. I feel like today is going to be the best day ever.
Today is the best day ever. Well, tomorrow might be even better. But you know what, you guys? There's so much happening. CX, we have CX outside, which is the creative experience. And this is sponsored by Shure. So let's learn more about Shure. Why don't we?
Learn.
The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shure's been there. In every note, on every stage. Uniting musicians and fans, amplifying voices that span generations, and igniting new genres that push culture forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound and the next 100.
Beyond the focus on professional development and education lies Hall of Fame Week's creative experience. Taking over the Full Sail backlot, the carnival-like atmosphere invites guests to engage with the ingenuity and imagination of the Full Sail community. Games, challenges, and interactive activities give students and staff plenty of opportunities for fun. And on the outdoor stage, musicians and poets will perform their work live. And club booths and a community art wall will give students the chance to express their creativity.
There it is, outside, beautiful day. And there's a creative experience. And folks, don't forget, check out the creative experience. There's a lot of things going on there. Dear Future Me, Paint by Numbers mural, karaoke, all the things that is super, super, super fun.
Hey, who are these people down here? Hello, good morning. Wave your hands in the air. We can see you.
They're just staring.
Good morning. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Wave, guys.
Face
wave.
on your shirt. Yeah, you're just staring up at us. I can see you,
They
friend.
have no idea we're talking to them.
I see a 3D photography booth back there, or like a 360 camera thing. That looks like fun.
Well, folks, we are going to get into our first panel of the day in just a few more minutes. But before that, let's check out Hall of Fame Mad Libs.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
I'm Alejandro.
Hi, this is Martina.
I'm Jason.
My name is Aaron B. Kuntz.
Hey, I'm Kat, and this is
Hall of Fame Mad Libs.
Okay, so we're gonna start off with a verb ending in ing.
Filmmaking.
Give me the name of a former Hoff inductee.
Jeff Villanueva. That's my boy.
Tall. No, sorry, tall's not a noun. Tall's not a noun. Ceiling. No, I did table. That's dumb.
Say that one more time.
The name of a video game.
A video game.
Anything.
Zelda.
Cranky. Swam.
Inspirational.
Kumquat. Cats.
And now we're gonna have you read it back. If we have to do it a second take, because maybe the
Ay,
first
Dios mío.
if you want to read it through.
The inductees for the 15th Hall of Fame were filmmaking in the green room right before the induction ceremony when
Jeff Villanueva burst into the room.
Full Sail president and everyone's favorite, Love, Gary Jones, is missing, they shouted. They can't find him anywhere.
Martina leaped up. Don't worry, we'll find him, no matter how many lights it takes, they said. Come on, gang.
The Hall of Fame 15 inductees took their sisters, ran outside, and hopped into the Dream Machine.
Jason grabbed the wheel and peeled out of the wholesome parking lot.
First, they drove to Studio V1, where students were creating a set that looked like Tasty Castle in the year 1986.
The inductees didn't see Gary anywhere,
but they found a pair of his magical sneakers.
He was just here, Aaron said.
Let's keep going before the trail gets fast.
Next, they drove to the fortress, where 13 Armada athletes
We're playing Zelda with a hat.
Gary wasn't there, but a pair of his inspirational glasses
were sitting on the statue.
Another clue,
said Katrina.
I'm feeling excited about this. Let's move.
The gang drove the Dream Machine to the audio temple. They could hear incredible music playing, so they swam inside.
Gary was there. He was playing the belligerent kumquat and jamming with Carrie Allen and Tom Toia.
Gary, thank Automobile. We've been looking everywhere for you.
It's almost time for the ceremony, said Jonathan.
Whoops, said Gary. I always lose track of time when I'm playing greasy funk songs with cats. That worked too well. Fair enough, but we've got to get you to Full Sail Live, said Alejandro.
Gary and the gang took their epic stories, raced to the Dream Machine,
and made it back to Full Sail Live just in time for the induction ceremony.
Thanks to the Hall of Fame 15 inductees.
It was the crankiest ceremony
Full Sail had ever seen.
The end. Or is it?
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Oh, that is so low energy. Welcome, welcome. Happy Hall of Fame. Welcome to our students on campus and our grads on campus, and welcome to our online audience as well. We're so happy to have you here. Who can envision themselves up here one day being a Hall of Famer? I hope all of you, right? I just wanted to explain briefly what that takes. So to be a Hall of Famer, we know you have to be spectacular in your career. We know you have to be a wonderful, big-hearted person. The most important part is that you give back to your fellow graduates. And we're not talking about money. We're talking about time, resources, advice, heart. So that's what all of these people have done. They've been out of school for 10 years. They're at the top of their game, and they are giving back. So that's what's so important. So I'm Sherry Tantleff. I'm the Director of Alumni Relations here at Full Sail University. We have an incredible alumni relations team who are so passionate about supporting our graduates, creating content like this, and we will always be here for you in your journey, okay? Are you ready to meet our grads? All right, our Hall of Fame inductees. First up, with over 30 AAA game releases under his belt, he's shaped the sound of industry-defining franchises like Uncharted, The Last of Us, Call of Duty, and God of War. A former senior music manager at PlayStation and music production manager at Meta, Currently, he's the founder and CEO of Spider Farm Productions, delivering immersive music experiences for top game, film, and TV studios, including Bungie, Skydance, Fox, and Infinity Ward. So let's welcome recording arts graduate and a new Hall of Fame inductee. He is Jonathan Mayer. You can crank it up. Oh, Jonathan, oh, Jonathan. Little singing for you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, and we can keep the music going. Let's do it. As a co-founder and CEO of Discord, he's revolutionized the way gamers connect through voice, video, and text. Before launching Discord, he was a founder and CEO of OpenFaint, a leading social media gaming platform. I'm sure you've heard of it. A lifelong gamer turned entrepreneur, his mission to modernize play is inspired by the memories and friendships he created from staying up all night playing Magic the Gathering, launching too many blue shells in Mario Kart, and playing just one more match of StarCraft. Let's welcome 2004 game development graduate and also a new Hall of Fame inductee, Jason Citron. Hey! You can have a seat now. There it is. All right, next up, a game changer in the sports industry. She's led global initiatives at MLS, IMG Academy, and now as VP of Football Partnerships at Sport5. With a passion for innovation and international expansion, she's launched more than 500 sports initiatives worldwide, forging powerful media and marketing partnerships that elevate the global sports landscape. So let's welcome 2014. She's an entertainment business graduate and a new Hall of Fame inductee, Martina Bojic. All right, and next up, from Vicarious Visions to Magic Leap to Ghost Punch Games, he's driven innovation in game development and technology. Now he serves as Senior Director and Head of Co-Development at Side, where he leads growth and delivery for major projects. His credits span iconic multi-platform titles, including Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Guitar Hero 3, Borderlands, Gears of War Judgment, Fortnite, Avatar The Last Airbender, and so many more. Let's welcome 2006 game development graduate and new Hall of Fame inductee, Alejandro Garcia Tuñón. All right, a powerhouse in film and television. He's led global teams at EA, Zynga, and Universal before founding Paper Street Pictures, producing more than 20 films that have sold to Netflix, Lionsgate, and AMC. His latest, Shelby Oaks, hits theaters in 2025 via Neon. An award-winning writer and director, he's behind The Pale Door and the cult favorite Scare Package franchise. Currently, he's the showrunner and executive producer of Revival for NBC and Peacock. Let's welcome 2002 film graduate and a new Hall of Fame inductee, Aaron B. Kuntz. All right, and last but not least, a visionary in live entertainment. She started her Disney career in 2011, casting for the American Idol experience. Now a senior creative producer with Disney Live Entertainment, she leads teams of artists and technologists to craft immersive storytelling for Disney parks worldwide. From Happily Ever After to Fantasmic, her work blends theatrical magic with cutting-edge technology to bring Disney's most iconic productions to life. Let's welcome 2011 Entertainment Business Masters graduate. She is Katrina Mena-Rick. Well, Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think this is the first time you've all been together on one panel, correct? Well, welcome to the family. It feels really, really good. And thank you all for being here. Good for you, right? Because that's what it takes to wind up here. So I just want to go back, way back in the time machine, and let's talk about your experience on campus as students and how you made the most of it here. So Katrina, let's start with you. Do you remember your time on campus, what it was like? You want to share some impressions?
Yes, absolutely. I remember back in the day in 2010, 2011, I came here with my husband, Keith. We were both students. We got engaged in the audio temple and we took our pictures there. And, the memories that I have were just creating. I would create beats with the other students. And every single month I would record original songs with the artist relations team. And then by the time I graduated, I had my own little indie album, and it was just so fun to just be immersed, a group of people that were just as weird and creative as me. So I just really cherish those times, those memories, and yeah, it's really good to be back.
Well, nice. What about you, Jonathan? How did you spend your time here on campus? Were you constantly making music, and how did that translate into music for games?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago. It was 1999 when I was here, and into 2000. And so the whole campus was the building next door and a little part of this building, I guess. And so, my memories mostly involve, making lots of music. I mean, I spent almost all my time outside of class working on music. I played in a couple bands while I was here in town. We were recording constantly. We set up a little studio in my apartment down the street, and we were recording all the time there too. So it kind of never stopped. And we had a very small class. There were about 30 people in the whole recording arts class I was in. And so we were really tight, and I just, the feeling, I didn't know this at the time, but the feeling that I have now when I come back and I'm with all these amazing alumni that are part of our family, kind of started then, right? It was like this little tight-knit group, and we were all going through something together and trying to do something that seemed like a big reach for us. And so it still feels that way now. I mean, it's amazing. There's just a lot more of us.
And Jason, what about you? When was the last time you were back on campus?
I think it was probably 2004. It was like driving up here, I was like, whoa.
Whoa. So tell us your impressions and tell us a little bit about your time in school here.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting hearing just what you two were saying, because I had a very similar experience where what I loved so much about it was just being immersed in this craft that I was really excited to learn and passionate about, which is making video games, and spending so much time with friends at their apartments, around town, just like coding and making games and just doing different stuff like the whole time. So it was, we'd go to class and learn whatever the thing was and then go home and then do like another 10 hours of just working on projects together. And so it was just like a 2-year deep dive. It was really incredible, and those friendships have lasted, for a really long time.
Oh, I want to hear more about that. I love that. And what about you, Martina? How did you discover Full Sail, and how did you dive right in? And tell us about your time here.
Sure. I mean, I'm an international student, and Full Sail was way more than just a school for me. Back home in Germany and Croatia, entertainment business was extremely unusual, and there was no career path into entertainment business. And I came here with my husband, who played golf professionally. Orlando is the mecca for golf. And I Googled what can I do in Orlando, and I just couldn't believe that you can have a master's in entertainment business. And from my first phone call with Full Sail, I just felt the energy, the family, the support. And then when I stepped on campus, I felt like this is Disneyland for creatives. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited. I still have that same feeling every time I step on campus. I think the energy and just being surrounded by dreamers, believers, creatives at our core, I think we're all the same. So during my time at Full Sail, I really learned about the American lifestyle, the culture, networking. It really provided the foundation for my life here in the US.
And you've done so well. It's been a pleasure to watch, and we'll get deeper into that in a minute. But Alejandro, tell us about your leap into the industry. Was what you were doing on campus similar to what you saw when you went out into the real world? Tell us a little bit about your journey here.
Yeah, I would say it applied pretty much directly. Like all the things that, and that's one of the things I always tell people when I come back is the professors here know what they're talking about, because most of them have done it themselves and then come back to teach here because it's such an amazing place. It's one of the reasons I keep coming back. It's such an amazing place. So the coursework is directly applicable to everything that you're doing. The way that you learn here is directly applicable to the way that you learn while you're in the industry. My first job out of school was at a military sim company in Virginia, working the building the engine from game tech for military simulation, and all of the same principles applied to that engine that they were building that were skills picked up here. Absolutely.
Amazing. And Aaron, we're going to wrap it up with you, but the film industry, right? Here you are on campus making films, dealing with equipment, using everything. When you went out there, was it a comfortable transition? Did it look like it looked here?
Yeah, I mean, Full Sail was my first time on a film set, and that was revolutionary for me. It was just this, there was a lot of people who, like I had done well in school and people thought I was supposed to go be a lawyer or something or whatever box was supposed to be ticked on. I think my mom still wishes that had happened. But then I got here and I was like, oh, you're like me, you know? Like there's someone different that is trying to scratch some itch they're not even aware that they had. And so I got on a film set, and that was here, and they were actually, this is back in the day, it's like 2002 or whatever, and they're rotating through the positions, and I was like, oh my goodness, like here's all the different people that come together to make this. Like I don't think I even realized how many people it took to make a movie, and it was like a drug. I had to have it. I had to get on set, and so then I started volunteering, and the whole time I was at Full Sail, anytime there was a film shoot that was going on, I'd be like, can I help out? Can I just be there? Can I just watch? I'll paint the walls. I'll do anything. Like I did not care, because I realized that there was something so special about being on set. And the equipment that we had at the time was like revolutionary. Now it's like out of date, but because that was 20 years ago. But at the time it was like, oh my goodness, I get hands-on experience with this. I could not believe that I could touch a Panaflex 35mm camera. And so I was taking it apart, putting it together every day. I would go back to the classes. It's like, can I try that again? Can I work on it? And one of my first jobs, I worked on a movie called Ali, and one of the camera operators got sick, and they needed somebody to load. I was a camera intern at that time. They needed somebody to load, and I'm in the tent, and I was like, I've done this. I can do this. And I did it at Full Sail so many times. I was the fastest at it, but I was so nervous. And literally like Michael Mann, Will Smith movie, this huge thing. And I'm having to load this camera, and I did, and I got my first like real credit at that time. And it's solely from doing it 1,000 times at Full Sail.
Well, I want to jump right into that for you and for our online guests. Words of advice for how to make the most of your time on this campus. I mean, Jason, you said you were working around the clock, having fun though, right? So give us a little piece of advice about really how to make the most of your time here.
I mean, I think that's really it, which is, it's like Disneyland for creatives. Like that's such a great way to put it. You're surrounded by, it's not just that the coursework is directed towards your passion, but the people around you are all trying to achieve the same thing. And so, I took advantage of that and basically found a group of people that had similar, ideals and dreams that I wanted. And we just teamed up and we're like, we're going to work together to have fun and learn and teach each other and make things together and encourage each other. And like that kind of social group and that positive reinforcement really just dramatically accelerated my like learning. And I think that's really how you get the most out of something like this.
And did you say you're still in touch with your social group from here?
Yeah, a couple of the folks from there. I am. One of them actually still works with me. We've worked at 20 years now. It's been great. Yeah.
Awesome. Is anybody else still in touch with fellow grads they went to school with? So let's just jump into the scary word of networking then, because we don't like to think of it like that. It's relationship building, right? Making friends. So how do I do that, Alejandro?
It really is all about making sincere connections with people. If you see something that you're interested in, talk to the person who's also interested in it, and you form a connection that way. It's that simple. I talk about one of the things that I like to do is when I play a video game, I will sit through the credits. Number one, because I want to see all the people that I know that worked on this, and like, oh, cool, I know him. Wait, oh, we have a mutual friend here, or whatever. But aside from that, I want to see the people who are responsible for the thing that I just enjoyed. And I will hop on LinkedIn and say, I thought that the lighting in this level was fantastic. I'll find the lighting artist. I'll add him on LinkedIn and say, hey, thank you for making awesome lighting in this game that I enjoyed. It's as simple as that. And maybe they respond, maybe they don't. It doesn't really matter, because I wanted to express my sincere appreciation at the amazing work that they did. If it turns into more than just that, fantastic.
Everyone loves to be complimented.
Absolutely.
So, we're in this industry that is so, at least for me in particular, in the film industry, you just get beat down all the time. And then someone sends me an email and they're like, I love this movie. And I'm like, oh, you did? Oh, okay. Tell me more, So that goes a long way, We're sometimes desperate for that type of at least maybe I'm just giving something about myself right now. But you're like, you liked it, great. So, but that does go a really long way, and just be chill, I will say too, like, I think there's something really great about networking laterally. Like, everybody gets so caught up in, oh, here's this person, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't come talk to me. Please come talk to me. That's why I'm here. I'm excited to talk with you. But the best connections I had are with my peers. And then we all move up, and then someone gets the cool gig, someone gets the cool opportunity, and then we're helping each other. And if you know that you're working together, and that lateral networking can be your best foot forward, and people don't realize it, because they're always, and then you can feel it too. You're like, oh, you're just looking for the person that can help you, and then it becomes, like you said, it's not sincere. Now it's like very clearly, I'm just trying to connect with this. But that that lateral networking, I think, is really, really key and goes a long way.
Yeah, and it should be easy, because if you like what you're doing, you should be able to express that, that passion for it. It should be easy. It shouldn't be hard. If it feels hard, then you have to rethink the way that you're approaching it, because it should be easy.
Yeah, and I feel pay it forward. While you're at Full Sail, if there's a company, a person you like, show them your love. Share a thoughtful comment. I love this because. And always think about how you can add value. Don't immediately ask for something, right? So while you're here, choose the people you like authentically from your heart. Show them love. I think that's the best way forward. And I feel it's always about how you make someone feel, right? Bring out the best in people. People won't remember your title or what you do or maybe sometimes your name, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So bring out the best in people.
I love that. Maya Angelou, right? I want to ask, for the people that are sitting here, good for you. You're all where you're at. But did you ever experience fear or struggles? Or was there a challenge that you had to overcome in school? And how did you face that?
So the fear never goes away for me. I think that, for me personally, some of, whether you call it imposter syndrome or, the insecurity that comes with putting yourself out there, trying to do something creative and ultimately get people to want you to do it, with them as a collaborative endeavor is always hard. I think it's hard to remember. In school, I think one of the things that was so great, and this has already been said, was that we had these instructors that understood that, right? And so I think those connections are really valuable too, and to just really absorb what those people are saying. But what I've found to be the best remedy for that, I guess, is is leaning on, I mean, this goes back to the network thing, is just leaning on my connections. And that I think the world we live in likes to, we make icons out of successful people in ways that that make you think someone, is doing something alone, right? You see an artist you love, and it's, and you don't think about the teams behind these things that happen. And I think pretty much everything we do is some sort of team sport. And so I think it's really important to take care of the people that are doing these things with you and to lean on those people, and then they'll always be there for you. And that's the only way I've gotten through all these things, is the people around me, frankly.
I was thinking that as I look down the line, you all work with large teams of people, correct? So Katrina, tell us a little bit about the creative process in that environment and how you navigate that.
It's really tricky leading creative teams because you have to keep the inspiration and the spark alive. And it really honestly goes back to what you were saying, Alejandro, making those genuine connections and also harnessing the power that you have together, even as peers, because you will move up throughout the years and you'll never know who is going to be at the bottom that's going to surpass you. But really, to be a good leader, you have to be a good listener and you have to be servant. You have to be willing to learn. When I started working in Phantasmic, Hansen, I'm gonna give him a shout out. He's running lights. He was one of my lighting techs at Phantasmic. I didn't know anything about lighting. I didn't know anything about pyro, but I put on like tech blacks and these rain boots all the way up to here, and I just got in that moat and I was like, can you show me how to load pyro? And they thought I was being cute, but I was serious. I wanted to go in there and I wanted to learn how to load pyro, and that's sort of the philosophy that I have taken throughout each and every single stage that I've worked at, every project that I've worked on. Every single show, there's a little piece of artwork that I try to contribute. I try to learn how to animate. I try to learn how to model. I'm so excited. There's a mermaid show and there's like little seaweed that I modeled that I was so proud of. But that's really because I wanted to empower my team to be the experts, the subject matter experts. And when they see that you're just a leader that's there, that's trying to support them and trying to empower them, then the collaborative process becomes organic and becomes genuine and fun.
So I don't want to make any assumptions about people out there or our audience online. So can we just share briefly what you do, your job title, and what that actually means? Because I don't know if you're in school and you understand that all these careers are out there, right? So let's start with you, Martina. I'm not going in order, so don't ever think we're just going down the line here, okay? Martina.
Yeah, so my title is Vice President of Football Partnerships, the real football. Soccer.
Burn.
I think yours is handball, no? I'm at Sport 5, which is a sports marketing agency. And my role is I'm focusing on business development and partnerships for MLS, NWSL, the FIFA World Cups coming up. And what that means is all the sponsors and brands that you see on TV, in the stadiums, on the jerseys of the athletes, on the TV screen. So my job is to find brands who want to invest in football, who want to have access to the audience. So I speak typically to the CEOs, the CMOs, and we find ways to authentically integrate them into the game.
Beautifully said. And has your career surprised you? Did you think you were going to wind up in that sort of position?
I always, for me, my dream started when I was 8 years old. I remember the '98 World Cup. Being from Croatia, growing up in Germany, people couldn't really pronounce my last name. They haven't really heard of Croatia. And all of that changed with the World Cup. Suddenly, within a few weeks, billions of people, Croatia was third, and suddenly the whole world knew about us. And that's when I understood the power of sport, the power of football, one of the biggest stages in the world. So yes, I wanted to be part of that magic, but I never played football. I'm not an athlete. So yes, I always wanted to be around that, but I had no idea that it's going to be partnerships and business development. I guess the industry chose me.
And what about you, Jason? I know you love to play games and make games while you were here. Did you think you were going to reach the heights as an entrepreneur that you have?
No. Certainly not. Yeah, so I'm the founder and CEO of Discord, and yeah, what is a CEO? It's kind of a tricky thing to explain. I think at the end of the day, what I do is I set the strategy and vision for what we do at Discord, and I recruit like the senior leaders of the company. That's like, I think at minimum kind of what a CEO does, but I spend a lot of my time also kind of as like the chief editor of the things that we create. So kind of like Katrina was saying, I have a team of 900 people, brilliant software engineers, product designers, marketers, partnerships folks. And when we have projects that people are working on, I will frequently sit with them and we'll talk about like the designs of screens in the app or the marketing videos we're going to put out or deals we're going to do. And I'll kind of give them feedback and help kind of bring a global view of what we're doing at the company, because people are kind of in their areas working on, different sections of the business. But as the CEO, I have a unique viewpoint to see everything that's happening. So I can bring connections and kind of serve my team from that perspective. But I think the fundamental thing about sort of thinking about, if you want to run your own company someday, is it's really the job changes kind of every 6 months. There was a point in time when I was the only employee. I was the only person at the company. So I was also the chief bathroom cleaner, right? Like the garbage taker outer. So my background was software engineering, and that's kind of the craft and the creative energy that I brought to it. But as an entrepreneur, you do whatever you have to do. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. And John, so now you're a CEO and a business owner. Did you think you were going to wind up there? And tell us a little bit about your company.
Yeah, I did not. I'm the CEO and music director of a company I founded called Spider Farm Productions. Kind of the other end of the spectrum. We're about a tenth the size of Discord.
It's all good.
There's maybe 8 or 9 of us. And our primary focus is music production for video games. We also work on film and television, but what that means is a whole lot of things. And what people don't know, and even a lot of game developers don't know this, and it's one of the things we're trying to change, is that the music that's composed for a game or a show is a small fraction of the work that goes into that. And on games specifically, there's all this detail that goes into it. And so throughout my career, I've been pushing for this. I mean, because I'm a gamer and I love music, I noticed these things, and I think I was very vocal about it early on in my career, and it helped, in a constructive way, that helped to raise awareness for this. And so what we do on a given game title is support the person composing the music, whether they're part of our team or an external that's brought on. But we like to say we produce the music from composer to controller, which means that all the work that happens once the music is designed and composed is probably about, 75 or 80% of the work. And that's what our team really leans into is, we mix the music, we edit the music. On most, large-scale game titles, we probably commission maybe 2.5 hours of music, which might be 60 or 80 pieces of music. And then 4,000 to 6,000 edits of that music go into the game, and then those edits have to be implemented by technical music designers on our team who are in the game engine, managing script documents, and then testing that to make sure, because no one else knows what the music is supposed to do. Right. So it's a big project, and it's a small, nimble team. Everybody on the team wears many, many hats. That's the only way we can be successful, because the different parts of the production process change regularly. So as a CEO, I've had to, like everyone else has mentioned, just make sure I'm comfortable wearing those different hats, but more importantly, that the people who are the primary resource in all this. And I said this yesterday on a panel too, it's, when you're going out there and getting started, talking to people about potential job opportunities, you have to remember that you're the commodity in all this, right? And I think that's an important thing to make sure the people on my team know as we go along. And like for my clients, one of the things that's most important is consistency. So for me, if I can't keep those people and keep them engaged, we have a real problem. So taking care of those people is probably the most important thing about being CEO. And then the work is, just under that, making sure it all comes out as good as it can.
Well, it's been lovely watching you grow. And, you came from large companies, right? Sony, Facebook, and now you have your own. So congratulations.
Smaller.
Yes, yes.
Smaller is better.
Says Jason. Alejandro, tell us what you do.
So my title is Senior Director, Head of Co-Dev at Side, which was just recently rebranded last week from PTW. Previous to that, I was one of the partners and the Director of Tech at Ghost Punch, which was a small co-dev studio, and we were acquired back in September by PTW. So my role at Ghost Punch was all of the engineers reported to me, all of IT was under my domain, and all of audio for the company. At PTW, that has all of this infrastructure built into it, or Side now has all the infrastructure. They needed someone to run the business of co-development from a strategic perspective globally. So that's my new role now, is I need to make sure that clients are receiving quality service for engineering and design and technical art and all the game development services, as well as serving the company by growing the business internationally. Ghost Punch was 65 when we were acquired back in September, mostly based in the East Coast of the U.S., our headquarters in South Florida. Side has about 20 to 40 locations throughout the world, and so bringing co-development services to all those locations is one of my charges now.
Beautiful. You can do this someday, right? Aaron, tell us what you do. What's a showrunner?
Oh, wow. What's a showrunner? So a showrunner is the creative and logistical head of a TV series, start to finish. So it starts with the writing. So you're not really a showrunner if you're not writing, for the most part. There's some exceptions, but I'm the lead writer, so it's my vision. Like I wrote the pilot with a co-writer, and then you are in charge of every logistical and creative decision. So you're hiring everyone, you're doing everything, and you have, this show that I'm on now, Revival, which comes out later this year. If you want to watch it, you can just put it on like overnight and just let it play. You don't even have to watch it. It's fine. I need the views in like those first weeks. Anyway, but yeah, you're just you're hiring all of these wonderful people. Like as Jason was saying, like you have your leadership team, right? So I have my key creatives, right? And then you're empowering them to then hire their teams below that. And then you're kind of, observing like, whoa, maybe not them or maybe this. But for the most part, you're empowering these people to do that. And yeah, and then, every day I'm working with, in this situation, I wasn't directing some of the episodes as well. So I had directors under me as well, and they're working toward a cohesive vision that I'm keeping across all 10 episodes of the show. And then, so that's what I'm currently doing, but I am also CEO and have an indie production company where we make feature films. And then I find that a lot of people don't even know what a producer does either. And which is it's very similar to a showrunner. TV and film are different. And in film, like the director's kind of king, and in TV, the showrunner's kind of king. But then in the film side, as a producer, I'm also the person who hires that director, who then kind of becomes king. It's a weird thing. But I mainly serve as lead producer, and we'll have 100, 150 people on a film. Sometimes it's a bigger film, 200, 300. And, we make 3 to 4 films a year. And yeah, it's just juggling all those things. While I've been show running, I've been lucky to have a couple Full Sailers that work with me, a couple that went to Full Sail with me at the time, others that went to Full Sail and we've brought on later that will run the company a little bit while I'm show running a TV series, because I realized I could not produce those films and be hands-on while also show running. I was a little delusional. Maybe I still am. And but yeah, and then I'm also a writer-director too. So sometimes I'll be like, okay, I don't want to be the head producer of this. I just want to direct this. And then I'll empower one of my producing partners, which is odd because they work for me at the company, but then I need them to produce me as a director, and then I go and direct something. So it's just all creative filmmaking in whatever random place and time zone and country it is all the time. Yeah.
It sounds like you do what you got to do when it needs doing.
Every day. Every day. I literally last night left a party at Gary Jones' house, amazing, came to the hotel, and from 11 until 3 a.m. I edited with my editor, so yeah, it's crazy.
It's a lot. And Katrina, besides standing in a moat and watching pyro and learning, tell us about what you do.
So I'm a senior creative producer. Creative producer is like kind of an oxymoron. It's left brain, right brain. So I have to do a little bit of both, but my main function is to drive the creative development and execution of custom visual media content that we create for our live shows in the parks. Not the attractions, not the rides. We do parades, we do nighttime spectaculars. We project on all kinds of buildings, water screens like in Fantasmic. So I lead the teams of digital artists. I help with the storyboarding, the script writing process, and the staffing of the team, and the milestone and the phasings of how we get to each phase of production. And then of course all the way to the install. I mean, I'm in a hard hat and safety vests in a construction zone a lot of times. They're hanging up speakers or putting up new screens, and I'm live inputting with my team of VFX designers, live color correcting on whatever surface we're working on. Like it could be a castle in Magic Kingdom, it could be a tree in Animal Kingdom, or cruise ships. I do a lot of cruise line work, but my job is to be that leader from start to finish that delivers the creative and has to do everything in between to make that happen.
Amazing. So I know when you're a student, you have time to learn and grow and study your craft, right? One of the tenets at Full Sail is to learn and grow always, right? And we have to do that to be successful in our career. So where do you find the time and how do you do it? What are you doing to keep yourself fresh? Jonathan.
On the music side, I'm really lucky because I have a 15-year-old daughter who has great taste in music, and so she does most of the heavy lifting, So driving her to school every morning, I get turned on to all kinds of cool new music, so that helps a lot. But I think being open, one of the things I try to impart to, and this is on the music side specifically, to all the people I work with and who work with me, is that I think our job is to be a fan and not a critic. And I think that's really important because I know when I was in school at Full Sail, that was not the case for me. I was very opinionated about music. I was learning all these things about how music gets made. And so those opinions got even stronger. And it's taken me a long time. I don't know specifically when it happened, but I've definitely come around to the idea that these things we do, and this isn't just music, are out there for people to enjoy, to consume, to get some sort of joy out of. And that joy needs to go into making the thing if we want to get it back. It's one of my clients' favorite sayings that I've been hearing a lot lately is you have to have fun to make fun. And so I think, just remembering where that joy is for you, and it can change, right? You might, as you go through your career, you might find joy in different places, but when you do, and when you feel it, be present, not be thinking about the next thing you're gonna do, and mark those moments so that you can lean into them when you have opportunities, because we don't have a ton of free time. And so, I may be, like mixing is one of my primary passions. That's why I came to school here. I'm not always mixing. It's not what I do 100% of my time. But when I am, I try really hard to time box that stuff, make sure I have a quiet space to do it and really remember why it is I'm doing that, what I get out of it, and that kind of thing. So, I think just, just finding that joy is really what it's all about for me. And then that just leads to, what I do is really technical too, so that frequently leads to me going down fun technical rabbit holes that I didn't know were there, and improving my craft in that way too, because all this technology we use and stuff is constantly changing. But it's really just about continuing to have fun.
I love that. Say that one more time. You have to have fun to make fun.
Yeah, and that's not my saying. I stole it, but.
Okay. I
just
love that.
Just to add to that, like when you're working on a day-to-day basis and you're, working on your tasks and you have this milestone to hit and stress is really high and, the expectations are high and you really need to get this quantity done at a certain level of quality, it's easy to forget that we're making video games, right? Like, and so I'll often, just walk around and remind people, hey guys, we're working on video games and we're getting paid for it. Like, this is awesome, right? And everyone's like, oh yeah, we are. Okay, let's make it fun.
We have a saying, it's just dancing ducks and mice. That's what we say.
I love
just
that.
dancing ducks and mice.
Just and what about you, Jason? You must be solving problems all day long. How do you find joy in your life? How do you take a break?
Yeah, well, it is kind of similar. I think part of the reason why I'm suited for this kind of a job, so if you're thinking about being an entrepreneur and CEO, maybe, I don't know, there's many different shapes and sizes that can take on if you want to do that, as you see up here. But I'm just a very curious person, and I love to learn. And so, I was, even when I was younger, I would go to the bookstore back when there were bookstores and get, programming books off the shelf or how to make things in Flash. And, this is like 100 years ago. And I just really love to learn and read and then practice my craft. And so I still code games on the side, and I actually picked up writing music because it's like a creative thing. And so I've been having a lot of fun exploring the latest kind of programming AI copilot stuff to build games has been fun. But then, and staying in touch with the craft of software development is really helpful for me leading a software company, because then I can go sit with my engineers and actually talk to them about the work that they're doing and kind of getting into the moat with the boots. Like when you're leading people, if you can relate to them and the actual work that they're doing and you understand their language, you have so much more credibility, and they will work harder and be more excited and trust you because they know you're not some, paper pusher who's just like, oh, we need to save 14% on this, So it's really, really helpful to stay in touch with that craft. But most of what I do now is not that. It's leading people, and I had to learn how to do marketing. So I read marketing books, and I would go seek out experts in marketing and talk to them and learn, and a lot of trial and error.
And same with fundraising. Did you learn that
Yeah.
outside of here?
Right. So fundraising is a whole other thing that CEOs do. Well, depending on your company, but I did do a lot of fundraising. Yeah, I was really fortunate to have a mentor early on in my career who I met when I moved out to the Bay Area, who kind of came from the startup scene there and really kind of introduced me kind of to the point of networking, introduced me to some of the folks in that world and kind of showed me how do you do fundraising? And that was at my first startup. So, yeah.
I love what you said, staying curious and forever learning and evolving and growing. I think that's so important because soon you will turn pro. You've been a student for 15 years. You had a teacher, you had a class schedule that you followed. None of that will be there once you turn pro and once you get to that next level. So I think making the decision to stay a student for life, you have to choose your new teachers, you have to choose and build your own class schedule. You have to, read the books and listen to the music and movies. And I think with sports and athletes, yes, you need to obsess over your craft. You have to put in the 10,000 hours to really become a pro at it. But then you don't want to burn out. And what I always recommend is tap into other areas. I love art, I love fashion. Dive and get ideas and inspiration and magic from other areas that then you can bring back to your craft and innovate and continue to stay creative and innovative and push forward.
I mean, I may or may not have Google searched and on YouTube how to be a showrunner. So, I mean, look, I think there's just something about trying to be open to learning and understanding that you're not the smartest person in the room, and that there are so many people you can learn from. Like, I still have a master class thing. I pay every year for master class, and I still go back and I rewatch the Aaron Sorkin one, I rewatch the Scorsese one, I rewatch, all of these, right? I watch the Shonda Rhimes one in detail and everything she's doing for how many shows she show runs, and the Stranger Things one. Anyway, I can keep going. There's a lot I watch, but I always revisit these things, and then I network with people that have been colleagues and they've worked on a show or they've done this, and I'm like, hey, can I buy you lunch? Can we just talk about your experiences and what can I learn from, what would you do differently? And you just try to take that all in. And I was probably over prepared when I started the writer's room, which is the first big function of a showrunner, where you bring a bunch of writers in together and you're on Zoom and sometimes in person. And you're talking out story and structure and character arcs and all this for months, and that was so creatively fulfilling. But I was so nervous to do it because I wanted to, okay, how do I empower all the writers, and how do I make sure they're doing this, and how do I do all these things? And what I learned is that I had the instincts as an indie filmmaker. I didn't even realize they were there, and they applied the same way. But that came from asking the right questions to the right people, and just. Something comes out and I'm curious. That's a great question. And then I love what you were saying, Jonathan, too, about when I went to film school, I was a critic of all movies. I was like, look what they're doing. They don't understand. Like, this should have been this, and complete bullshit. Or sorry, whatever. And now I'm like, now that I've made movies, I'm like, oh, look how hard that was for them.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe they pulled that off. Like, this is amazing. And I'll walk up to people and I'm just like this. And don't get me wrong, I have opinions of movies still, but I see there's so much that goes into it, and you create such an appreciation for what it is that then you're kind of all in this circle of hell together at times, where you're like, I empathize with you. I know what that was like. We had Category 5 tornadoes tear down parts of our set, in the middle of me directing something. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do, and this stuff. And so many people know those stories and they know this stuff, and we help each other out, and it just changes your perspective. And I just think that's really important, that you're open-minded to what else is out there, and it costs nothing to support an artist, right? To give encouragement. And so I think that's a huge thing. You can be critical and constructive in what it is, but that support and just saying, look, this thing that you did here, maybe the whole movie didn't work, but this scene, you nailed it. And it's like, that's more your voice. Can you do that? And once you encourage them and you figure that out, you'll find your voice, and it becomes really special. But it's always evolving. I never knew showrunner was going to be this is the most creatively fulfilling thing I've ever done. I did not know that was going to be the case. I thought I was just always going to be, I was a writer first, then I was a director to protect my writing, and then I was a producer to protect my directing. Everything has evolved and changed, and I'm so glad that it did. Yeah, and I'm so glad it did.
I want to add that I think it's important to stay relevant with connecting to your consumer. So one thing that I love to do is just kind of be undercover boss in the theme parks and just watch the shows, but I'm not watching the show. I'm watching the guest reactions, and I'm taking notes. And the harshest critics of all time are our kids. Our daughters will tell us the truth. And a company like Disney, it's a family company. We're supposed to create happiness. So I will literally ask them for their feedback, their thoughts, and I'll use them as a think tank, them and their friends. And I'd be like, what kind of shows would you want to see? What kind of characters do you want to see? So I just think it's really important to experience what you're trying to create and take a seat back and try to experience it from a different perspective, because you can learn a lot.
Oh, I've literally bought tickets to movies that we released, and then I'll hide in the audience and just kind of angle back the whole time. And one time there was a family walking back, and it was a movie that had a very nebulous ending where you could take different interpretations, and they were having this big discussion, philosophical discussion about what the movie meant. I followed them all the way to their car, pretending like I was going to a different car. And just whatever. Because I was so curious, because that was so raw and real, and I was so desperate to know what a real reaction was. So I get that completely.
I didn't follow the guests, though.
Well, yeah. You're a better person than me.
No,
so.
Borderline stalking, perhaps, but we're not sure.
Mom, you gotta do what you gotta do. Creepy lady keeps asking me questions.
And Jason, I think I read when you were starting, you started a Reddit group or something just to get feedback.
Yeah, the Reddit thing was actually kind of a way to get the word out. But the way that we really got people to get the word out was by asking for feedback. And you know, I think one of the themes that you're hearing here is a lot of what people do in business is you're effectively selling stuff to strangers, right? So you need to understand what people want. And I think the magic, at least the fulfilling magic for me, and it sounds like for a lot of people here, is when your creative passion, kind of the Venn diagram of your creative passion and what people want has some overlap, and you can live in that space and get paid for it, right? So early on when we were building Discord, it was very much, it came from a place of building a tool for ourselves, but it was inspired by seeing, like, what do our friends want? We were making a game before that had multiplayer. What are those people doing around the title? And then as we started to bring it to market on Reddit, and then we had set up Discord servers for it, we would constantly be asking people, not quite as creepily as following them to their car, but like, what do you think? What features do you want? And you know, once you have a product or a service that's kind of out there, you will get feedback because everyone's a critic. And so it was also pretty easy to just sort of get a sense for what folks enjoyed and didn't enjoy. And it was really satisfying to be able to collect that feedback, figure out how to improve our service, ship it, and then see people's excitement around delivering that. As you serve more people, there's another skill, which is like, how do you figure out when to listen to who and in what way and all this stuff. You don't listen to all the random kids you talk to, right? But yeah.
So I think one of the things that I'm taking away from what everyone here is saying is it's not just about passion for the product or passion for the creative outcome, but it's passion for the creative process and for the craft of making the thing. You should be as passionate at that as you are of the final product.
And I think in any business, as everyone has said, it's always about the audience. The first thing I did in any new role that I start, for the first few months, I always sit with the audience and the fans. Right, in a football stadium, when I joined women's sports, which with the NWSL, I was previously always in men's football, I attended every game and I just observed the fans. What do they like? What are they eating? What are they drinking? What are they buying? And that's how you get ideas of, okay, maybe I should bring a beauty brand into, or a dating app into the experience. So I think everything starts and ends with the audience, and you need to know what they want, how they feel, what they like and what they don't like. You need to immerse yourself with the audience so you know how to best deliver.
Yeah, maybe one thing I'll add to that, as you're thinking about, when you get your first job and you start to get into building your careers, when I'm working with more, early career employees, and they talk to me about understanding of what our customers care about, and not just like, oh, my boss told me I have to build a doohickey, so I'm going to build the doohickey to the spec that the boss told me. But if they actually come and they're like, okay, I know you wanted me to make a doohickey, but I was reading some Reddit forums and I kind of think it should be like this and not like that. That person's getting a promotion instantly, because at the end of the day, we're all trying to create products and services to solve problems for people. And when you're at a company, and I fell into this trap early in my career, it was really easy to feel like you're doing what your bosses are telling you, but they're just trying to proxy and interpret what they think the world wants. And so you have to early in your career be thoughtful that, like, you can't override your boss because they're in that position for that reason, but they are actually usually, if they're well intentioned, trying to create the best thing they can. And so if you can bring additional insights or show empathy for what they're trying to do, it'll get you really far.
So Katrina, what brings you joy about your career?
Oh my gosh, so much. It's very fulfilling because it's very challenging. So it's like a really big puzzle each and every single time. And then there's like a huge adrenaline rush when we finally open a show. And then to be able to think that people from all over the world, sometimes this is the only time that they'll ever see the show. It could be their once in a lifetime opportunity. They can come. You never know what they're going through. You never know if, we'll have Make-A-Wish Foundation. We never know, with children who are sick, and we'll have, people that are celebrating, engagements, graduations. So we're there to help celebrate the good times and the bad times, and to think that the love that we pour into the art that we create has that ability to transcend emotionally across different cultures, across different languages, to a global audience. That's what brings me joy. And it's like a drug. Like it's amazing. I'm addicted to it.
And Alejandra, I feel like you're the person to ask this question, but what's the commonality here? You're all in different fields, you're all in different places, and you're all entering the Hall of Fame. What's the common thread for this success? Do you see anything that you can share?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of said it earlier. It's passion for the craft. Mm-hmm. It's liking video games. It's liking sports. It's liking social interactions. Liking music. Liking that as much as the act of making the things that people are experiencing. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, my life is marked by. Dotted with amazing video game experiences. And I have multiple moments in my life where I thought like, oh wow, that video game just did that to me. And so if I can share that feeling with someone, that is, that's magical. That's the point of it. That's the point of what we're all doing. And I think that's what each one of the people on this panel have said in some way.
Amazing. Can we congratulate these incredible graduates for being inducted into the Hall of Fame? It's been so lovely having you on this panel, but they will be around campus all week long. And if you're interested, walk up, ask a question, network, all the things that you've heard here today, okay? So I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Hall of Fame week, and we will see you later. So thank you so much.
What a great panel. My goodness. I love learning more about our new inductees. They've done so much in their careers, but they still have time to give back to the Full Sail community. What were your favorite moments in that panel, Shay?
Honestly, the questions at the end, like I feel like all the students come prepared. They know what they want to hear. And honestly, the different ways to look at things that Martina was talking about, like having a unique approach to every question, an answer, I guess. The answer should be unique.
Absolutely. And not to be a little weird, but I'm like dying over the girls' outfits.
Oh, everyone looks so wonderful this year.
Martina and Katrina.
It's
slay, girls.
Fashion.
Slay. Anyway, I'm just like, yes, girl power. But anyway, coming up in this next hour, we will be joined by one of my favorite Hall of Famers, Tom Toia, for some ASMR story time. Try to make a network connection with Brett Novak in the CX and get in on some Pictionary with Jack Eckler. And of course, bring you more chances to win big in our mini games. And if you're here on campus, be sure to head over to the Fortress at noon for the panel, Your Personal Brand, Elevating Your Career and Telling Your Story Globally, introducing Hall of Fame 15 inductee Martina Bazic.
That's amazing. I
know.
Mean, it's the Fortress, too.
I know. I love the Fortress.
Campus, I'm just biased. But first, let's learn a little bit more about our next guest, Hall of Fame 12 inductee, Tom Toia.
No one in the family was allowed to touch Uncle Joe's equipment, but one day I got into trouble for playing with his 31 band EQ, and he walked into the room and my aunt said, "Don't touch that stuff, that's Uncle Joe's." And Uncle Joe said, "No, it's okay, Tom can use it." They said, "Why are you gonna let him play with that?" He said, "He's not playing with it, he's using it. Look at what he's doing. He's actually fascinated by it." And since that day, he was right. I love technology almost as much as I love sound. Getting to work in a career where I have access to high-end and new technology all the time that someone else is responsible for paying for is an absolute dream. Even at a young age, I knew that I wanted to revolve my life around sound and technology. It just took a long time to figure out how that was going to work.
Listening to music with Tom is an interesting exercise. You peek behind the curtains. Sometimes it's not as much fun for the listener, I think. But he is an audiophile. Tom likes the sound of sound. He's in the pursuit of audio experience. I've seen him go to a football game, not to enjoy the game, but to capture the audio of the moments or the crowd. He's one of the few people that sometimes is turned backwards to the action on the field. He loves audio, and that was really brought up here and manifested itself during his time at Full Sail University as a student and then eventually as faculty.
So just after I got out of school, my first job was an internship at Crescent Moon Studios in Miami. And I'll never forget that internship. I spent as much time there as I was allowed to until they would basically ask me to leave. And I made a habit of getting there close to an hour early every morning just because I didn't ever want to be late. A little neurotic, but it worked. So when I was just finishing my internship at Crescent Moon Studios, there was an engineer there. His name was Bob Rosa. He told me that he was opening his own recording studio and would I like to come and work for him. He taught me some really important lessons. The first night that I was working with Bob in the studio, and I remember around 8 p.m. asking Bob and saying, you know, some friends of mine are meeting up. Do you know what time we're going to stay here till? He stared at me and he turned around to his desk, his back to me, and he didn't answer me. As years went on, I realized how important that lesson was, is that we're part of a project. We're part of a production. We work as a team and we leave as a team, or we wait until the project is done at the end of the night. I was part of a production team that really never stopped. I would get comments from people that I knew like, this is crazy. How can you work like this? And I thought, what do you mean? I'm lucky. I know people that are looking for work and I'm so busy I can't do anything but work. So I felt very privileged at the time. After a few years, the hours were just more than I was willing to do. I came to a point where I realized even if I could become as prosperous as someone like Bob was, I would probably still be working those same hours. And although I loved working in the studio, it just wasn't the right thing for me at that point. So I made the decision to move on, which was extremely difficult because I absolutely love working in the recording studio. It was like walking away from a dream. How could you do that? But sometimes you have to recalibrate, and that's what I did. I've been playing video games my entire life, since I was a little kid. Never thought that maybe I could do what I did in the studio on video games, but I realized there was so many connections between the two that it was certainly worth a try. And it's something that I share with people as often as I can that are in our industry, that there are infinite number of ways to recalibrate and reinvent yourself with your prior knowledge and make something new out of it. The old Turkish quote, which is one of my favorite quotes ever, which says, no matter how far down the wrong road you've traveled, just turn back. And that was what I had to do. But I don't regret anything about it because it taught me so much about working with people and about how you can push yourself further than maybe you had ever realized.
And straight out of the screen, here onto the stage, we have recording arts graduate Tom Toia. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Shay. How are you?
I'm good. How's your week so far?
It's exciting. It's been great. It's been inspiring talking to students, and the weather has been amazing. I can't complain.
Well, I know that you are a sound guy.
I am.
And I am a storyteller, so I thought together we could take our viewers at home on a little story adventure, but I want it to be so detailed that they'd be able to close their eyes and picture it. So we're going to use all of these props down here to make noise. You're going to use the microphone for the ASMR. So as we go through the story, if I say, what does an owl sound like? You have this and your wonderful vocal cords to try to figure it out into the microphone.
Awesome. No pressure. Great.
No pressure at all. Okay. So we're standing on a boat. What does the boat sound like? Ooh, and there's an animal flying around on the breeze. What animal do we see?
Choo.
Hold it real close to the microphone. And remember, that's turned up real loud, so treat it like those TikTok-y people do it.
I'm trying to remember the sound of a seagull. Choo. Can somebody else make a seagull sound for me?
Oh, and now we're going to jump into the water, Tom. We're jumping in. Yes. And we're swimming around, and we see a creature out in the distance. What creature is it?
It's a sea snake, a giant coming out of the water.
Oh, I see that. And it starts eating a fish. And what does that sound like?
Chomp. Chomp.
Oh, they say chomp.
They actually say chomp when they eat.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, swimming up, you have the bright green hair of a mermaid?
Ooh. They're hair jingles.
And
This
what-
is hair jingling.
What does a mermaid's language sound like, Tom?
It's not that elegant. That's what they sound like.
Oh no, but the mermaid is telling you to dive deeper, so we have to dive deeper. What does that sound like? Oh no, all of a sudden, we're hearing that classic dun 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 dun. What does that mean?
Dun, 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 dun. Ah! It means
Yeah.
chomp, chomp, chomp.
Oh, but he doesn't like, I don't think the shark likes the taste of you. So Bruce, the shark, spits you out.
Oh.
Right
Get
into
outta
the mic. Go right into the mic. Oh, but don't worry, you're swimming away. We're swimming away, and we see a magical homeward. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! We really have a leak. We sprung a leak. There's a leak on board. Okay. Anyway,
there's a hole in the boat.
We're gonna need a bigger boat here. We get into Atlantis, and the mermaid choir is singing in their language. What do they sound like?
Oh, they're Catholic.
And here comes the king of the mermaids, and he pulls out his Triton stick and he waves it around. What does that sound like? Come on.
That's a Triton stick.
And then he decides, you are public enemy number one. So he gathers his forces of other mermaids that are like mermaid orcs. And that's the sound of their swishing swords through the
They're
water.
all armed with scissors.
They're all armed with
very
scissors.
violent scissors.
Very
attacks.
violent. Oh, we gotta get away. We have to swim back up to the surface. How are we gonna swim? Oh,
Quickly,
we're going.
run.
We're going. And we burst through the surface.
Splash.
And you have to take the deepest breath of your life. And what is your catchphrase at the end? You know, like what is the Tom Toia? We survive.
That's all, folks.
Dun 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 dun. What'd you think of our adventure? How'd you do?
I think it should be patented and sold immediately. That's awesome.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, like, what kind of? I mean, we saw earlier your dog in your video, and you
Yeah.
mentioned that you've used your dog in
Hank
some
is
noise.
a star.
Yes, tell me about that.
Oh yeah, well Hank is a little French bulldog that makes the most aggressive, angry, guttural noises you've ever heard in your life. So I had to record him, and he's been turned into a dragon and several small monsters on alien planets.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah, but I haven't paid him anything, so don't tell him.
I mean, you give him shelter.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a big thing.
Food and love, yeah.
Food and love and treats and belly rubs.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite monster noise?
A favorite monster noise? Yeah. I mean, my favorite monster noise I ever heard was actually the dragon in The Hobbit, only because his voice was so incredibly dark and scary, but he also spoke in language.
Yes,
in the mix of two, Smaug and David Farmer, who's one of our Hall of Fame graduates, did all of that, and it just sounds like an actual talking dragon.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Listen, if you ever want to nerd out on Lord of the Rings, I am here. That is my jam.
Nice. I'm here for it too. Good.
If you heard a sound in the wild and it was like a monster noise, like which one would truly make you like get chills down your spine? Like if you're just wandering around and you heard it right behind you.
Probably a tiger or lion sound, yeah. Because what are you going to do? Or a bear.
Oh, see, for me it's predator. If I heard predator behind me, I'd be like,
Oh, no, no. I didn't know predator was
oh
on
yeah,
the
I mean
list.
like
Yeah, predator
anything,
wins.
any kind of.
I think you've got it. I think predator wins. Yeah.
Oh god. Just feel like I just give up. You just lay down. It's fine.
Yeah.
So okay, tell me about your week this week. What are you doing? What panels you got coming up? Presentations.
There's been a bunch of really good panels. Today I'm doing a workshop with Mark Kilborn, a Hall of Fame inductee, and I'm really excited about that because it's a whole sound design workshop over the course of 3 hours where we're going to be doing sound design clips, but also walking through the process of a week of sound design as well as just the actual art side of it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Super technical.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun and loud.
And where can people find you online to keep up with you and follow you and everything?
LinkedIn, Tom Toia on LinkedIn. It's pretty much the main platform that I use now for communicating with people online.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Hit him on the LinkedIn.
Find me. Talk. Yeah.
Talk. That is sound. That is sound from your mouth with your vocal box. But also, I think we're done here. I'm hungry after trying to not eat fish and mermaids and everything like that. But now we're going to throw it to a cookie video so we can watch the cookies.
Awesome.
Oh, okay. What the? Hi, I'm Jonathan, and today I'm going to be ranking these chocolate chip cookies. Why do I love baking? Well, I love to eat sweet baked things. I actually think that cooking and baking is a lot like making music. You know, if you think about the art of mixing and then bringing something together, all these different ingredients and the chemistry involved, I find it's generally a good stress relief, and then getting to enjoy the end product and sharing it with people is the best part. So this is cookie number 1. It looks like it's a fairly wet dough that went into the oven, which hopefully makes it a pretty chewy cookie. I like the color. It looks like probably more brown sugar. Pretty good chip distribution. This part of the cookie here is missing chips, which could be a problem. It's not too dark on the bottom. Here goes. I was right, it's very chewy. It's good. It almost reminds me of like when Chips Ahoy first came out with their like the soft version. This is right up my alley. Lots of brown sugar, I think. Okay.
And now, some milk.
Between the courses to cleanse the palate.
This is cookie number 2. It's much thinner. I can tell it's gonna be a crispier cookie. A lot of cookie recipes don't have baking powder or baking soda in them. This one looks like if it did, it was expired. It didn't rise at all. I'm gonna break it open actually and look at the middle. It's actually softer than I thought it was gonna be. But it looks good on the inside. It's like super consistent crumb. Let's see how it tastes. You know what I like about this one is it's not super sweet. I think it's just more cookie dough than chocolate chip. It might not be sweet enough. And I don't know if that's because of the chocolate. It's not bad. I wouldn't throw them away.
And now, some milk.
Every game I worked on in the Uncharted series was just super fun, and the scores were amazing, and there was just so much inspiration to draw from. The original Last of Us, of course, was a really spectacular project with a lot of great challenges, an amazing composer. First Call of Duty project I worked on was really fantastic and innovative and different. I loved working on all the Infamous games. They were really fun too, so I could probably go on and on. I like them all. Okay, here we are with the third cookie. Looks like it might be the best of both worlds from cookie 1 and 2. I like the color of it. It's done really well on the bottom, but it's not overcooked. It's risen a little bit more. It's really pretty on the inside. There's like really nice air pockets, and the crumbs look like they're gonna be really good. And there's chips everywhere, which is great. I took too big a bite. I think I was right. I think it's a good combination of the first two in terms of flavor. I can taste the chocolate, but it's not overpowering. I like the size of the cookie. Probably how they were laid out on the cookie sheet led to that a little bit, so it's got a little more of an uneven surface. The trick I like is you roll them into a ball, and then you tear them in half, so you've got rough edges, and then you stick those two halves together so the rough edge is up when it cooks. And that gives you this more kind of undulating, lumpy cookie vibe, which is cool. I really like this one. It's good, and it feels like I can taste the brown sugar, but it's not like all I'm tasting, which is, I think, is really good too.
And now, some milk.
Do I want to try? Something has gone horribly wrong. I'm a little scared to bite into this. Hey, Jonathan Mayer here. What are you doing? No, you. What are you doing? You going to panels? Have you talked to any of us this week? Come say hi.
Hi. Alrighty, Brett Novak and I were just hanging out at the Creative Experience. You're getting a look of the food trucks right now, which are delicious.
Delightful.
You got some coffee this morning, right,
I did.
Brett? You feeling good? You feeling ready for the
feeling
day?
much more alive at this point.
Yeah. When I first saw you, you looked a little sleepy, but you're awake now.
Sure.
We also just ran all the way from the backlot up here. And here we are. Hi, it's Brett Novak, Hall of Fame 9 inductee. How you doing today, Brett?
I'm doing fantastic. I've had my caffeine and cortisol levels raised now, so
That's
quite
all
in
we
it.
needed,
Yeah.
right? Well, Brett and I just had a little date out on the Backlot. Are you jealous? You should be a little jealous.
You should be.
And I have some kind of first date questions here to ask Brett because I want to get to know him a little better.
This is very exciting.
So, somebody comes up to you on campus, meets you, shake hands, maybe you get their card. They send you a friend request.
Ooh.
Are you accepting that friend request after the first meeting?
Oh my goodness. I suppose it depends on the outlet of conversation here, but I will say no, probably not a good starting point. If we're
Okay.
talking friend request fully. I mean, I think we've started a rapport, and this is maybe a good professional setup like a LinkedIn. Maybe that's okay.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
but
And with the LinkedIn, should it be like a blind LinkedIn request, or should they like send you a message? Hey, we talked at Hall of Fame. Is that kind of what you're?
yeah, I don't want no sliding to my DMs with too much blankness.
Okay.
It's definitely don't need the equivalent of a yo in my inbox.
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah, no. I
What
think
are you doing? Kind of. We're not looking for that.
Yeah,
right?
if I'm up. But no, I think recapping conversation. I mean, even where I'm at this stage, whatever, I connect with people. I need to remind them who I actually am when we talked, because a lot of us meet 900 people a day.
Right.
And so it's probably a little better to be a little more specific of like, hey, I'm so and so. We talked about this thing. It was great meeting you, etc.
Yeah. And I knew you for like 3 years, and you only followed me on Instagram last year, so.
Yeah. See, it's a slow burn.
It's a slow burn. It
Yeah.
takes time.
It's a we haven't gone on our first date yet.
Yeah, right.
But it was coming.
But we broke the ice.
Yeah.
Okay, so professionalism is the buzzword, right? Networking professionalism here at Hall of Fame. So what are your professionalism green flags? What do you love to see from a little networking moment?
I think stating who you are is quite important. But I always kind of like the line of the interesting people are interested, which is to say, like, the more you can actually ask questions while essentially implying what your interest in them is to some capacity, or at least what shared interest you have, maybe professionally speaking, but kind of using that opportunity to talk to them and ask them questions, the person you're looking up to in that capacity, because not only from a professional standpoint, you're getting incredible information and advice that you can't just come up with yourself. You're probably a little more memorable and likable because you're like asking me questions about me, and I love talking about me. So
Don't we all?
Yeah, very much.
A little bit of narcissism, not too
even
heavy.
a little bit. Yeah.
It's full blown.
I'm a short boy. It's like 80% of my existence. So that's all I got.
You know what? I like the transparency. Okay, we keep it honest here at Hall of Fame Live.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about our professionalism, green flags. So give me what are professionalism red flags, whether it's networking opportunities or just maybe, you do a lot of filming. What's some stuff that like maybe you're on a shoot and it's like, nope, not that.
I mean, I think just neglecting the situation that's happening. So if there is a shoot, being very privy to the fact that people's brains are in other places, and so maybe it's not the right time to try to have that conversation, or maybe it's not the right time to show up late, or maybe it's I think that the closest red flag pops in my head in a networking perspective is I've definitely had students and non-students come up to you and have an immediate like, I'm looking for a job, here's my business card. And when you hand a business card in that capacity, it's like the old Mitch Hedberg line, like when someone hands you a flyer, it's like saying, here, you throw this away. So it's like there's no memorable connection. I need something a little more deeper before we can get to that.
But you don't want to do the like, I'm walking down the street in New York City and someone's handing me a flyer and I just ignore them, because again, you're the professional, so you're going to take the card, but they don't realize that for you it's like, that's going in my pocket, and then when I get back to the hotel, I'm probably putting it on the counter.
It's going with 400 other business cards, and like 7 of those were from people who like made a really intense point to have like a good conversation with me, and then those are the ones I'm going to actually like make a point to remember in that sense. So yeah.
Okay, I love that. Well, now you know what not to do. Don't mess up. If you talk to Brett Novak, don't just hand him a card. And if you're going to hand him your card, you better have a good lead in,
I'm very forgiving. You can
Yeah,
do what you want.
yeah.
I love you regardless.
We love second chances.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your type of co-creator on paper?
I think, I say this to students a lot, that, if I'm hiring somebody or co-creating in that capacity, talent is wonderful, but it definitely takes a backseat as far as next to personability. So, having the human connection in that capacity. If I'm going to sit in an edit bay for 96 hours with somebody, I'd rather be somebody that that is mildly talented but very enthusiastic and personable, and receptive, which is something that I spent my whole career learning how to do, because I think I had good skill set up front, but I wouldn't say socially. It took me several years to kind of get in the right place. And so I think, not getting ahead of yourself on your talent, and sacrificing your ability to have a conversation with a person. So I want to hang out and co-create with somebody that I can also jive with non-professionally.
I love that. I love that. And it's like there's always room to learn, right? Like you can learn the hard skills, but if you're already a butthead to work with, maybe not going to get better.
And I am already a butthead to work with, so yeah.
Okay, so I know that we caught up the other day and we were talking about you have just kind of been like nonstop filming. You've got a lot of stuff that you're going to kind of start editing. I think you were saying that you're editing right now this week.
That is correct.
Cutting a few things together.
That is correct.
So I want to know, when you finish a project, what's your kind of like, how do you unwind? Are you ready to jump into the next thing? Do you need to decompress? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, I don't think I'm so excited when I'm always busy. It's definitely not my kind of go-to. My life is very like insanely busy for a month and a half of traveling, being international, whatever, and then I come home and all I want is to just listen to records and play with my plants. So I do a lot of gardening, to be more specific about that.
Fun.
But I'm definitely more of a decompression kind of guy.
Cool.
I think when the inspiration sparks and I'm like, I gotta make something, then that happens. But I'm not coming home and dying to immediately jump back somewhere else at this stage, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're a good plant dad.
I'm a good plant. I am a good plant.
That's
dad.
a green flag.
It's true. I am a good plant dad.
What's your
quite literally a green flag, I would say.
Yeah. What plant are you like the most proud of, that you've had the longest, or that has grown the most, and like you see it sprouting a new leaf and you're like, oh my God, I did that?
What a great question. How many hours do we have? This is great. I got a rabbit foot fern that was passed down to me years ago that was already 20 years old, and I was terrified of killing that thing because it's a little strange, and it's thriving.
Yeah.
Because of course.
I learned they're called legacy plants. When someone gives you a plant that's from that's that old, that's what you call it. So that's your legacy plant.
That's what people call me. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, it's been so good to catch up with you, Brett. Thanks for hanging out. And it's official. We're going to go out to CX and get matching tattoos. So
are you going to call me back?
Rid of me. I mean, I'm going to make you wait a day or two.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that in person.
All right. Let's check out this video about Brett now.
It's like those romantic stories of like, here's the album that like, oh, I remember being handed that album at 15. And for me, it was Darren Aronofsky, Requiem for a Dream, Pi, Tarantino, and they blew my mind. At the same time, I had a completely separate group of friends that were getting into skateboarding. And then I watched one particular video, Rodney Mullen versus Day One Song Round 2, Rodney's part. And my stuff looks nothing like that, but that one video at the right time of my life, being super interested in filmmaking, all of a sudden, that kind of just totally catapulted my life that direction. So my time was me skating all day and then filming my friends any chance I got. My brother was getting into broadcast and basic editing. He had a teacher in high school that he shared that with, and I happened to just walk into that room one day. He happened to pull up, you ever heard of this school? And it was Full Sail. And then literally, fast forward only a few months later, I was signed up to go to Full Sail. There was a degree program that had web design, had a little bit of video, had motion graphics, After Effects. I didn't have this nailed down idea of what I wanted in life, but I had all these interests in digital art and design, especially at the time, was such a, you get to try everything. The reason I got the job with Cully is because one of my teachers, Mac Lutan, showed Cully a video that I made like on my own. Like I would just go back to Chicago on like Christmas break and I would film my friends, and he showed him one of the videos I made during that time. Cully called me up in the lab and we had a funny hangout one time. I didn't apply for a job. And it's those kind of moments that will change your life. It's interesting, a lot of people don't know they follow my YouTube channel. It's very skateboard centric. And it's interesting the questions I get of like, do you ever think that you would go into commercial work or documentary or this? And I'm like, that's actually usually how I pay my bills. It's such a strange diversity of commercial work. I've done a ton of work with Mercedes. I've done music videos for Warner Brothers. I do documentary work. I love shooting documentary work. I just have a short attention span apparently. And so it's cool that I get to work on these strange projects because no month is like the next one. The skate stuff is very close to my heart, and it's what I would do even if no money was ever involved. When kids email me saying I started skateboarding because of you, I started filmmaking because of you, that's heavy. Like, my life would not be the same without a skateboard or without a camera. And the idea that something I did can start a possible lifetime journey for somebody, that's crazy. And that's exciting. And that's the beauty of living in like the online world, is you have this reach to make a change in somebody's life, that even if it's just that one person, man, to have that connection with that one person, that's so cool. That's just one more person I get to geek out with.
The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shore's been there. In every podcast, every live stream. Uniting creators with audiences, amplifying voices, and igniting ideas that push us forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound. And the next 100.
Beyond the focus on professional development and education lies Hall of Fame Week's creative experience. Taking over the Full Sail Backlot, the carnival-like atmosphere invites guests to engage with the ingenuity and imagination of the Full Sail community. Games, challenges, and interactive activities give students and staff plenty of opportunities for fun. And on the outdoor stage, musicians and poets will perform their work live. And club booths and a community art wall will give students the chance to express their creativity. You will never guess who we have behind us. Sneaking in, coming in.
Where's he going?
Just come right between us. You can see right here. It's Alejandro. I'm sorry, I won't sing it. How you doing? This is your week. How you feeling?
I'm okay. Having fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's busy.
Not overwhelming yet?
No. All the staff here at Full Sail makes it very easy.
Oh, good. Well, for those of you who are confused, this is Alejandro, and he is being inducted this year, so this is his time to shine.
You're the coolest. You know that, right?
Oh, thank you.
Like, your whole family's here. Are they like, oh my gosh, everyone's approaching you like you're like Lady Gaga? Like, do they think it's so weird?
It's very strange, I think. I walked around and my mom was crying for no reason. I'm like, what, are you okay? She's like, yeah, everything's fine.
I know Jess wishes she was here right now to challenge you in some Overcooked.
Yeah,
That's what she told me.
That was super fun.
Oh my gosh.
It was super fun.
Question, do you have your speech written out for tomorrow?
I do.
Okay.
It's probably way too long.
Okay.
I think I need to cut it.
No. How much is actually going to be rehearsed, or are you just going to throw it away and speak from the heart?
I'm going to write it down, rehearse it, and then pretend like I'm tearing it up.
Got it.
For effect.
Wow, you didn't hear that. No one actually heard that. Oh my, I would be impressed. The whole audience is just crying. Everyone's thunderous applause.
That's right.
Yeah, are you going to have any wardrobe changes tomorrow, or?
Like mid-speech?
I don't know. Mark Diaz had sunglasses on, like took them off, did this whole like,
no,
GQ thing.
No, I'm not that fancy.
No? Well,
No.
neither is Mark. He just thinks he is. Sorry, Mark, I love you, but
Shade.
He's going to come and be very mad at me now. No wardrobe changes?
No.
All right.
I'm a simple man.
And what are you doing today? Like, I know we caught you in between so much, but you have panels, presentations, workshops, you're meeting with students. Like, where are you up to now?
So just did a panel with the rest of the this year's inductees.
We watched you from here.
Oh, I hope it was okay.
You were
I hope it was satisfactory. And then I'm going to another panel or talk or something. And then giving my family a tour of campus. I'm very excited for my kids to see it.
Aww. Have they ever seen the campus before?
Never.
Oh my god.
Never.
Well, we do
That's
say
awesome.
this is basically like a technological playground.
Yes.
So, what are they into? Like, what do you think they're going to be really excited to see?
I think seeing the sound stage is going to be really cool. The backlot obviously is amazing. The SimViz Lab, of course, fantastic. They're over there playing Highlight right now.
Oh, nice.
I suggest you take your kids to our brand new Armada HQ where they can play some video games.
Oh, true.
Because if I wasn't on camera right now, I would be over there.
I'm super jealous that exists now, and it did not exist when I was here.
Yeah, but you know what? You are welcome to campus anytime, and I will let you in anytime over there. And you and I can play Overcooked.
You are the VIP of our campus now.
Okay.
Except I'm going to play Pressure Wash Simulator.
Oh, yeah, that's what she does.
That's what I play.
That's so satisfying.
It is. It's the best.
You just zone out. And,
and you just clean.
Yeah.
No, but the best is I've seen like the official account for like the game like repost her so many times. I'm like, you guys are a little too into each other.
Yeah.
You're very excited about
Obsessed.
pressure washing.
But
There's
anyway,
something about like painting cleanliness onto things.
yes,
Yeah.
it's good for the soul.
Yeah.
But anyway, well, Alejandro, thank you so much. I'm sure you have a lot of stuff to do and a lot of fans to encourage.
I
and
think I see all of your
inspire.
family over here. I'm so
Yeah.
excited.
They're
Family
like,
coming is the best
"Mijo."
part.
Mom's like, me, hijo.
Exactly.
That's what she's doing. I know you've been very emotional.
She
today.
wanted to stand in the middle of the street and point at the billboard saying, that's
As she should. I would if you were my kid. I'm still going to do it, and you're not even my kid.
Yeah.
So there you go. Anywho, well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the week. We will be cheering you on tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
And yeah,
All right, I'll see you guys around.
later.
Who do I give this to?
I don't know, someone important.
Well, you're going to hand our Shure microphone off because our stage here at Hall of Fame Live is sponsored by Shure, as well as these other amazing sponsors, including Adobe, Apple, Avid, Canon, Dolby Creator Lab, Focusrite. What do you
Sennheiser, MSI,
Yeah, keep going. You got
Orlando
this.
Health,
Oh, who else?
Solid State Logic,
Yes.
Sony,
Orlando Health, who also happens to sponsor the Fortress.
The Fortress,
Armada.
Meyer Sound. I
Thank
like
you
them.
To all of our sponsors.
Speaking of social media, that's your jam.
Hey.
You're big into social. But yeah, we want to know what you guys are up to, so be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHof throughout the week and share your Hall of Fame experience with us.
Absolutely. We want to see everything on there. And don't forget to connect with us. Follow us on social at Full Sail on Instagram, TikTok, Threads, X, more. Make sure you're keeping up with us.
Yes. How about Facebook? Do people still do that?
People,
I do Facebook.
Over 35. We use
Yes,
Facebook.
I am, and proud of it. But yeah, you know, for all of those just tuning in, we want to meet this year's inductees. We have incredible inductees this year, and of course, every other year. But let's take a look at this quick video, and we'll introduce you to them. Sports industry professional Martina Bazic is the Vice President of Football Partnerships North America for international sports marketing agency Sport5. A 2014 entertainment business graduate, Martina's career experience in professional sports also includes roles with organizations including Major League Soccer and IMG Academy.
A 2011 entertainment business graduate, Katrina Menarick currently serves as the senior creative producer for Disney Live Entertainment. In her time with the Mouse, the grad has led creative teams in design, audio, animation, and more for live shows and spectaculars across Disney's parks worldwide, including Happily Ever After, Fantasmic, and Finding Nemo, The Big Blue, and beyond.
You're such a big Disney fan.
I am, I'm sorry.
Alejandro Garcia Tuñón is a 2005 game development graduate who currently serves as a senior director and head of co-development at Side, with previous roles at tech companies and developers, including Ghost Punch Studios and Magic Leap. This grad's credits include contributions to some of the gaming's biggest franchises, such as Borderlands, Guitar Hero, Transformers, and Fortnite.
2002 film graduate Aaron B. Kuntz is the award-winning writer and director behind multiple feature films, including cult horror releases, Scare Package, and The Pale Door. Currently, Aaron is the showrunner and executive producer of the upcoming sci-fi and Peacock series Revival. He recently sold his upcoming film, Shelby Oaks, to Neon, releasing in theaters later this year.
And video game music master Jonathan Mayer is a 2000 recording arts graduate and serves as the founder, CEO, and music director for Spider Farm Productions. Since starting his career, Jonathan has managed and composed music for more than 30 AAA video games, including The Last of Us, Call of Duty, God of War, Infamous, and Spider-Man. We were playing that yesterday.
2004 game development graduate Jason Citron is the co-founder and current CEO of the popular gamer-friendly instant messaging platform Discord. Since launching in 2015, Jason and his team of nearly 900 employees have grown Discord exponentially, boasting more than 200 million active monthly users.
Including you and me.
including the Wumpus, honestly. We love Jason and really, really excited to get to know him and everything about him, but what is the Wumpus?
What is a Wumpus?
The Wumpus.
Am I too
think
old?
we should let Jason tell us.
All right.
Jason?
What is a Wumpus?
A lot of people ask me, what is the Wumpus? It's a Wumpus. I mean, really, it was, we needed the character, and one of the artists was like, what if there was this old game from the 80s called Hunt the Wumpus, and the Wumpus is like the villain. And then there's a creature type in Magic the Gathering called Wumpus, which is like a pig monster. So they're bad. And then we were trying to make this character. What if it was a Wumpus, but he was nice? But it's just a Wumpus.
This is our good friend, official Discord mascot, and associate sales representative pending review, Wumpus.
So the origin story of the Wumpus is back in, I think it was late 2015. We were introducing to Discord the concept of a friends list, which is normal. I mean, you know what friends list, you can add a friend. Actually, when we launched Discord, it didn't have a friends list, it was only servers. So we added a friends list later that year, and we were thinking about what we should put on the screens that we call them empty states. So if you go to your friends list and you don't have any friends, like what do we put there? And we were sitting around, and I think the designer had put, you have no friends. Someone came up with the idea of, what if we put a character there that has no friends? And we put a little illustration of it, and then you can kind of feel sorry for it. And it just kind of took on a life of its own. So that's the origin of the Wumpus. Hi, I'm Jason Citron, and I'm being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Come ask a question later at the panel. I'll see you there.
The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shore's been there. In every note, on every stage. Uniting musicians and fans, amplifying voices that span generations, and igniting new genres that push culture forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound, and the next 100.
All right, folks, we are looking out there at the backlot. That is the feedback loop, obviously with a big line, as always. Exciting things happening in CX, but you know what? Inside the studio, some exciting things are also happening. Oh, yes. You know what we're going to do right now? We are going to unscramble the song. I've got two students here. Can you introduce yourself? Oh, take the mic then. Your name and your degree program?
Yeah, I'm Kevin Ross. I'm in the audio production program. And I just really enjoy recording and writing my own music. So when you guys asked me to come up here and do the Unscramble, I was like, yeah, sure. I'm ready to...
Yeah, just as an audio guy, just so you know, you should put your mic closer to your mouth.
I try to be mindful of that.
All right. But you're usually behind the scenes, so I get it. I'll forgive you for now. All right, we're going to pass this mic on. Tell everybody your name and what degree program you're in.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Giles, and I am in the Entertainment Business degree program online.
Online? What are you doing here?
I am an online student experience winner.
Yeah, you are. How excited. Did I get you in? Did I fly you in? I probably did. Anyway, what we're going to do here today, guys, is we are going to unscramble a song. You two are going to go head to head, and we're going to see who can unscramble the songs the fastest. I know. Whoever finishes first, I will check your answers, and if you've got them all right, then you win. So here's what we're going to do. Turn around, you guys. You've got faces of artists, and then you've got lyrics. You're going to have to match the faces to the lyrics and make the lyrics in the right order. Yeah, whatever. You know what I mean. So here we go. Are you guys ready? First one to finish wins. Okay. They look very confused. We are going to check for accuracy. I believe in you both. Focus. Put on your best pop star head brain. Here we go. And go. All right, folks, this is what's happening. I'm going to just... Who's that? Who's that?
Billie Eilish.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, you just keep the faces in the same places. Do you listen to pop music, my friend?
Not quite often.
No? What do you listen to usually?
I'm usually more onto like metal and hardcore stuff like rap and whatnot.
Okay, so do you know who these people are at least?
I mean, I know Post Malone, I know Billie Eilish.
Okay. Who's this?
That's Sabrina Carpenter.
Nice. Who's
That's
this girl?
Chapel Roan, right?
Look at you. Good job.
I can't tell you who this is.
All right, well. I mean, you know, you got to narrow it down and then you'll figure it out. How we doing here, girl?
Together? I'm,
you want to do a little? Oh, no, we can't give it away, though. There are some intense things happening here. These guys are focused. Yeah, guys, don't move the lines. You're in the same, the words are in the right line. So you don't have to don't make, you too. Don't think too hard. Make this all, it ain't help. What? I don't know, is it? All right, this is looking good over here. All right, I think that what they're doing here is they're going, I think the strategy is to go per artist and really figure out each song and then move on to the next artist. And if you don't know that artist, move on to the next one. And then once you've gotten all the ones that you're sure of, then guess the other ones.
See, I moved some stuff around.
Oh my, this is a mess. Okay, you guys. Again, stay within the artist line. You stay, yeah, don't move them all around, Mama. Should I sing? Birds of a feather, we just sit as that. What? What? Am I cheating? I'm cheating a little. I'm working late, 'cause I'm a mess. That's how you cheat. How we doing? We should stick together a feather. Let's think about this. We should stick together a feather. Okay, you guys. See, here's the deal. These guys study so much that they're not listening to pop music most of the time. All right, let's work on the ones we actually, you know this. Come on, girl. This is on the radio every 5 minutes. What's the name of the club? What is the name of the club? Come on, Kevin, you got this. This is ridiculous, you guys. I'm just going to win this prize and not give it to either one of these students because, all right, you guys, I'm going to give you 5 more seconds, and then we're going to see who is the closest in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Time is up. You guys stand next to your boards. Let's see how bad this is, because it's pretty bad. Let me tell you. All right, what is going on here? Tell me the first Post Malone song. Why don't you sing me those lyrics?
Make this stick some. That's not right.
That is so not it. Not even close. But what are you saying over here?
A feather help mess. I didn't even take the time to realize he had only 3 lines. That would help me greatly.
The actual line is, I had some help. It ain't like I can make this kind of mess all by myself.
Oh, wait. So
I mean,
this one's not supposed to be up here? Or?
Yeah, nope.
Oh, wait, no. Is this a double feature?
I don't know. Anyway, next, Billie Eilish. Come on, you guys. Billie Eilish, Birds of a Feather, We Should Stick Together. Yep, that didn't work. All right, Tate McRae. I would want myself, baby, please believe. Kinda. Sabrina Carpenter. We got one right. I'm working late because I'm a singer. Girl, you listened to me. You shouldn't have listened to me. And the last one, sing me some Pink Pony Club. Come on.
I'm gonna keep dancing down in the Pink Pony Club in the West Hollywood. No?
Sure. Chaperone, you should listen to that. But you guys, you know what? This was terrible. You both were terrible. But you know what you are not? You are not terrible students and you're not terrible people. You guys are awesome. Just don't play this game again because it really was quite embarrassing. So because of that, we're still going to give you some prizes. Here you go. This was a very hard game. We appreciate both of you. Thank you for being here. Have a little fun at CX and at Full Sail. And yeah, while I get these songs or lack of songs out of my head, let's check out a few videos on how to make the most of your Hall of Fame.
At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations.
Hey, everyone out there on the back lot, lining up for the food trucks. Oh, I'm hungry now.
I hear there's a Filipino food truck. I'm very excited.
Oh, and the juice truck is back. I see Kelly's ice cream.
Ooh, I want ice cream.
I know. This is a perfect day to snack and then go to a panel and presentation, network. Perfect. You know, we still have a ton to look forward to with the ceremony still just one day away, but we have so much happening right here on campus.
Yep. So far, I mean, a lot of things have happened. So far, the Full Sail community got its first look at Armada HQ. This is our brand new campus gaming and esports center. The all-new facility features 45 gaming stations, a console gameplay area, and a fully equipped casting room. Armada leadership, community members, players, and staff welcome guests to the space for the first time on Tuesday, celebrating another benchmark achievement for esports at Full Sail. Designed to reflect Armada's legacy, Armada HQ invites new students to join Full Sail's gaming and esports community while honoring the students who laid the framework early on. Now, to learn more about Full Sail Armada, head on over to fullsailarmada.gg.
This is such an exciting space, not only for Armada athletes, but for the entire Full Sail community. I can't wait to see what games are going to be played in there. I know you got Pressure Washer all loaded up. I'm going to put my Sims on there. It's going to be perfect.
We're going to have so much fun.
Speaking of games, on Sunday, students in game design and development programs took part in a 24-hour game jam at Blackmore Studios that ran through the night and into Monday afternoon. Teams of 2 to 5 students were tasked with developing one full level of a game in just 24 hours, putting their skills to the test in a race against the clock. Teams worked together and presented their finished levels at the end of the 24-hour jam to a panel of judges, walking away with prizes from sponsors including MSI. I don't think I could design a game in 6 seconds at all, let alone like an entire level. Like, no, I could never. But congratulations to all the students who participated. You can do a design level, like what would it be? Let us know in the chat. Like what game would you design? Would it be scary? Would it be interesting? But not video game, more in-person game. I think we're going to try to do a little Pictionary now. Let's check it out.
Oh, goodness gracious. We are going to play some Pictionary. We have Jack Eckler over here. Hall of Fame 8? 8. Yeah. You know how to use a mic? Okay, just want to make sure. You did graduate from here, correct?
I think.
Okay. What? Hello, guys. How you doing? We have 2 students here. Introduce yourselves and tell us what program you're in.
Well, my name is Juan Santillan, but I like to go by Santi, and I'm in music production.
Awesome. How about you, sir?
It's going to be Daryl McGee, and I'm in recording arts.
Oh, it's going to be Daryl McGee. It's going to be Daryl McGee. Oh, good one. Wow. So, Jack, you are a computer animation grad. You work in animation. This guy just makes movies with animations. Isn't that what you do?
And stuff, yes.
And stuff.
Yeah,
you do a lot of crowd work.
Exactly. Yes.
He's done a couple films.
Couple little indies.
Yeah, such as?
Star Wars, Frozen 2, How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, you know.
Just little things.
Little things. Not too big of a project.
Moana?
Honestly, I wasn't on Moana. I worked around them all during Moana, but no, not Moana.
You only worked around them. Guess what I've never done? Worked around that. Anyway, we're going to play a little game called Pictionary. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. Here are the rules. Student 1, you're going to be my teammate. Okay. Oh, yeah. Very exciting. Now you will be Jack's teammate.
All right. We got this. We got this, exactly.
Forget them. We're good. So you'll be Team Jack. I'm going to pick a card from this pile. And then it's going to say a thing. I'm going to draw it. Am I going to draw it? I'm going to draw it, and you're going to guess what it is. Okay, let's do it. And then we're going to alternate, and then Jack's going to draw it, and then you're going to guess. You probably have a better chance.
Manage your expectations about my drawing ability. Just because I animate, this is a different meeting.
So you only know how to draw digitally?
Only on Studio.
You can't draw?
Just draw, Tracy. Just draw.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I mean,
the judgment has started already. This is
all right, well, I'm going to start. Remind me your name again.
D or Daryl.
D.
Soon to be. Soon to be D.
No, yeah, soon to be.
I don't get it. Anyway, here we go. I'm going to pick a card. My card is going to be card number 10. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Do I have a time limit or do I just... All right. Here we go. I'm going to start. Don't look at me like that. It's so intimidating. All right, D, this is what we're doing.
Okay, I was going to say house. But
Yeah, you did.
Okay,
That's
house.
good.
Okay.
It's a house. He said house.
A ghost above a house?
Keep going.
Ghost house.
Ghost house.
Bloom house pictures? Okay. Ghost house.
Ghost house. I can't talk.
Yep. We have a, okay. Ghostbusters? No ghost. Okay, we have triangle.
I suck at this.
Oh, what's this? The hat that they're wearing? Okay.
They want a black pen? Goodness gracious, people. This is why he can't guess it. Because I had a blue pen. Ooh.
Okay, so we definitely have a ghost on a house. A haunted house.
Thank you. I got it. Haunted house.
Ooh. I like that. Okay. I didn't know we were allowed to do sound effects. Okay.
All right,
All right, Jack, your turn. I'll hold your mic for you because you can't draw, and you have to pick a number, and you have to tell us what number you would like.
Thank you. I'm going to go halfway. I'm going to go halfway with this. Oh, my Lord. Okay. We got this.
Cinco, we got this. Number 5.
What color did we take away? That might have played into my decision. Oh, okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay, let's see here. Let's do...
Jack, nice
Am I right
bum.
in the middle? Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, let's do...
I guess you can't talk, but...
A bug.
No.
Oh, let's get this man a computer and some Photoshop.
A pig. A pig thinking. Oh, no. Oh. A pig jumping over. No.
No.
D knows what it is.
A pig with a flower on top?
No.
Piggy bank. Piggy bank.
My boy. You know what? Forget all the flowers.
My turn. D got it. Here's my question. Are you doing that because you live in Canada, so you're doing instead of dollar signs? Is
Last time I checked, that is the cent sign. I could be wrong.
I don't know. Maybe
you got me, though. You got me.
I start my money at dollars, not at cents. Anyway, I'm going to move on. D, we got this.
Or do you draw this time?
I think, D, you know what? You should draw. I'm going to shut up. You have to
ready
pick
for
a
that,
number and tell them what number.
Number 8.
8. The Ocho.
The Ocho.
Don't let me see it, or I'm going to cheat. All right. The Ocho. Here we go. D, we got this. It's a pen. It's a circle. It's a person. It's a police officer. It's a stick figure. It is. Don't laugh at me. It is a pregnant lady. It's a flower child. It's a ladybug. It's a belly button. Oh my goodness gracious. It's a butterfly? A butterfly belly button. It's a butterfly effect. Butterfly tummy.
Butter, not
Butterfly in the tummy. I ate a butterfly, and I'm what on earth? I ate a butterfly?
Can I answer?
No, it's a butterfly tattoo. It's a tramp stamp. No, it's a.
That's the other side.
It's a counting crows, counting butterfly. Why am I so stupid? Pollen. I think I've lost, but lots of butterflies in my belly. Fine, Jack, help me.
I mean, is it just butterflies, right? Like butterfly in your stomach, like.
Oh, I can feel butter. All right, your turn. Your turn, my friend.
I personally like belly button butterfly. I thought that was nice.
I don't get nervous, so I don't really know what butterflies in my stomach is like.
My drawing's not the best, so you might have to bear with me.
All right, pick a number, my friend.
You got this, Auntie.
7.
You didn't see, did you? Okay. All right. 7. Number.
No, he switched up. He's number 2. He's number 2.
Do that. All right, fine. It's fine. It's
He
fine.
didn't look. He didn't look. Number 2.
Number 2. Thank you, Jack. I'm glad you're taking care of this game.
I'm trying.
Someone has to. Oh, you're both lefties. Do you notice that?
I'm not lefty.
Oh, just kidding.
Is that a challenge to do it lefty?
It looks.
Somebody left that out.
All right, go.
Should I follow Tracy here? Police officer, pregnant woman. Pregnant woman in boots.
Butterfly tattoos.
Boots. Roller skating.
Wow. You know what? I hate to admit this, but
that's what I'm talking about.
You guys won. We told D, you would have won if you weren't partnered with me. I'm really sorry, but you know what? We still have presents for you guys and prizes. Runner-up, D. I'm sorry, but you still get a really cool Shore shirt and a Hall of Fame mug.
Well, look
and our
at that.
Friend, you get an Osmo. Oh, that's dope. I'll buy you lunch because I feel really bad. I will buy you lunch. Show everybody your lovely DJI Osmo, blah, 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 blah. We're going to go outside and check out what is happening. I think there's another game going on out there because it's all about fun right now. Jess?
All right, these students, they're unraveling stuff as fast as they can. The first person to unravel the quickest is the winner. Who's it going to be? This is madness. I can't even keep it on. Purple? Blue wins. Oh, congratulations. Show us what you won. Show us what you won. Oh, microphone from our sponsors at Shore. Thank you for sponsoring Hall of Fame Live, Shore. Yeah, hold it upside down. You got it upside down. Turn it around. There we go. Thank you. Oh, beautiful. And our runners up here got some shirts from Shore. Show off your stuff. All right. Good old show blacks. You can wear that while you're working. We love it. All right, congratulations to our winners and thanks to our sponsors at Shore. And now we're going to learn a little bit more about who you just saw on stage, Jack Eckler. Take it away.
Never say no to extras.
Originally, I enjoyed movies and I enjoyed the medium and I enjoyed everything about that, but it was kind of like a kind of dream, but it wasn't like something that I thought was ever a reality. Like people I think who did this stuff were on some other kind of plane of existence, and you had to live in California, and it's just, as a kid, I think it was just outside my scope. I started performing at Disney in the mid-90s. As a character performer, and that kind of opened the door to some other kinds of roles within the parks, and one of which was puppeteering. And at the same time while I was doing that, I was starting to really get into computers, and I had a roommate at the time who was really into computers, and we painted one of the walls in our rental with chroma key paint. I don't ever recommend people to do. So that we could basically take our puppets, put them up, and then comp in the background scenes of like Indiana Jones Boulder, or they're in space, or they're, anywhere we wanted them to be was kind of the idea behind it. And I lived in Orlando. So hearing about Full Sail was kind of all the time, but at the time it was mostly, for me, it was an audio thing. Somebody wrote, hey, they're doing this computer animation program. So me and my roommate at the time said, hey, let's just go down and get a tour and see what it's like. And, hilarity ensued. The hustle in general has got me at least 50% of the way there. I mean, hopefully I like to think the rest was talent. The hustle has certainly kept me employed, and I think it's allowed me to work on stuff that I never would have been able to work on if I had just made a choice to be like, I'm just gonna stay here. And I think this is where I need to stay. I got a call from a game studio in Woodland Hills called Genuine Games. They were working
And now, everyone, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host, Susan Koss, course director for show production.
Hello, everyone. We didn't rehearse this, but it's okay. Welcome. We are here for producing immersive entertainment experiences at theme parks with Katrina Mena Rick. And so let's have her come on up. Come on up, Katrina. Katrina. So, Katrina, she is a senior creative producer for Disney Live Entertainment Visual Media Production. Let me got you. I got you. There we go. We got it. We can do this. She's worked on many Disney attractions over the years, including Happily Ever After, Celebration Encanta, and Finding Nemo, The Big Blue, Beyond, including her favorite show, Fantasmic, an outdoor nighttime show with high-tech features like water projections and pyrotechnics. We also have Jeff Villanueva, who currently works as an engineer sound designer for Ti-Fi Studios. So let's have him come up. Welcome, Jeff. He specializes in sound production and design for major theme parks, cruise lines, drone shows, and nighttime fireworks spectaculars. So welcome. Thank you guys both for being here. Let's sit down. Let's grab our mics. We're going to do this. So we have some slides that we're going to go through, which is wonderful because my very first question for you both is, what does producing immersive entertainment experiences at theme parks mean to you? And so if you guys could walk us through that sort of specific but also intentionally vague phrase means for you and the kind of productions that you work on.
It's all about bringing to life a story, bringing to life characters, worlds, environments that have a connection, emotional connection to the guests. And so what we do when we produce immersive experiences, we really think about each and every single detail, how it looks, how it sounds, and how it makes you feel. So kind of targeting all the senses and playing around with technology to kind of figure out where that line between innovation, creativity, and storytelling is. And it's really, truly different each and every single time, based on the story, based on the event. And we're constantly making stuff up as we go, just rewriting the recipe and reinventing. And that's what's so cool about it. It's just, there is no one answer. It's different each and every single time. But really, it's about bringing stories to life.
Basically for the sound aspect, it's very much that, so bringing the story to life. But with us, it's when we work hand in hand on projects or, outside in other places like museums and so forth, it's about taking that particular person and bringing them into that world or that story, correct? So with sound, we're able to do that through music, through sound effects to help, accentuate the story and bring it to life.
That's so wonderful. So when you are planning a project and you're walking it through for something brand new, what kind of teams, and you both are going to work with different teams, and I know you work together, but tell us about some of those people that you're bringing on to those productions, because our students are not going to they're not going to have your jobs right away. They have to build that up. So what kind of groups are you working with that they can start looking up, like, oh, what is that job title? What does that mean? Tell us about that.
Yeah, it always just starts with a blue sky, like high-level creative concept. It's not even a script. It's just a what if. And then our job is to figure out how to make it happen. And as a senior creative producer, I lead the visual media elements of the show. So you're going to see a lot of really beautiful images here because my team really focuses on the projection mapping and the custom media content that we create for our spectaculars, for our shows, our parades. So usually I'll get a script. That's usually what happens. And I'll get put into a room with, I'm the creative producer, so I'm the subject matter expert for the visual content. But I'm also put in a room with a music producer. I'm put in the room with a script writer, with a show director, and key subject matter experts of each discipline, an audio designer, lighting designer, pyrotechnic, and we kind of all join forces because we are the subject matter experts of those disciplines. We go through the script and we figure out the scope of what it's going to take with the timeline that we have. And based off of the budget, the scope, the timeline, and what we're trying to produce, then we're able to go into our individual disciplines and lead our individual teams to kind of put together this big puzzle piece to execute.
Is that when Jeff comes into play?
Yes, that's when Jeff comes into play. He's a very integral part of the puzzle piece.
So my team's set up a little bit different. We're a lot smaller than Katrina's team, but there's 4 of us. It's headed by Dan Fontana, who's the owner of Ti-Fi Studios. So he's more like Katrina, where he's picking which engineer is going to be upon the project. And what's interesting when I do get assigned to a project is something that you just brought up with the show directors, the lighting directors. These are all people that I've never really worked in my career before with until now working at Ti-Fi Studios. And so not only reproducing the music or creating original music for whatever the content may be, whether it be a spectacular or a short film or whatever, there are a lot of changes that we need to pivot in the story, right? We have a high-level concept of what it's supposed to be, but then once we bring in the lighting and all the other demands, some things need to change. Sometimes we need to add more music because it takes a performer a little bit longer to get across the stage. So that's where, we're constantly working hand in hand together to figure out, okay, cool. I've got animation locked already. Is there any way that you can help me out by changing the music to make this work so I don't have to re-render stuff and vice versa?
We have this conversation all the time. Can you just shift this a few frames because it'll take you 5 seconds to bounce this track and like 12 hours for me to re-render? But yeah.
So you're both focused on live entertainment at the parks. Can you share... we read some of your specifics. Can we share some of the shows that you have worked on, both of you together? And then anything that is like one of the special ones, like which project is special to you?
So for me recently, outside of the projects we worked on, one that's been really special to me has been the World War II Museum actually in New Orleans. So for that, it was my first time working in a museum exhibit, and set up pretty similar to this, but they had what was, if you ever been on the Carousel of Progress over at Disney, it's similar to that. It's like a rotating theater. So they had this whole, 30-minute presentation film about World War II, from where it started to where, unfortunately how it ended. And it was a rotating theater, so that was very cool to, design and not only mix a 5.1 type show as the theater's rotating. So that was really memorable for me in my career so far.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I don't know if you guys have been to museums lately, but I would definitely put it on your list because I love a good museum with the immersive. I love it with projectors. I have examples in my lectures. I love to show it. So go to museums, enjoy them. So for you, you said Fantasmic was your favorite. It's your favorite show.
100%.
Is it, I want you to tell me, but I'm gonna guess, is it because of all of the different things that you're projecting on, all the different elements? Tell us more.
It's the story. It's always about the story.
Of course.
And Fantasmic is it just really gives you this full emotional experience. You're inside Mickey's head, inside this dream, and you're gonna experience evil, you're gonna experience good, you're gonna experience fantasy, you're gonna see everything, princesses, villains, heroes, and it's just really exciting because it's the best of the best that Disney has to offer. It takes 100 cast members each and every single night to execute and deliver the show to our guests, and our theaters fits 10,000 guests, so people come from all over the world to see this nightly. And it was a really special project for me because throughout my journey, I really enjoyed the process of getting to where I'm at right now. Like what you said, Susan, like these students, you're not gonna start off doing what we're doing. So you're gonna have to really just like be willing to work from the bottom up. And Fantasmic is special for me because it was a project, it was a stage that I worked at when I was a stage manager. And when I was learning how to be a stage manager, learning how to call shows, learning how to lead teams, I was also becoming a mom. And that was a very emotional time for me because it's truly where I found my leadership style and where I learned how to connect with technical, creative, and production teams because it takes a lot of different kind of personalities and talents to execute these shows every night. So it was special because it formed me, who I am as a leader, and then to be able to come back after a few years in my role as a creative producer to then update it was really special because I felt a strong calling to make it more relevant for my kids now that I was a mother. So having the opportunity to update the 7 minutes of the show with new, more relevant films, including Moana, including Elsa, including Mirabelle, like all these different IP that we didn't have before, but also still preserving the legacy of the show and still delivering that magic. I mean, it brings so much joy and fulfillment to be able to be a part of that. And I'm just one person. There's hundreds and hundreds of us that worked on that show, but that's definitely my favorite.
That's so wonderful. I was watching both of your. I got a sneak peek of one of your video because you're. Yeah, so I'm not going to ruin any surprises, but I got a sneak peek of it. But watching both of your induction videos and looking at how you have been able to, with this different part of your careers, incorporate your kids and be able to think about your own children, and then of course everybody else's kids that go to these theme parks and places. What has been let's ask about your kids' reactions. What has been your kids' reactions to your jobs?
My kids' reactions is that you went from working with hip hoppers and rappers and the biggest pop artists to working with princesses. So I have no more street cred, let's put it that way. But they're older, they're 16 and 13, but they still love a good theme park or a cruise line type of show, and it's really cool to kind of share that and to teach them, hey, you can go out and do whatever you want to be, but it's okay to also change that along the way. And for me, getting into producing music for theme parks and everything has been a blessing for me because I have a work-life balance now, and I love what I did, previously in the record industry and so forth, but it was a little bit crazy, and I knew I was at one point something's going to jeopardize. It's either going to be my career, my family, and so being able to make music and still do what I love, but just on a different level. But that's also challenging because now I'm working with orchestras and everything. It's a new experience. It's like I'm relearning everything for what I've did for 20 odd years.
Do you get any perks? Like you get to go to the parks with the kids?
Yeah, my kids are spoiled rotten. And I'm glad that you mentioned the whole thing about work-life balance because for me, it was really important to find a career that aligned with my life goals and with my personal values. And I always knew I wanted to be a mom, and everybody thought I was crazy that I wanted to have both. And even in my career, it's very eye-opening to see that there's been a lot of women that have had to sacrifice that. And I want to also just let you know, you guys are probably young and not thinking about that, but for me that was something really important. That I wanted to have a family one day, and working in a theme park was the perfect opportunity to have both because it gave the security of working a job each and every single day. It allowed for us to buy a home. It allowed for us to build our lives here, but it was still hard. I mean, it's never going to be easy, but at least working in this industry, there is a little bit more stability because there's a lot of opportunity. And I'm glad you mentioned the museum project because immersive experiences transcend theme parks. They're basically anywhere where a world is created.
We're talking about, even to expand off of that, you're starting to see it now in escape rooms and everything. So when we say immersive, it's just including all the elements of light, sound, and that type of stuff. But it can... we're really making it up as we go. And I think immersive kind of says the best thing about it is involving all the disciplines together in one show.
tell a story, to bring a world to life. So I have just different pictures of here. Like it could be a special event, it could be a theater show, it'd be an outdoor show, an escape room. I mean, really, what's so exciting about this career is that it's still kind of new. And it's up and coming, and it's constantly changing because we're always taking advantage of the latest and greatest technology. So, because we're always trying to one up each other, like it's true.
I want to hear more about the technology because we are a technology-based school.
Yes.
I work in the show production department. I want to hear. So please tell us about equipment that you might use or techniques that are specific. And I would love to hear about the audio side as well. So, do you want to? Projectors, video, like talk about
so I can't really get into like the trade secrets, but I can share that, you know, a lot of our projectors are laser projectors. We work with different brands, and we have different corporate partnerships with different, you know, companies. And so it's a combination of the projectors and how it's mapped, and then we create our own UV meshes, and then we just sort of oversee this digital art pipeline from 2D art to the full compositing process. So really, we'll start with Photoshop, into After Effects. If we're working in 3D, we'll work with Cinema 4D. We'll work with Maya. And when Jeff was saying that the shows have to change and evolve based off of like how long it takes for a performer to walk on stage and all that stuff, it's true because when we're working on a stage show, we're kind of dependent on the live elements of the show to figure out the timing of transitions and blocking. So lately we've been building our shows in Unreal because it's allowed us the flexibility to make changes on the fly. Like I'll sit in the venue, in Nemo, for example, and it took us a while to figure out the timing of that submarine and how it was going to come in and out of the stage and how it was going to affect the performers. So working in Unreal has been really cool, and that's kind of been a new pipeline that we've established the last few years. We're just constantly trying to find the latest and greatest tools because we're always literally making it up as we go around.
I think that's when it really hit me. I was fortunate enough to get in, start working with Katrina about 5 years ago, and her department was very small at the time, and they were just starting to get into this. And when I saw it for the first time, and I'm like, you guys are using the same thing that you guys create video games with for the theme parks. It made me realize that this is a new type of endeavor, and I was exactly where I needed to be in my career. What's unique about the audio side, there are a lot of things newer that we use within the field, but to produce the music is very traditional. In fact, a lot of it that I'm doing now is more analog based and digital because we're working with live orchestras. We're still large format consoles. But when we do take stuff in the field, we try to aim for about a 90% benchmark to where like the music's already produced, recorded, mixed, all the sound design is done. And we're hoping that once we take it to a theme park and we get into either a theater or an outdoor, venue, that we're 90% there and we're just doing minor tweaks like enhancing the sound, enhancing panning, or maybe just overall EQing. But there are things that we we rely on to get to that stage, and that's from my side. We're working with people like audio designers, the people that are designing the sound systems. We take the same stuff that we do, we incorporate it into cruise line theater shows. So a lot of those theaters are now going Dolby Atmos or 7.1. When we get into other places, they're using hollow point technology. So where we can basically, instead of using panning, just pinpoint a source right to a particular speaker and so forth. So it's constantly changing. You have to depend on the people around you and learn as you go. I think that's the common theme here, right?
We, at least in show production, because I can't speak on all of our other departments, but we teach our students a lot of those core concepts so that they can be successful in these endeavors. So when they graduate and they're going out there, or when they're still in school right now, what are some maybe like entry-level software or techniques that they could start working on now, so when they do graduate and they want to apply for jobs to work with you or people like you, how can they be most successful with that? Specifically for your immersive? What are some apps? What are some hardware, software combos you want them to have?
Learn how to use Premiere. Learn how to use basic Photoshop. If you want to be a producer, you're going to do a lot of keynotes. So get used to talking in front of large groups of people and get used to having to pitch your ideas, because that takes a lot of confidence and a special skill that I didn't know I had to have. And luckily, Full Sail really prepped me for that. It was like the EBMS program was keynote. But I later in my journey, I started learning how to do Premiere and After Effects, basic stuff that I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so behind. So if you can get ahead of the 8 ball with the Adobe Creative Cloud and just like learn the basics of everything, if you really want to get into like the media production side, it'll make you a better leader, because you'll actually know how to do what your team does, but also it'll allow you to be a lot more efficient, where you don't need to rely on other people to get a quick edit done or make a quick animatic. So I wish I would have done that. So I encourage you all to do the same.
For audio, there's 2 sides. There's the studio side, so it can be anything from musician, like Pro Tools base, any type of basic recording engineering degree that you're taking here. But there's also a post side of things, sound design, and that kind of goes both together. So audio post-production is a really key skill. Pro Tools is our heart. We have producers that come in that work with different things, from everything from Ableton to Logic. So if you're on the music making side of things, obviously composition, understanding music theory and so forth, since we're working a lot with live musicians. And then for the live aspects type of stuff, when I take the projects into the field, if you're a show production guy, QSIS is a really big thing. That's how we route things within the park. Dante is also another form of technology and software platform that we're using now to, instead of hooking up mic cables, we're doing everything over Ethernet cables, so I can have upwards of 60 channels of audio just coming down one single Ethernet connection. System designs, everything from tuning systems to putting the systems together and so forth.
I really love your answers, because we, as a show production instructor, I don't want to say that we're not a huge department. We're just kind of small compared to some of the other really exciting stuff. And you guys ended up in our field after getting different degrees, just from working and finding new career paths. And I think that's really wonderful, because we, in live entertainment, we accept everybody. We want everybody to come, because you bring different perspectives than us, who are just, a lot of times we're really in the tech. So to have those creative backgrounds and then entertainment business like you did, that's so wonderful.
My background's in theater and in music.
Oh, heck
and I
yeah.
think that helps a lot, because it goes back to the story. It goes back to, what is the point that you're trying to get across? What is the emotion that you're trying to evoke? And so having a performance or a theater background, I think has been one of my superpowers, because I help see the big picture. And I feel like a lot of times with my team, they get stuck in like being technically perfect, and they want to show off like all their skills. I'm like, well, these particles. I'm like, but these particles are distracting the performance. From the story. Right. It's superfluous. So I think having a really strong understanding of theater is also a really great way to get you ready for this sort of career, because at the end of the day, it's all theater.
I have a theater degree, so I made it here with that, and I'm grateful for it every day, because it taught me so many different skill sets, because you really learned how to troubleshoot, how to improvise, work on the fly. Like, oh my gosh, this isn't working. Let's figure it out. And that's so important for live events.
Absolutely. You just got to be able to stay calm under pressure and just have a plan A, B, C, pivot, and just kind of go with the flow and
figure it out.
I mean, there was one time I was working, not to go on a tangent, but there was one time I was working at Fantastic. When I say that was like when I truly learned how to be a leader, this is a fun story. I had just found out I was pregnant. I hadn't told anybody yet. I had like really bad motions, like sickness, and I'm like trying to get through this show, and it's a late night, we spend all day getting ready for this show that sometimes we do only once a night, and it was a beautiful day. All of a sudden, like, we're getting through the end of the show, we're like, yes, I'm gonna go home soon, I need to sleep. And right after the dragon scene where Mickey, the brave little Taylor, is fighting the dragon, the power went out.
No.
And I have a full theater of 10,000 people, and I'm like, there's no power on stage, and I'm looking in the booth because I'm calling the show cues, and all the screens around me, because there's monitors where you can see, you know, what's happening, say no signal. So I quickly paused the show and looked at my team, and I said, "Do you have signal? Do you have signal? Do you have signal?" Nope, we do not have signal. And then I had to roll a cancellation announcement, and then I get a page from my steamboat driver who has all the characters on there, like all of them. Hey, what do I do with all the characters on the boat? And I'm like, can you reverse? And they had to reverse, and then we had to put the work lights on, and we had to get the theater, all the guests out safely. Needless to say, after surviving that, I was like, I can do anything.
The unexpected BTS.
Yes. And really, the only way that we were able to get through it was me, being the leader, had to stay calm, cool, collected, and had to ask my team individually, like, hey, what can you do? And then just very, very clear, calm, one by one instruction, because it comes to safety. Safety ends up being first.
Yeah, theme parks are really big on making sure everybody's safe and everything happens the way it's supposed to. That's terrifying.
I had to share that story, y'all.
Jeff, I imagine that you work mostly in the pre-production side. So do you have any exciting, I don't want to say, that's not a failure, that's just how live events go. Yeah. Do you have any exciting stories that are, maybe you were down to the wire with something?
Sure. I mean, there's changes and pressure all the time, but we deal with it in different ways. And we're fortunate enough to where, especially the team I work with, there are 4 talented, incredible Full Sail grads.
All Full Sail grads.
Yes. Grads. And so it's like whenever a problem does arise, we can kind of rely on each other. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get a hold of each and every one of us because we're spread out across the world. But at the same time, just, you know, I think the biggest thing under pressure is just taking that pause, you know, like giving yourself a moment to kind of recollect your thoughts, take a deep breath, and figure out how to tackle the situation. And that's the best advice I can give you pretty much in anything that you do in life is don't worry about it at the moment, worry about how to fix it. And that's show business.
Stay calm.
Keep calm and carry on. Yeah, that's a oldie but a goodie.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, I'd written it down, if you'd seen anything, because you work with each other, but when you go out into the world and you're able to consume other media, have you seen something that was really exciting? Maybe a museum, maybe a show, something that you would be willing to share and talk about? Because do your friends do these jobs too? I'm asking too many questions. Tell us about an exciting outside of your scope that made you excited.
So outside of the country, I haven't seen too much, but like I hear a lot of the stuff going on in Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East right now, like places like Dubai and stuff like that. And the technology and the experiences that they're doing over there with, I have a friend of mine that opened up the SeaWorld over there. It's like they built a whole entire theme park inside. You know, it's like there's no outdoors because of the heat out there. So the technology that's going into these, you know, other places, not only they have the means and the money to do so, it's phenomenal. But later on this year, I'm taking a trip for work, and it's going to bring me on that side of the country, or the world, I should say. So I'm hoping to get out there and see some of those cool things that are happening.
Have you been to any of the other Disney parks?
I've been to Disneyland and I've done the cruise line, but I volunteer to be the local girl because of my kids. Again, it comes down to them. They're like the most important thing in my life. So I have not had the luxury of doing that. But to answer your question, I did check out a Meow Wolf exhibit recently.
Yes, which one?
Mega Mart in Vegas.
Yes.
Has anybody heard of Meow Wolf? Yeah. So I feel like you guys, this is the future. Like what you were saying, that like we didn't have degree programs in this, but these are where the jobs are at. Yeah. And Meow Wolf is cool. Like you guys should Google them or add them on LinkedIn. They do all kinds of like multimedia installations where they immerse you in these worlds. So it was like a 2-story warehouse building, and they just completely had different rooms that had projection mapping, sound design, all kinds of interactive media experiences. Like when you're walking, like you would see like the content track you. So they're playing a lot with like LiDAR scanning and projection, live tracking of people and different props, which is really cool. So I would encourage you to check out those live art installations, because that's the kind of stuff that we keep trying to bring to our theme parks, because it's all about creating these experiences that are going to be unique based off of the person who is experiencing it, if that makes sense. Like everyone's going to take something different off of this experience based off of their own personal life experience.
My husband and I got to go to Meow Wolf in Denver, and there was this little like alcove tiny room, and it had a 4-sided touchscreen panel, and it was random knobs, and it was like faders and like sound effects, and we were like, what is this? And we start clicking around, we're like, it's an audio interface, it's a DAW. And so we could build our own little songs with it, and so you could click and drag, and you could adjust the fader and the pitch. And so we spent way too much time in that room just like making our own songs. It was so much fun. I would love to see more of that stuff.
And it's on a smaller scale with like children's museums. You go to the Orlando Science Museum, I take my kids there, and they're able to customize their experience. And you know, when they're when we're playing in the dinosaur section, or there's even like a little theater section, there's even a little water play section. It's all about having that tangible, hands-on, touching it and experiencing it and feeling it. That's what immersive means.
Yeah, those are absolutely a fan favorite, because anytime you go to one of those places, like the Science Center had one where you would step in front of it and it would like flash different colors and then leave your silhouette behind. Super fun. So I have one more question, and then we're gonna start doing our Q&A. So if anybody is wanting to ask them some questions, please start thinking about them, because we're coming up to it. Okay, so we talked a little bit about we talked a lot about the tech, but I wanted to talk to you because one of my current students is really excited about projection mapping, and we're learning about it in my class when we're done with Hall of Fame. So with projection mapping and then the audio that comes along with it, when you guys are going through the design process and you're trying to work with those designers, you're trying to make sure everything is going to come together. Like we have our beautiful pictures of all your stuff. What is your workflow for working with those technicians? Because I know that's what our students are gonna start out as, is technicians. So when you're directing them and you're trying to talk to them, what does your workflow look like for just a small part of your project?
Okay, I mean, every project's different. Usually it's kind of like having a baby. I keep talking about being a mom. A lot of times it takes about 9 months. That's kind of like the 9 months to a year to put together a show. Every show's different. Some shows have like a smaller runway. You got to do it in like 2 months, or sometimes you're working on a show for years. It really just depends. But there's different phases in production. There's the pre-production, the creative development. So we're storyboarding. We're creating preliminary animatics. And once we have a story, once we have a locked demo, that's really y'all. The audio team really sets that first milestone
before a lot of other people are ready. Yeah.
When we get that demo, then we start to storyboard and create animatics, and then we start to give those animatics to all the other disciplines, so that the pyro designer can start to think about, oh, I want this, and then we just kind of share it as a work in progress as the story develops and as the project develops. By the time we get to the parks with the techs, like what you were saying, we're 90% locked. It's that 10% where we have to adjust based off of the environment that we're in, based off of the system design, and we don't really interface with the technicians in the park, because they interface with the technical designers. So like the audio techs will interface with the audio designers, and we'll have video designers as well. They're the ones that spec the projectors. They're the ones that do the projection studies. They're the ones that work with the vendors to create the actual like mapping that we're going to then take with a CAD, scan it, create a digital model, and then work with in the office, work with in the studio. But they're our liaison to the technical team in the park.
That makes sense.
I think what's unique about that on the audio side is that, and the same thing for CAD side of things, that we have to ensure that that show has a continuity. That I would say, I don't know what the statistics are, but a good majority of guests that come to Orlando in general are international travelers. So they may only come to some of these theme parks one time in their lives. So that one show that they get to see that we produce has to be the same that they were there, has to be the same 5 years from now, has to be the same next week when I go with my kids.
Yep.
So for us as audio, when we interface with the technicians in the park, we're simplifying a lot of things for them so that they can focus on other things, mainly the performers themselves in the show. So a lot of the deliverables may be dumbed down to, simply just music, backgrounds, and sound effects. So they just have, 3 stereo pairs, and then they're just working with microphones and at that point and so forth. And then there's other, aspects where, if I do a theater show for a cruise line where, we're giving them more controllability of the mix, but at the same time, we're keeping the integration of how the show designers, how the people, the directors and everything wanted it to sound.
So you're locking that in,
Yes.
and then it's not completely automated, but there is a lot of automation.
Time code.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all, it's all
MIDI
driven by time code.
Yeah. So then by the time the techs are getting to it, they've got like a mostly completed project. That's wonderful.
They're operators, essentially.
Yeah.
They're the ones that actually have to make it function and keep it sustained. Like what Jeff was saying, because this is every day, multiple times a day. So it has to be sustainable.
Yeah. Have you gone back to shows that you started and then came back 5 years later? Have you guys experienced that and you got to watch it?
I have. We do it all the time. We frequently visit our projects. The clients that we work with, especially Katrina, their attention to detail is so point that they encourage us to do that a lot of times.
So you do some sneaky quality control or intentional quality control?
I mean, there's times where I've caught things and I went back to a music producer and I'm like, I don't know if that show file sounds the same. It sounds, something's different. Can we book a night that we can get back in and just retouch it up every now and then? And it's constantly, especially like when you think about, moving facilities like a cruise ship. Not only, structurally, like they have to be overhauled every 5 years, but their systems, their speakers have to be replaced. There's times where I've watched shows and you can tell that speaker's blown out and stuff like that. And they already have it queued up on the list, but that can affect the show, and so we work hand in hand to ensure that the quality is always there.
Because we're outside and it's Florida and these speakers get rained on and it's hot and all the fun things of weather. So we're just constantly trying to keep things going.
You have, in theme parks in general, so many more people per show than almost any other, even a stadium. You guys are still doing tens of thousands of people every single show, and that's such a staggering amount. Talk to me about that makes my heart flutter. Like I get a little nervous about that.
So when I first joined Ti-Fi, Dan Fontana put it to me this way, like, it's okay you have Grammys, but do you realize Happily Ever After gets seen by 50 million people in a year? So it really put like things in perspective to me, as far as like, oh, I've got 1 million streams on YouTube, I got this and I got that. And it's like, no, 50 million people a year are seeing the same show and it's run nightly, sometimes up to 2 times a night. So to have that impact, to be able to see, share your work with that many people, it's really you can't do it in the music industry. I mean, I've lived it. I mean, I know there's Taylor Swifts and there's Beyoncés out there that are doing stadium tours, but 50 million people.
Yeah, that's more than the Eras tour.
Yeah,
honestly,
and that's a lot.
Yeah, and what's also cool is that we have fans that watch the shows over and over again on YouTube, before and after they go to the park.
I watched Fantasmic because I couldn't remember when I'd seen it last, and I was like, it's her favorite. I have to watch it again. People do, because they'll take their own video recordings, but that might not be great, so they'll find them on YouTube, and especially kids.
Yes.
Kids will watch that stuff endlessly.
Yes.
I'm finding out now too, and this is something that we're working on. Now, a lot of these theme parks are creating not only their YouTube channels, but streaming, channels on Spotify and everything, because, back in the day, you would have the physical CD right by the register of the show that you just watched, but now it's all about the stream. So, just like the major streaming platforms on TV, these parks are creating their own streaming platform. So now you can relive the show, like, super high quality, studio mix of that show.
Making it more accessible.
Oh, I love that, because the cell phone recording just isn't going to cut it. Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, because we're right at the time to start opening up the floor for questions. So I see our microphone is over here. Oh, yes, there's a light for it. Our microphone is over here and over that side. So if you want to ask questions, please don't be shy. They've been so super chill. Thank you both. Otherwise, I'm going to keep asking questions, so please. Do we have an online question?
We have a question online from
Awesome.
Cole from our game development program. He wants to know, what do you see the future of Disney in 15 years? And how do you balance between respecting legacy while forging new horizons?
That's a really good question.
15 years and legacy.
Yeah, that is a really good question. Oh my goodness. Thank you for that. First of all, I'm here. I work for Disney, but I don't represent all of Disney. I just want to make that clear. I think it's really important to do your research and to understand the history of things before you try to change things up. So the respect is there. And then also just, understanding the IP that you're working with and really getting back to the basics, like looking at the films and getting to know the characters and really getting to know the story. So when you're able to get to know like the core of what the emotional impact that you're trying to make, then from there you have, I think, the tools and the basis and the foundation to innovate. But it's a lot of understanding the history, understanding the IP, and then depending on what project you have, trying to fit that into whatever box they're being asked to fit it into. Did I answer the question?
Yes.
Right?
Do you want legacy?
Legacy. Yeah, that was fantastic, was preserving the legacy of the show. So understanding, there's certain parts of the show that could not be touched, that were iconic. Like that opening number when Mickey comes out and you start to see
It's
him.
all about Mickey.
It's all about Mickey. So it's like, you just need to understand like the why, what's the story, and then from there, like what is important and keeping that, and then the opportunities to just innovate and be better. How could we be better and better and better? And there was an opportunity for us to update the show, and we were able to update a section of the show that was a little outdated, and we were able to use that as an opportunity to make it more relevant, but still preserved the overall story. Like, we're still telling the same story, but we're telling it with new IP, new characters.
That's so wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna go. Is it Velma?
Actually, it's actually Levy from Fairy Tale.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you told me. Okay, go with your question, please.
My name's Kendi. I'm a 3D animator student, and I was wondering if there's any jobs in like 3D modeling or animation in the theme park industry.
So my team, the visual media production team, it started off with one motion graphic designer, and in the last 7 years, we now have almost, I think, over 30. I can't keep track. They just keep coming. And we look for all kinds of digital artists because we oversee the entire animation pipeline. So we have illustrators, we have animators, and we have a lot of 3D modelers because a lot of our art is leaning towards the 3D side. So yes, there is a small up and coming, growing, fast growing animation studio here at Disney. Like, it's crazy. And it used to be for the films. That's in California. Working for the theme parks and becoming a theme park animator, this is the hot place to be, in my opinion.
Nice, because I love Florida and I don't really want to leave it.
Me either. I didn't want to leave either. I get it.
Okay, we've got one over here.
Hi, my name is Pedro. I am a game design master student. Last year I graduated on the 3D art certificate program. I'm from Brazil.
Oi, tudo bem?
Oi, tudo bem? So I just wanted to say that Fantasmic is my favorite show too. I've watched it like 20 times. I know the script, the whole script, but I always get goosebumps like watching it and like feeling it. But my question is about like a live show perspective. Last year we got the announcement of the new nighttime parade for the Magic Kingdom, and we just got like 3 days ago the new poster. I wanted to know what's the timeline between starting like the thought about a production and then it becoming a public thing. I don't know if it's like a fixed, like, okay, after 5 months we can announce it. I just wanted to know.
It's different. It's totally different. Like there's some projects like we've been working on for years, and then some where we're like, oh, this thing just popped up and we need it in a week. So it really, honestly, there is no exact formula. There is no exact timeline, but there is the same production process and the same phase. Sometimes it's just drags on over a longer period of time, depending on the scope. And sometimes it could be a slow simmer or a hard boil. It really just depends.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've got another one on this side.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Rebecca. I just wanted to ask, when you're doing your work and you finally get to see it come to life, what is your favorite moment that you can't wait for people to see?
Do you want to answer? Yeah, I usually like opening night, just because, you got, especially nowadays, you have all the critics out there, the bloggers, and then you have the real fans, right? The diehard fans that have been waiting to see the show. So you get the best of both worlds reactions. At the end of the day, any project that I work on, I treat it as is my last project I'll ever work on. I pray that God protects me every day, but there's that sense of a passion I put into that. If this is the last thing that I ever work on, I'm going to put my all into it. So when I get to watch it as a fan in the park, I'm pretty much content with it. But seeing the other people's reactions and the diehard fans in my family, there's nothing like it.
Thank you.
All right, do we have an online question? Anybody? Nope, okay. It looks like it's you.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Steven. I'm currently an audio engineer for live events. And my question is, how much experience do you require, or you would like people to have to come work for a big show like this? Or are there an entry point where you go work for a side gig or at a ride, or for example, a show like the Indiana Jones show or whatever? So pretty much how much experience do you need, and is there an entry point? Or if you have experience, like someone like myself, how would I go about getting a job to working for you guys?
From a theme park production, like an everyday technical operation, I think when you step out of here, especially from the show pro production degree, you're ready to go. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be some things that they're going to teach you on the job just because they have a certain, particular piece of gear that, we work on as either proprietary to that particular venue or whatever, but you should be able to get in right away. Now, on the studio side of things, there is obviously more of a process. There's an internship phase. There's, the experience of working with musicians, setting up, very traditional in that aspect. But as a, AV tech, having AV experience as well, what else kind of needs?
So I can speak on that too, because my husband was a show pro grad, 2011, and he and I both got jobs at Disney right after we graduated. It was crazy. That was my dream job, and he didn't even try. I was so jealous. And his experience before he was an entertainment tech. He had gotten a job doing AV for the Magic, and also was doing AV for churches. So starting off small, building your resume in the local community with churches, schools, smaller production companies, theater companies. We hire so many technicians that are stagehands from small theater companies, large small, every size. But yeah, the really great way to get into is the entertainment technician route. And then from there, you can move your way up into a leadership position. Because like most of our designers started off as techs. Because like Jeff was saying, it's very niche. It's very proprietary. So you're gonna come here with the skills that you learned at school, but you're gonna learn how to do it how they want you to do it, like the Disney way.
And one more thing to add to that, I think a lot of people don't think about this, but if you're looking for a job, let's say you don't have a family, you like to travel and so forth. Cruises. You can bank a lot of money because you're not paying for expenses like a mortgage or rent.
Pay your loans.
Food, pay your loans, travel the world, get days off in Italy or south of France somewhere if you happen to be on that type of, and then, transition to more of a land type gig. But if that's something that, you're interested in, I would definitely explore that route too.
Highly recommend it. I'm so glad you mentioned that. And then people meet their like significant others, and like, you just never know like where life's going to take you. So if I were you don't have any kids, the sky's the limit. Get on a cruise ship because it's really cool.
Take a small contract, 6 months.
Try it.
If you don't like it, you get off. But I mean, if you want to stack money and see the world, do what you love to do, it's a great opportunity.
Also remember that as grads, or if you're just finishing the program, Full Sail also will cover internships for you. So it's a 0 credit class. You'll have to talk to your advisor about it, but you can get internships through Full Sail. I know it's different than our usual thing, but it's possible, and you should try that also, especially for theater. Disney's college program is another one that you can get into that would help you along any of those paths. Okay, next question.
Hi, my name's Adriel. I'm also in ShowPro. So kind of piggybacking, I guess, off of the last question, I'm always looking at applications. I'm always looking at applications available for Disney, Universal, all these businesses. And every time I see positions, I don't really see too many for like ShowPro. And when I do, it says they require 5+ years, 10+ years. And for most of us here in Full Sail, our experience really is Full Sail, and that's just 20 to 27 months. So I guess my question for you is, how do you go about, getting your foot in the door and having somebody talk to you?
It's funny because prior to Ti-Fi Studios, I worked in career development here on campus for a little bit, and I would see that. And from my understanding from working on the inside of a career development, I've never worked in HR, but a lot of these big theme parks, right, they have one complex that's filled with 2,000 HR people that they went to school for reading resumes. They don't know anything to jack about technical and how show production works. So their job is to weed out all the people. So when they give it to the department manager of audio, he now has 100 resumes. So unfortunately, I think don't get discouraged by the 5 years. I would say still apply for it and make sure that your resume is tailored more towards that particular job that you're applying for. So for example, if they're looking for a piece of gear, knowledge in, a certain type of console, make sure that's listed on your resume. Any type of classes that, also pertain to the job. Let's say if it's live sound reinforcement, particularly like if it's system designs, designing speakers, make sure that those are at the top of your resume and so forth. But to be honest with you, I think in any job, even in software, like for example, I worked for EA for a while, and they're like, the job that I applied for was a voiceover director, and they're like, why should we hire you? You've never worked in AAA gaming before. And I'm like, I've worked with some of the biggest talent in the world. I know how to direct talent. And once I pushed through that barrier with them, they were like, okay, I want to hear more. Like, you seem like you're very knowledgeable in this area. How can you make it relate to, a video game world? And that starts the conversation. Unfortunately, it sucks. There's other ways, but definitely get connected with career development, and they can help you tailor your resume to a particular job you're interested.
You have to start small and build it like one little piece at a time. And like I said, churches, schools, smaller theater companies, get involved in the community. That's how you build your resume. So don't wait. Don't let that hold you back. Still find ways to do it or create your own opportunities. It sounds hard, but it is hard. And if you're willing to put in the time and willing to put in the work, you'll get there.
Thank you so much.
And then you can have really cool jobs like they have. Online, no? Yes? Okay, it's you now.
Ready? Hi, my name is Keegan. Previously, I was studying themed entertainment design. Decided to move here, work in the parks for a little bit, and now I'm here studying film. And I just wanted to ask, like, if there is any potential sort of future for using projection mapping as well as like drone piloting to kind of enhance live performance, just to kind of like bring to life a lot of these like grandiose characters, just to use those things to enhance how those characters look and how they're able to.
Oh, everybody's loving that right now. That's like the hottest thing. We had this beautiful show at Disney Springs, Dreams That Soar. We have this Disneyland Paris drone show. I mean, there's just a lot of opportunity there for sure. I can't get into like the specifics of how that technology is used because it's still very new and still very secretive. And personally, I haven't worked on a drone show, but there's so much future in that. Even our, was it the Treasure Christening?
Yeah.
The Treasure Christening.
In New York, yeah, they did a whole drone show to reveal one of the newest ships with Disney and so forth. And if you haven't seen it, go check it out. YouTube, Treasure Christening. But they have a lot of the characters coming alive. And some of the drone shows I've seen, it's even getting more. The more drones you have, the more detailed the picture is. So now you're able to do movements of mouth and everything. So it's a hotbed film industry to be in.
Like animation with the drones?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting.
Yes.
I don't think
Yeah.
I've seen enough drone shows.
It's like it's the future. And I know nothing about it. So if you can learn about it, that's great because I'll hire you, but it's the future for sure.
It sounds like you found a niche to start working on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Be doing some research. Thank you.
Well, that's the thing is that like we're learning from these, like, no offense, kids that are coming out of school because you guys are exposed to the latest and greatest technology. And so we're really, that's what's so cool about themed entertainment. There's a space for everybody because we capitalize on fresh, innovative ideas.
Thank you.
All right, we've got time for one more.
Okay.
Bruna.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I'm Bruna. I'm a film production MFA alum. And I actually have more of a personal question. If Disney gave you a free card to build either a show or an attraction in any park in the world, which park would that be and what theme would be that show?
That for me or Jeff, for both of us?
Both of you. Like, which one would you love to build? Like, I would love to
Get
build
to do
an Encanto
anything
thing.
you want.
I have something in my head already. Like I've been dying to do this.
Yeah.
So I want to do like a Meow Wolf experience.
Yes.
But I want to recreate La Casita from Encanto.
Yes.
And I want to have each and every single room be a portal to all the different character environments.
Oh my God, so you could like go into the flower
Yes.
or the animal.
Yes. And like how you were talking about that interactivity,
Yeah.
I want that element to happen so that, like for Isabella, like when you put your hand on the wall, like the flowers will grow. I have this like dream in my head. Like I've never pitched this. Like nobody knows about this. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. Don't get excited. But like that would be like my dream project to do something like that.
You should definitely pitch it.
For me, I've never thought about it on that aspect, but I think when it comes to sound, I would love to start, with all the rides going to Dolby Atmos. So, you take a ride like Cosmic Rewind over in Epcot and so forth. So it's already badass as it is. I wouldn't change anything to that ride, but, having the elements of now you're hearing sound above your head and moving with the cart and stuff like that. And it's definitely going that way. And that's what, one of the things we talk about, being immersive, like taking sound and lights and everything and bring you into the story a little bit more.
Yeah, love those answers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was such an amazing last question. Thank you guys so much. Everybody give a round of applause for Katrina Mena Rick and Jeff Villanuevo. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, that panel was a dream. That my heart.
I know, you're such a Disney fan. I love it.
Oh, like you are not a Disney fan?
I am, but I worked there for many years, so
Yes.
you gotta hide the enthusiasm slightly.
Oh, awesome. I absolutely loved that panel. Oh my gosh. Hi, look, there's Goldie.
Hi, Greg and Goldie.
I don't think he can see. I don't think he's. Oh, we lost him.
We're
Wait,
looking
Heart,
out there.
Heart.
We got hearts. We're looking at the
Can
backlot.
they
Hi,
see
guys.
us?
Give
They
us
can
away.
see us, right?
Look at those guys.
Oh,
giving
there
us
we
away.
go.
Thank
Hello,
you.
everybody. Are you guys having fun? What are you doing out there?
They're gonna go get food. Oh, are you? Oh, zooming in on him. What's up?
Hello? Yeah, you. What's up? Hey.
He's hydrating.
He's hydrating. What
As
are you
you
guys doing?
should. Hydrate.
Have you visited all the booths yet? Are you gonna take a selfie? Oh, we're gonna take a selfie.
He's like, hang
together?
on. Let me take a picture of myself on the
okay.
screen.
Today. Hello. Okay. I'm
covered your
sign too.
You covered
Okay,
your
not
face
for no reason. Enjoy Hall of Fame, y'all. See you around. Love you.
What is happening? My goodness gracious.
Did you miss us?
I missed you. I missed you so much.
I love seeing everyone there on the back lot, everyone here in the what we like to call the fishbowl or the TV lobby.
No, it's been great, and that panel was amazing. As we were talking about, you're big into Disney, and those guys work at Disney. Do you want to like ask them all about the secrets, or do you want to leave the secrets to being secret?
No, because I feel like the secrets that I want to know are like the silly secrets.
Such as?
Like, if you could go be a character as a face character or like a costume character, like, because I know they work more on the technical stuff, so it's like if you had to be an entertainment person, which one do you think?
I'm sorry, costume character?
You know, like a head masky character.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They're what? They're real?
They're real, Shay. I mean, there's only one Mickey.
Well, I know that the Muppets are real. I just didn't think that the rest of them.
You don't think Donald and Daisy are real?
I don't know. Not as real as Kermit. Kermit has feelings.
All right, we're done. I can't with this. Anyway, we've got so much more in store for you today.
Coming up in this next hour, we're going to get a food truck review from Brian Carico, play karaoke goose chase with Tremaine Williams, invite Charity Lomax to the stage for some rapid fire questions.
And of course, we're going to be playing even more games. I don't know if I should, but we're going to. At 2 o'clock, we'll head into the Fortress for a fireside chat with Discord co-founder and CEO, Hall of Fame 15 inductee, Jason Citron.
You have to go see that panel. It's going to be so important. It's going to be in the Fortress.
Yes.
The Orlando Health Fortress.
Yep.
There's plenty of space, plenty of seating. It's nice and cool in there. So head on over, please. Fill that space up. Plus, it's just like so cool in there.
I love the Fortress. Yeah, the Fortress is right in Building 2 where the food trucks are right now. But I mean, the chance to be able to ask questions from the man who founded Discord is insane. I use Discord every day because I work in esports.
Yes.
But everyone, I mean, that's how you talk to everybody. That's how I learned about Halo, because one day I was at a LAN and I couldn't understand the game. So I got on headset and got on their channel and listened to all the Halo kids. And now I know everything about Halo. Can't play it.
Did you hear my stomach
But I
grumble?
know about it.
I think I'm getting pretty hungry.
Are you?
Yeah, my stomach literally just grumbled. I hope the mic did not pick up on that. It's lunchtime, right?
I just ate lunch. There's a Filipino food truck. It's awesome. But it is food truck review time. Let's head outside with Jess and Hall of Fame 10 inductee Brian Carico and see what we should get at the food trucks. Guys, what's up?
Hello. We're back out here at CX. This time we're at the food trucks. I've got a juice from everyone's favorite food truck, the Florida Juice Company, and I'm joined by Hall of Fame 10 inductee Brian Carico. How you doing today, Brian?
I'm fantastic.
Yeah, having a good one so far?
Yeah, it's been great. The day's good. I actually surprisingly went to bed early last night. So, when you go to bed early, you feel refreshed. Maybe I won't try this out in 2026. We'll see.
So we were just chatting about I didn't know that your Hall of Fame induction was your first Hall of Fame. You hadn't been here before, and now it's like we can't get rid of you during Hall of Fame. Tell me about kind of what this week means to you and what keeps bringing you back.
Yeah, it's a highlight for myself, my wife, my family. I mean, we all look forward to it. It's just a great place to come back, talk to the future of our industry, which I really like. And then sometimes the people we meet become on the road with me in the years to come. So it's happened a few times.
And you come back a little earlier than some of your fellow Hall of Famers. Can you tell me about why and what that's all about and what you're doing on Sunday before we kind of kick off the week?
Yeah, it's really probably the only time of the year I'm early for something. But yeah, I started coming down early. The Full Sail students that are in ShowPro don't really get a chance to go see all the panels they want because they're here working at the stage, as they should be. So I was like, what can I do just to make it a better experience for them? And I just said, hey, can I come down early and just help load in this stage and hang lights with these guys? And they said, sure. And it's been great. We've been doing it ever since. So 3 years running, we've been doing that. And more Hall of Famers have joined us. And it just keeps growing better and better every year.
Awesome. Well, we're so happy that you do that. And I know it means so much to ShowPro students because like we say, like they're working all week long. They're in all these panels and presentations. They're doing the stages. They're helping us with ceremony. So it's just so nice that y'all come back and give them that kind of extra time that maybe they don't get during the week. So thanks for that. But we're going to review some food now. are you ready? Are you excited? So we've got our juice. I'm drinking a Godfather. What are you drinking?
I don't know. Same thing?
Also the Godfather.
Oh,
Okay, so
Godfather.
it's a Sicilian blood orange.
I was going to call it delicious, but the Godfather works too.
So what's your ranking of the juice?
Let's see. Let's give it a. It's beautifully tart and perfectly sweet. I would give this a 9.4.
That's a pretty high ranking. Oh my goodness. It is a really, really good juice. If you haven't tried Florida Juice Company yet, you're missing out.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Okay, so now we have a quesadilla. Okay, so we have a quesadilla from what food truck? From a food truck here on campus. So go ahead, Brian, give it a taste. Tell me what you think.
Let's see.
We're doing a lot of ASMR today.
It's got good form. It holds together, which I like. Rice on the bottom. Looks like we got some beef on top. All right. Yep. Bite number 2.
Okay. Second bite.
The meat is great. You got that great char taste to it. The cheese is just holds it all together. The tortilla is perfect. It's not wet. It's just perfectly crispy. Man, the meat is really good too. I would put this on a 9.8.
We might have the best food trucks in Central Florida, I think, if we're getting all these 9s, right?
The only thing that could make this better, I guess, if it was Wagyu. I mean, honestly, it's really good. Yeah.
All right, next year we need a Wagyu beef truck, huh?
Yeah, let's just get the cow and all. Yeah, we'll work on it all week long for sure.
I love that. Okay, so we had our little appetizer was our juice. Here was our meal. Let's go for dessert, which is a sorbet. It looks like from Kelly's ice cream, dragon fruit.
All right, dragon fruit. Yeah.
Are you an ice cream guy, a sorbet guy, a frozen yogurt guy?
Sorbet is my favorite. Yeah, so I like sorbet. Yeah, this is gonna be good. I like the seeds. I know this is real.
Kelly's is a local Orlando ice cream shop. There's quite a few locations around. It's one of my favorite places to go, and I think they're open to like 10, which I love because I don't like ice cream places that close at 7. I want ice cream at 9, you know?
Yeah, this is really hard to keep the consistency right because we're outdoors. Perfect job. It looks great. The taste is on point. I personally like this. I like a little tartness, but maybe that's a little more tart, but it is still really good. I give it a solid 8.9.
An 8.9. Okay, I have Cookie Monster, which is this is my nephew's favorite flavor. So we'll see if it's as good as he says it is. He's 5, so. It's hard to, here, I'm gonna have you hold my microphone. Thank you. Okay. You want to try a little bit of it?
Yeah, we're family, right?
Yeah, here. I'm clean.
Yeah, we're good. Actually good. Yeah.
That's actually pretty good.
That is amazing.
Right?
That is, I feel like I'm eating an Oreo.
That's what it tastes like.
Yeah.
I was trying to put my finger on it.
Perfect execution. Form is great. It's absolutely delicious. I'm going to go, man, I really want to say 10. I think that's a 10.
Cookie Monster gives
I think
me
it's a
10.
perfect 10. And I'm not really I like to say like sorbet's better, but that is a perfect 10.
I don't usually go for like food that's not a natural color because it weirds me out, but I would go back for the blue ice cream. The Cookie Monster is a 10.
Yeah, for sure. thought it was mint at first. I agree with you on the color, but that's beautifully done.
I'm not a mint ice cream person, are you?
Only mint Girl Scout cookies when my dealer can get them to me.
Thin mints are the one, and they've got to be like cold, right?
Frozen, for sure, yeah.
The best way to have it. All right, well, do you recommend any food trucks or anything to eat in Orlando?
I love all these here. Amish Pretzel Shop is another one of my favorites here. Delicious every time. I'm not sure if they're Amish, but it tastes good. Maybe the recipe is for sure, but very, very good.
Awesome. Well, that's all the time we have here with Brian, so let's check out this video.
Getting to Full Sail was about a 3-year journey for me. I worked about 3 or 4 different jobs just to save the money I could to get here. And those jobs were anything from working security at the arena, because that was the closest thing I could do to get into the business, to recycling carpet padding, because I was so driven and I knew what I wanted to do that I was willing to work the hours to the point where you really debated, do I shower or do I sleep? That really prepared me for the schedule here at Full Sail and for the entertainment industry in general. While I was in school, I loved lighting, and there really wasn't much of it at the time. When I wasn't in school on the weekends, I was doing lighting for other companies on the side, whether it be Tampa or Orlando here locally. By the time it came time for my actual lab for lighting, I was actually the student who was setting it all up for my class. There's been great people who have helped me out along the way, some incredible production managers, you know, people who see where you are and see the drive that you have. Bob Peterson, who I met starting very early in my career. I would find the ways and the opportunities to really ask him questions and try not to be annoying. But he was very gracious in answering the questions I had, and really kind of took me under his wing into anything I wanted to know, he would share with me.
Curiosity and volunteering were characteristics that Brian had very present right away. If we'd be in a programming session where normally the technical crew would be sitting backstage and just waiting it out, Brian would come and watch and ask questions when it was appropriate and involve himself as much as he could to learn every bit of what the whole process was.
He really helped cultivate me from a technician up to a programmer into a designer, and really showed me along the way of, you know, how to do things, how to make things look great, not only physically in front of you, but on camera as well.
I think Brian's growth is attributed to his curiosity, but also a desire to always make things better. And he's realized pretty early that you can only do so much on your own. So if you involve yourself through camaraderie and teamwork, you can collectively raise the level of the project. Out on tours, for example, he's not just video directing and switching and calling cameras. He's actually working with the lighting department, the band roadies in terms of where things are placed, even audio, to make sure that they're collectively raising the bar of the entire project. And I think this is what's led him into a director's chair.
Being inducted into the Hall of Fame, when I found out, was quite shocking. Honestly, I felt like I was never at the level that previous inductees were at. I saw other peers of mine be inducted. I saw Dylan Dresdo, who I was in class with, and we worked side by side. And Jeremy Vickery, who was my roommate going to school here, and Tyke Santos, who I've toured with. So I knew very closely people who have been inducted. To be inducted into that class and that fraternity with peers and friends who I already had was really, really great as well. It's never the motive. It's never to be inducted in the Hall of Fame. It's not why I do what I do. I just do what I do because I love what I do.
Hi, my name is Shay, and I'm sitting here with Hall of Fame inductee for this year, Aaron B. Kuntz, and we are going to be going head-to-head to see who knows more about movies.
I know movies, but I'm going to forget them when the timer starts. Movies with a dragon. How to Train Your Dragon.
No! Does Neverending Story count because the Falcor thing?
He's Dragon-esque.
He's
Falcor's
Dragon-esque.
Oh, Dragonheart?
How to Train Your Dragon 2?
Oh, that's cheating. Okay.
Is it?
How to Train Your Dragon 3,
There's a third one?
right?
Huh? Oh, Shrek.
Shrek 2.
Shrek 3 Happily Ever After.
This is not Happily Ever After.
I have to ask, since you're such like a huge film buff and everything, if you were stuck on a desert island and you could only bring 5 movies with you and your little portable DVD player, which still exists, what 5 movies would you bring?
4K Blu-ray player, but yes. I would bring Jaws, Magnolia. I'm like a Paul Thomas Anderson fiend. Plus it's 3 hours and 7 minutes, so it's kind of like 2 movies. Zodiac. I love Zodiac. Every time I watch Zodiac, I'm able to unearth more out of it. The Thing. Because I'm going to finally figure out who has the thing at the end. Maybe like Edward Scissorhands?
Excellent.
Yeah.
I like that you
just-
did not choose Castaway.
I mean, that makes sense.
Do you have a favorite piece of movie memorabilia that has come from your work or maybe you were able to bid on and obtain for yourself?
I keep a ton of stuff that we've made. I have a bar of soap from Fight Club that was like in the suitcase. When he opens the suitcase in the plane, that's there. I have a bar of soap of that from Fight Club. I also have a tooth from the Jaws ride, where the shark comes out of the water. I have a tooth from that. That is like, you know, because I have a Jaws
pretty
tattoo.
legendary. That's amazing.
It's pretty cool.
Rest in peace to the Jaws ride.
Oh my God, why did that go away? That's unfortunate.
So our next round is movies with vampires. I'm gonna start with my favorite, Only Lovers Left Alive.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Such a good movie.
A Thirst.
Oh,
my bad.
Nosferatu.
Yeah. Interview with a Vampire.
Nosferatu 1977.
Nosferatu 1929.
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Great. A little movie called Blood Relatives that I produced.
Nice. Queen of the Damned.
Oh, that's really good. Twilight? What is that? What is that?
Twilight Breaking Dawn.
I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole of Twilight. Oh, goodness. What's... I'm blanking. I'm completely blanking.
I love that one.
This just happened.
Dang it!
Yeah.
I can just feel Jess's like seething from over there.
Hi, I'm Aaron B. Kuntz. I am a film graduate, and I am being inducted into this year's Hall of Fame. I will be talking a lot throughout this week on a number of panels and workshops and just helping folks try to figure out their footing as a filmmaker. And hopefully we can, talk more about, finding your voice as a filmmaker.
Hi, Backlot. What you guys doing? Are you doing all the activities, all the stuff, all the things? Picking up the swag? Hello, I'm waving hi. I'm waving at you, you're not waving at me? Wow, I feel rejected. It's fine, but don't worry, we have more. Oh, hi, Jamie. Oh my gosh. Is that not Jamie? Oh, you got Jamie's hat. They stole Jamie's hat. Okay, well, hi, everybody. All right, well, we're back inside where things are actually heating up because, hi, do you guys want to play a game with some horses? Okay, that's awesome. Well, we're going to be doing a horse race, and since we couldn't actually fit real-size horses in here because they're like really big, we have these little ones, and you have to take this and roll it up as fast as you can without having the horse fall over. If he falls over on his side like this, you have to start over. If he falls over on the line, then you can pick him back up and set him down here. If he slips off the end, just put him back on. But remember, if he falls on his side on the wood part, we got to start over. First one to win is going to get a prize, and runners up will hopefully get some prizes too, but I don't know. Maybe that's the mystery. Let's fix the ribbon. Let's get it all ready. Okay.
Good luck, boys. Good luck. Very good luck.
Horses to your marks, gentlemen. These are sports casting students, by the way. That's why they're so good at this. Oh, and I'm going to interview you. Okay, ready? Horsies on your mark. Oh, wait.
Watch the hands, boys. Watch the hands. We don't want no false starts.
Meow! How are you feeling about this?
I'm scared. I'm very
did you cry during the never-ending story when that horse died?
I did. That was absolutely emotional.
What's the name of your horse?
Bears, because I'm a big Bears fan.
Oh, put it back on, put it back on.
We're cooking right now because looks like I'm gonna leave. I gotta go all the way back?
Oh, blue.
Did I win? I won, right?
Blue by a mile. Keep going.
Let's go.
And what was your name?
Gabriel. I'm Gabriel Vasquez.
All right, Gabriel, let's see what we have for you.
All right, Gabe. All right, y'all are Bears fans now.
Like the football?
That's it. I'm taking it. I'm taking this one.
Can you show it off?
Yes, absolutely. Woo! Look at this. It's a podcast mic for us sportscasters. You already know, so I'm gonna have fun with this. My new toy. So you already know.
All right, and we have these for our runners-up. You want to show them off?
Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you.
New T-shirt to rock
I love it. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, that was it. I loved it. Well, the horses are going to go back into their teeny tiny little stables, aka my pocket, because I'm taking them home. But let's check out what happened with this movie game that I was doing once upon a time.
Oh, I know.
Movies with giant monsters.
Oh, true. Okay, so Godzilla vs. Kong, directed by Full Sail Graduate.
Yeah.
Adam Wingard, yes.
Monsters Inc. because Sully was pretty big.
OG King Kong.
Oh, Godzilla, the one that came out with Matthew Broderick.
Shin Godzilla, which is a great Godzilla.
Gojira.
My friends made it. David Bruckner directed it. Oh my God.
Cloverfield.
Oh, Cloverfield, yeah, that's a giant monster too.
If you could make your own film for an established movie franchise, which franchise would you want to dive into?
I've unfortunately thought about this too much. I want to make a Stab movie from the Scream franchise, which is in the Scream movies, they make Stab, which is the movie. I want to make an actual Stab movie that is from within the Scream franchise. But beyond that, I don't know what else to do. So I think Stab would be fun. But Friday the 13th would be great too.
This is gonna be the last one.
Oh yeah, bring it around.
I like it. Oh boy, movies that take place in space.
I'll say Star Wars.
Xenon Girl of the 21st Century.
Oh, you're just going to I go Star Wars and you go, okay.
Muppets in space.
Oh, that's so good. In space, so,
Air Bud's in space.
Air Bud, is he in space?
Mm-hmm, he does.
Air Bud in space.
Space balls.
Oh my God, why can't Now, Revenge of the Sith. Oh my God.
Alien, Romulus.
Oh my God. Alien movies, like some of my favorite movies of all time.
I know.
Like, what are we even? So we can't go through all the aliens. That's just cheating. Oh, Interstellar. That's so funny. Oh no.
Oh, that's it.
That's over. It needs to be over.
You love horror. You love the reaction. You love seeing audience reactions. But why do you think the audience loves being scared by horror? What keeps bringing them back to watch these things?
I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies as a kid. So it was just an escape of the mundanity, is that a word? Of the mundaneness of the world. So it's just such an escape. And I think what's so cool about it is that you get to tell these very personal stories. Like, like The Pale Door, I wrote that's really about like familial issues with like my brother and my father, but it's also cowboys versus witches. You can tell these, sometimes poignant stories within a very crazy wrapper. And I think that juxtaposition is really, really cool.
Well, thank you so much. You have clearly proven that you know way more than me.
I don't think so. I think you either won or was pretty close to a tie.
I'm gonna go to our local Blockbuster and I'm gonna go rent all these movies that we talked about.
You can't. That does not exist.
But either way, it was a good time.
That's true.
Thank you.
We cheated a little bit too.
We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
I love everybody dancing.
Y'all cutting up early today. Yeah.
Tracy, what do you think they're dancing?
Do your own.
It's the wobble. Look at that. Do the wobble, do the wobble, do the wobble. Do the.
Get up, yeah.
Yeah. Or that.
Something like that.
The
oh my God.
outside stage has just been happening all
It
week.
is a vibe.
It is totally a vibe.
Oh, goth on stage. Goth on stage.
Oh, are you like?
I'm excited.
People?
My people are out in the wild.
excited?
Hello. Thank you. Thanks for showing up.
You know where my people are? The Filipino food truck.
Oh God, because it's so good. The food's so good. All the food's
so good, you guys. There's like
notch.
Enough rice to keep me happy for the rest of the day.
So much has already happened this week during Hall of Fame. So let's take a look at some of those highlights right now.
Let's.
On Sunday, we kicked off Hall of Fame week with the return of Hall of Game Homecoming. Live from the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, our annual esports exhibition welcomes students, alumni, faculty, and staff to cheer on their favorite players as Armada varsity teams competed against returning alumni players in Apex Legends, or League of Legends, and Halo Infinite. Varsity took back the championship title from last year's alumni victors with wins in Apex and Leagues of Legends, while the alumni dominated in Halo Infinite due to seasoned Halo veterans Delta Vine, Leon 17, and Matt Burns Potoff. Students and attendees enjoyed swag giveaways courtesy of Full Sail and MSI, food trucks, arcade games, and more, while 3 hardworking students were awarded scholarships on behalf of Orlando Health. After the show, the students gathered on the patio for a raffle prize with PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and so much more.
Oh,
There
yeah.
was like a million things going on.
I wanted to win that Xbox, but
Yeah.
oh well.
You can catch a replay of the stream by heading to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/Full Sail Armada.
And you have to say slash, just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that. But anyway, yeah, aside from that, we have a brand new HQ, Armada HQ, which just opened. Well, it didn't quite open yet. It's almost open, but we showed it off to all of our students and our faculty, Armada HQ, with 45 stations. Yeah, very, very exciting. But on Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress was home to Full Sail's Tech Expo, sponsored by Sennheiser, a dream event for all of our tech-loving students. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, videography, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Apple, Adobe, MSI, Sony, Avid, Shure, Sennheiser, Canon, Maxon, and Focusrite. So cool to see all of that awesome technology on display for our students, for our staff, for everybody. Technology is awesome. I love it.
Right there at their fingertips.
I know. But everyone's favorite, Dungeons and Dragons actual play, D20 Deathmatch, returned to the outdoor stage for its 3rd year of mayhem. Game business and esports instructor Beck Godsey and co-dungeon master Drew Godsey once again brought their popular role-playing web series to the Full Sail community, making students and staff roll for their lives. Get it? See what I did there?
Oh my God.
I know. Attendees got the chance to participate in the action as graduate and former Armada president Jagger Fenwick took on instructor Charles Cardwell in a ruthless Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Those guys are crazy. Probably one of my favorite Hall of Fame events.
Yeah?
It's awesome to see, all the tabletop game community represented, and all. I just love gaming. And Beck is insane. Like,
oh my gosh, so talented in like raw stage presence, like up there just ready to go.
I know, right?
I mean, yells into the microphone.
Yes.
Which I love.
Yes, agreed.
Be sure to download the Hall of Fame app to keep up with all the panels, presentations, special events, and everything happening right here on campus. Just head to the App Store or Google Play Store and search Full Sail to get the new app. If you have the app from last year, you need the new one. Let's check out a video on how to use that.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations.
The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shore's been there. In every note, on every stage. Uniting musicians and fans, amplifying voices that span generations, and igniting new genres that push culture forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound and the next 100.
Animal Kingdom parking lot.
All right, a very special thanks to Shure for serving as the official sponsor of Hall of Fame Live. And here's to the next 100 years of innovation in audio technology. Thanks.
HQ Shore. We absolutely love having you as a sponsor, as well as the rest of our sponsors that you see up here on the screen. We have Adobe, Apple, Avid, Canon, Dolby Creator Lab, Focusrite, MSI, Orlando Health,
Meyer Sound,
Sennheiser,
Solid State Logic,
Sony.
Oh, is that how you say it?
Yeah, you have to sound happy.
Sony.
And make sure that you're keeping up with us on our social media while we're in full swing this week. Use the hashtag fullsailhof. That's hashtag fullsailhof to share your experiences all week long. Keep up with us on Discord, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Threads, TikTok, and X.
Twitter.
I want to see you guys. Oh, yeah. Speaking of, we have some submissions for the cosplay contest. I believe that is the Joker.
That is Jason King from IT Certificate, online student. These are our online cosplay submissions.
I love
we'll have
it.
the live one tomorrow. This is Bill Cipher. I mean, just kidding. Bill Cipher is the character.
Yes.
Bianca Opio from Computer Animation. This is her.
I love it. I love it.
I don't know who Bill Cipher is.
Handmade, crafted.
Is it Gravity Falls? Okay.
And then we have online cosplay submission, Octobius Knight. You gotta say it like that. It's Mikey Milik, and he is an online student liaison, and that looks insane.
That is really
powerful.
Cool. I feel like you'd get hurt though.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of spikiness going on.
Tight. I love it.
And our next one is, I can't pronounce that. Kilua Zodic. Is that Zoldyck?
Kalua Zoldyck?
Kalua?
Kalua
Zoldyck. This is Kenneth Gonzalez, DCBS, Digital Cinematography, Bachelor of Science. They're Yep.
You asked me, that's a Power Ranger.
Is that what that is?
I don't know, but I love it.
I like it too. Very exciting. All right, folks. Well, our camera operator is going to have a fun time trying to fit Jess and her next guest into the frame.
Apple boxes are a thing, Tracy. Let's head outside to the creative experience to see my teeny tiny friend Jess and our normal size friend Tremaine.
He's not normal sized.
Hey there, everybody. I'm out here at the Creative Experience, and yes, we did fit us both into the frame, and for the first time ever, someone's taller than Tremaine. I'm here with Hall of Fame 9 inductee Tremaine Williams, and we are going to play a game with some students. Are you ready?
Let's do this.
Okay, so we're going to run up on students. We're going to make them finish the lyric. We've got the first part of the lyric. They've got to give us the second part, and if they're good at it, maybe they get a prize, or maybe we just ignore them and go on to the next person if they get it wrong. Sounds good?
Probably the second one. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let you lead off. So you're going to pick a victim, and you're going to sing them the line.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Oh, they look like they're busy right now. Hey, guys, got something for you. We're live. Say hi to everybody on the internet. Hi, I need you to finish this song lyric for me. All I want for Christmas
is you.
That's pretty good. Thank you, bye. All right, let's go. Who we got?
Here. We're going to do another one. I need to find a student. Hey, yo, what's going on with y'all? What's happening? Y'all having a good Hall of Fame? Yeah. You're on TV. Say hi to your mom. All right, I'm going to do a little finish the lyric game with you. Okay, you ready? Oh, so you don't listen to music at all? Okay, I won't ask you then. Ready? Okay, I'm working late.
Because I'm a singer.
Let's go. Good job, y'all. Thank you. Here you go, Tremaine.
All right, you know what? I know where we're going. Please hold.
Oh, my God.
Les deferred. I think we know this guy. We need you to finish this lyric.
Okay.
This will be pretty simple since we play this every day. They not like
us.
Keep going.
Oh, they not like us.
Thank you. All right. Next.
Okay. We got another one. Hold on. We're going to find somebody. Hey, yo, what's going on with y'all? Hi, you looking like you're looking at us. What's up?
We're in a band. We're called My Favorite Foods. We just dropped our first single.
We did.
Please listen to it.
It's on everything.
Cool. Okay, let's see how well you know music. I'm going to give you a lyric, and you're going to finish it for me. Sounds good? Okay, ready? I might kill my ex.
Oh, see, I don't know.
You played yourself. Bye.
Oh! All right. Let me see what else we got. We're still moving. Oh, hello. Hi, can you finish the song lyric for me?
Okay.
I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. She doesn't know Taylor Swift. She doesn't love Taylor Swift. Who doesn't love Taylor? Oh, I'm so disappointed in you. What else you got?
Oh, we're going to go back to the one that nobody got just now. Let's see. Hey, can y'all finish a lyric for me? Yeah, maybe. I like that answer. Okay, ready? I might kill my ex.
Nah, I can't.
I might kill my ex. Somebody, who said it? Who said
Bring
it?
it over here. What's
All right, Tremaine, find another one. Find another one. Here you go.
All right. Let's go. This way. I need another song. Give me another song. Ooh, all the songs I'm thinking of are not appropriate. Oh, this is Mrs. Wavy. Can you finish the song lyric for me? Okay, sure. We're gonna do this again because the last one got it wrong. I never miss a beat. I'm lightning on my feet. And
that's what people think.
Oh, almost. And that's what they say.
And that's what they don't see.
Yes.
There we go.
Haters gonna hate.
Players gonna play.
You better sing it.
That's what people say.
What we gonna do?
Shake it off.
Yes! Yes! We got one. What you got?
All right, we got one more. Hey, you ready? You ready to finish this lyric?
Okay, yes.
You know songs? You know music?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ready? Wait, they don't.
Know you like I do?
That was super close. I'm gonna give it to you. They don't love you like I love you. Wait.
They don't know you like I do.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you got it. All right, well, that was a blast. Did you have fun, Jermaine?
We got to do this again.
I know. We're doing this next year for sure.
Yeah.
All right, you want to throw us into our next video? Go ahead and say, watch the video.
Watch the video.
I had been playing at church and all that kind of stuff growing up, but high school is when it finally clicked. I was listening to a Jill Scott record. That record was so great to me, and I was like, I want to make music for the rest of my life. My time at Full Sail, I learned so much because I didn't know what engineering was completely. My thought process was, I'm learning this to make my music production sound better so I don't have to hire somebody else to do it. But then I got good at it, so then people would hire me to do it. I ended up at Flight Time after Grammy Camp. We took the kids to a bunch of different studios in LA, and we ended up taking them to Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis's studio. And so the studio manager was talking to me while we were waiting for Jimmy and Terry. And she was like, what do you do when you're not, called it babysitting the kids? And I was like, oh, I'm a producer, engineer, blah, blah, blah. She was like, oh, we're looking for a producer, engineer. I was like, well, here I am. And so we exchanged information, and that following February, randomly got a call, and she was like, meet me at this address at this time. I had no idea what it was. Ended up being 50th Grammy rehearsals with The Time and Rihanna. And that was almost my introduction to live, because I walked in and they were like, we need you to do Pro Tools edits, we need you to tech, we need you to, I ended up doing monitors, like got thrown into the fire, had no clue what I was doing. But they didn't know that. So the guys told the studio manager, like, we really like this guy. Let's try him out for a session. So turned around the next week and did a Ruben Studdard session for American Idol. And the guys grabbed me from there. And so I ended up staying there about 2 or 3 years. And that was one of the most amazing experiences ever. Just me in general, I like to stay in touch with people, like good people. That goes for studio and live. People I don't work with anymore, I'll shoot them a text every once in a while just to check in with them. I don't want anything, just seeing how you're doing. And that keeps you kind of fresh in their mind as well. So I always get a call for work randomly. I ended up with Bruno Mars through somebody I met at Grammy Camp. We stayed in touch over the years, and we were having Mariah rehearsal for South America, and the tour ended up getting canceled. But next door, Bruno was rehearsing, and I saw their road cases, and I was like, oh man, Andy's here. So I hit him up just to say hey, because I hadn't seen him in a couple years. And we ended up talking in the parking lot, and he was like, hey man, we're looking for a keyboard tech for this tour that's coming up. Would you be interested? And I was like, absolutely. So again, relationships. I tell the new grads and students, don't be closed-minded. All these opportunities have come because I'm open to them. Never thought I'd be stage managing anything ever. I thought I would be a studio rat forever. And all these opportunities have presented themselves because I was open to trying new things and just stretching my wings as far as they can go. And I still don't know if this is it, or am I gonna end up somewhere else doing some more crazy stuff that's completely unexpected.
Yes, Jess, I assure you, that was a very fun segment. As you're rewatching this segment now, which I know you are because you're neurotic, it was very funny. We liked it.
I just feel for our camera op, Alex.
Oh,
I wonder
he's
how he's
sweating
carrying
buckets.
this 10-pound camera and running around. I hope he's okay. But anyway, we've caught up with plenty of former Hall of Fame inductees on Hall of Fame Live this week. But let's get to know our new class a bit better. Sports industry professional Martina Bozic is the Vice President of Football Partnerships North America for international sports marketing agency Sport5. A 2014 entertainment business graduate, Martina's career experience in professional sports also includes roles with organizations including Major League Soccer and IMG Academy.
A 2004 game development graduate, Jason Citron is the co-founder and current CEO of the popular gamer-friendly instant messaging platform Discord. Since launching in 2015, Jason and his team of nearly 900 employees have grown Discord exponentially, boasting more than 200 million active monthly users.
Alejandro Garcia Tuñón is a 2005 game development graduate who currently serves as a senior director and head of co-development at Side, with previous roles at tech companies and developers, including Ghost Punch Studios and Magic Leap. The grad's credits include contributions to some of gaming's biggest franchises, such as Borderlands, Guitar Hero, Transformers, and Fortnite.
The 2002 film graduate Aaron B. Kuntz is the award-winning writer and director behind multiple feature films, including cult horror releases Scare Package and The Pale Door. Currently, Aaron is the showrunner and executive producer of the upcoming sci-fi and Peacock series Revival, and recently sold his upcoming film Shelby Oaks to Neon, releasing in theaters later this year.
Video game that is not that person, but that's okay. This is Katrina Mena-Rick, 2011 entertainment business graduate. Katrina Mena-Rick currently serves as a senior creative producer for Disney Live Entertainment. In her time with the Mouse, the grad has led creative teams in design, audio, animation, and more for live shows and spectaculars across Disney parks worldwide, including Happily Ever After, Fantasmic, and Finding Nemo at the Big Blue, and beyond.
And beyond. Video game music master Jonathan Mayer is a 2000 recording arts graduate and serves as the founder, CEO, and music director for Spider Farm Productions. Since starting his career, Jonathan has managed and composed music for more than 30 AAA video games, including The Last of Us, Call of Duty, God of War, Infamous, and Spider-Man.
So talented.
Good.
Do you remember?
Yeah, do you remember the Mad Libs? I was about to ask you if you remember
I
the Mad
actually
Libs.
don't remember playing Mad Libs as a kid. Did you?
Yes, it was chaotic and crazy.
Huh, but you know what? I think we should bring it back, even though I don't remember it.
Yeah, well, I wanna show you this video where our favorite people did the Mad Libs.
Okay, let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
I'm Alejandro.
Hi, this is Martina.
I'm Jason. My name is Aaron B. Kuntz.
Hey, I'm Kat, and this is
Hall of Fame Mad Libs.
Okay, so we're gonna start off with a verb ending in ing.
Filmmaking.
Give me the name of a former Hoff inductee.
Jeff Villanueva. That's my boy.
Tall. No, sorry, tall's not a noun. Tall's not a noun. Ceiling. No, I did table. That's dumb.
Say that one more time.
The name of a video game.
A video game.
I don't play video games. Anything you can think of.
Zelda.
Cranky. Swam.
Inspirational.
Kumquat. Cats.
And now we're gonna have you read it back. If we have to do it a second take, because maybe the first
Dios mío.
if you want to read it through.
The inductees for the 15th Hall of Fame were filmmaking in the green room right before the induction ceremony when
Jeff Villanueva burst into the room. Full Sail president and everyone's favorite, Love, Gary Jones, is missing. They shouted. They can't find him anywhere.
Martina leaped up. Don't worry, we'll find him, no matter how many lights it takes, they said. Come on, gang.
The Hall of Fame 15 inductees took their sisters, ran outside, and hopped into the Dream Machine.
Jason grabbed the wheel and peeled out of the wholesome parking lot.
First, they drove to Studio V1, where students were creating a set that looked like Tasty Castle in the year 1986.
The inductees didn't see Gary anywhere,
but they found a pair of his magical sneakers.
He was just here, Aaron said.
Let's keep going before the trail gets fast.
Next, they drove to the fortress, where 13 Armada athletes
We're playing Zelda with a hat.
Gary wasn't there, but a pair of his inspirational glasses
were sitting on the statue.
Another clue, said Katrina.
I'm feeling excited about this. Let's move.
The gang drove the Dream Machine to the audio temple. They could hear incredible music playing, so they swam inside.
Gary was there. He was playing the belligerent kumquat and jamming with Carrie Allen and Tom Toia.
Gary, thank Automobile. We've been looking everywhere for you.
It's almost time for the ceremony, said Jonathan.
Whoops, said Gary. I always lose track of time when I'm playing greasy funk songs with cats. That worked too well. Fair enough, but we've got to get you to Full Sail Live, said Alejandro.
Gary and the gang took their epic stories, raced to the Dream Machine,
and made it back to Full Sail Live just in time for the induction ceremony.
Thanks to the Hall of Fame 15 inductees.
It was the crankiest ceremony
Full Sail had ever seen.
The end. Or is it?
All right, we're gonna have to talk.
We're
about
here.
That.
We're
gonna
here
talk about
Charity.
that later.
Charity is teaching me how to use in-ears.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Great.
Yeah? Hall of Fame Sixer, Charity Lomax. Charity, tell everyone what you're doing these days.
I work for Jerry Harvey Audio.
Yeah. They didn't make these in-ears.
We definitely did not make those in-ears,
Nope.
but we're one of the leading companies that make in-ear monitors. And for those of you that don't know what that is, any concert you go see, you'll see these little earbuds in, but they're custom molded to the person's, custom molded to their ears, so they can hear what they're playing for reference and so on and so forth.
How long have you been there now?
9 years I got off the road to do this job.
And before that, you were on the road with everyone. Cool.
Couple cool folks.
Such as?
Little Janet Jackson, Van Halen, the Eagles.
I mean, just
Aerosmith.
couple bands we've never heard of.
Those folks.
Those folks.
Hey, there are some people here that probably have not heard of those folks.
You know what that means?
Let's just keep it real.
It means they're young and we're not.
Seasoned.
I like that. I always think I'm old. I'm going to use that next time.
seasoned.
I am seasoned, not old. Anyway, Charity, welcome back. You've done Hall of Fame millions of times. Okay, maybe not millions. It's a little bit of exaggeration. You go to panels, you do all these serious things, but today I think we need to do some fun stuff.
Copy fun.
Down?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do some rapid fire questions.
Ooh.
And I mean no thinking, just full on, boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
You ready to do this? Don't think, though.
I'm not.
All right, here we go. Go-to comfort food.
French fries.
If you could switch lives with someone for a day, who would it be?
Oprah Winfrey.
If you could switch lives with any other Hall of Famer for a day, who would it be?
Ooh,
Don't
Gary,
think.
Gary Rizzo.
I'll join you on that one. Morning person, night owl?
Night owl.
Okay. First thing you do when you wake up?
Wordle.
Really?
First thing.
I do it before I go to bed.
If it's after midnight, I'll do it. If it's 12:01, I'm doing it at 12:01.
That's hilarious. What movie can you watch more than once?
Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice. One thing most people don't know about you.
I'm a very rando person. I've got like 15 hobbies. I've got goats. I'm getting chickens.
Who has goats?
I'm like one step away from being a prepper. Not gonna lie. I live out in the country. You have to drive over a creek to get to my house.
Okay, wait, what are you doing with these goats? Like getting their milk?
Land management. So my property is on a slope. You can't cut it with a lawnmower. I hired a herd of goats to come eat it down to the dirt. And then I thought, I can have my own goats and they'll just eat it throughout the season.
Do your goats have names?
Franklin and Henry and Eddie. May he rest in peace.
I want to come visit you now and hang out with goats. I'm totally like off the script now.
I was just totally looking at them on my Blink camera before I came up here.
Oh, cuties. What or who inspires you the most?
I would say my mother. My mother had 6 kids, was a stay-at-home mom. I'm the youngest. And when I started going to school, she got a job that sent her to college.
Aww.
And when I graduated from high school, she graduated from Johns Hopkins with her master's.
That is the coolest story ever. Ah,
Facts.
If you could only listen to one genre of music for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Prog rock, and it would be Rush. Thank you very much.
I knew this about you. If you could go back on the road, if you had to go back on the road with any band, who would it be?
That's a tough one. It would take a lot to get me out of the house.
Not even Rush?
I mean, Rush is, well, if they were still a band, that 100. I'd walk out the door right now.
Okay.
But of music that's out right now, I can't really think of anybody that would get me out of the house.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
No,
What if there were goats on the tour bus?
Definitely.
All right. Coffee or tea?
Tea.
If you could travel anywhere in the world right now, where would you go?
New Zealand, Queenstown.
Ooh. Best piece of advice you've ever received?
I've gotten a lot of great advice. I don't know. Be confident in yourself. Own your mistakes. Learn from them.
What's your favorite way to unwind after a busy day?
Vino, red.
Yes. She used to travel with her wine case. I know
Yes,
this.
I do.
know this. Favorite book you've read?
Ooh, God, I've listened to and read a lot of books. Harry Potter. I love the whole Harry Potter series.
Interesting.
There's a lot. I mean, that's just too many to mention.
Favorite TV show?
Oh, God. That could take all day. If you were holding a gun to my head right now to give you an answer, I'd be dead. Because there's so much good TV.
Okay.
I love Severance.
Oh my God, that's so good.
I love any post-apocalyptic type of thing. Yeah, it's hard to say. There's just so much good
That is true.
TV and good movies. It's hard to say.
Last question.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite thing about Hall of Fame?
Students. Getting to see all of these people, once a year, like clockwork. Just hearing people's stories and what you've been doing for the past year. Because for some of us, haven't seen each other a year, and just kind of getting kind of centered and hearing people's stories.
That's awesome. Oh my goodness, Nate Howe, come on over here. Come on over here.
It's not Nate Howe. It's Thurston Howe.
Thurston Howe. This is.
Hello, Thurston.
It's lovely to see you.
Hall of Fame 6. Nate Howe, you guys are the same class. You can come up here.
I got to be somewhere.
Where do you have to be?
I got to do a panel.
Oh, okay. Those are
Very
important
soon.
things.
I was walking down the alleyway or hallway, or I don't know, outdoors.
Yeah.
And I heard Tracy Wu's voice. And
Yeah.
I was like.
And you said, why is she
like,
haunting me?
Yeah, I thought you were haunting me.
Okay.
But it was good.
All right.
Hello.
Copy that.
All right. Well, it's great having both of you here. You should go to your panel because
I gotta
that
go
is
to the
more
panel.
important than us right
All right.
now.
See you guys later.
We love you. That is Nate Howe, folks. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. You're awesome. We're gonna come visit and see your goats.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks
You're
for
awesome.
having me.
And I'll get my ears fixed.
Yes, I will show you how to put them on.
All right. Let's check out this video, guys.
I went to my first concert when I was probably about 6 or 7, and I just loved live music from the beginning, but I think it was when I saw Journey in 1983 that I was like looking out on the floor like, I want to do that. I don't even know what that is, but I want to do that. And I was just figuring out how to get there, how to do it, whatever that was. And then finally I kind of fine-tuned it, like I wanted to do audio. I knew that's the kind of direction that I wanted to go in. It was literally just finding where to go to school to learn how to do that. I found my way to Full Sail. One day I was listening to 98 Rock, because I grew up in the Baltimore, Washington area. And it was an ad, they were doing the Dreams Across America tour, and it was like, if you want a job in the music industry, whatever the tag was. I just remember hearing all the talk of dreams, and I just got sucked in. So I called 1-800-CAN-ROCK and, set up to come and see the whole open house. And then it was just a matter of like, I don't think I can afford it. And I think what the sort of turning point where I really got off my ass, so to speak, was I went to go see Rush. And sort of my ritual was I'd go see the band, and then they always have a tour book. And it talks about how the record was made and what's behind it, the meaning, da-da-da. And there was a quote where the drummer, Neil, who's the writer, said that if you give up or if you lose this time, the dream is still there. And I'm gonna start crying right now. It just struck such a chord with me. And a dream is only over if you give up or if it comes true. And that, I'm out of here. And I was probably at Full Sail probably months after that. Like, it was like, I have to do this. So I'll figure out the money, and we did. So, thank you, Neil. What I love most about being on tour is definitely the travel, because we've been everywhere. I love this being somewhere different every day. It doesn't get boring. I mean, I've worked with the Eagles. I've worked myself for Christina Aguilera. I've worked for Van Halen. I've tour managed Sublime, Queen Latifah. I've been lucky. I've worked for certain people for stretches of time, which is great. And Aerosmith, I forgot about those guys. What I'm working on right now, I work for the Eagles. I'm the production coordinator for the tour, so I'm basically the production manager's assistant. We've got one more leg to do next year in Australia, and I don't know what I'm doing after that. What I'd like to do is Rush. That's my dream gig, that's the one I want, and it's the holy grail of touring, because people who get on with Rush don't quit. But that's what I'm hoping for. None of this is lost on me. I still get excited. I love when the house lights drop and everybody goes wild. I mean, that's probably my favorite part of the show, is just seeing the excitement that people have. I'm one of the very few people that what I wanted to do when I was little is what I'm doing. And that's probably what I'm most proud of.
Cosplay Contest is a chance for students to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the Full Sail community. The contest, hosted by our campus cosplay club, invites students to strut their best looks in front of a panel of judges, all in hopes of being awarded Best Cosplay in categories including video games, film and television, anime, and more. Be sure to check it out during the week.
Oh my goodness, what is up, everybody at the Creative Experience CX? Are you guys ready to play a game?
I don't know, I think they're squared off, rectangled up, ready to go, whatever you say. If you're there on the backlot, it's time to get your game face on. I think we're gonna square dance face on. This is a square dancing challenge. So, all of the kids are going to be blindfolded, standing inside of their taped square. You will be marching in your square until we say stop, or at least until you have to try and stay marching in one place. So just stay marching there until we say stop. We will reveal when the time is up who stayed in their square or is closest to your square. So you guys ready, Jess?
Yeah, we're all ready. We're ready down here. All right, I'm gonna let you guys know when you're ready to go. You're gonna put your blindfolds down. You're gonna start marching, and then when I say stop, you stop. Sounds good? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Blindfolds, march. Okay, they're so good at this. Yeah, no, I feel like I do pretty bad at this. Okay, we're moving. Yeah, I actually thought this was going to go a little differently, but it's exactly how Eris anticipated. Yeah, we're making big moves right now. Okay, a little faster. Pick up the pace. Yeah. You're running for your lives. Okay, yeah. You didn't make it. Are we at 30 seconds yet? How long? Wait, yeah. You guys are really good at this. Okay, so good at this. All right, stop. Let's see where you are. You're all super outside of your squares. You're horrible at this game. Horrible. I'm going to do a quick little measure. Stay in your spot. Don't move. You were the only one who managed to stay inside. That means you're the winner. And what do you get? Ooh, here, go ahead. Hold your gift. Show it off. Wow, an Alienware keyboard. Do you like to game?
Yeah, I actually really do.
Cool. Tell us what's your name and degree program?
My name is Marisol. I'm in music business. Yay.
Oh, love that. And what game are you going to play when you get home?
We will see. There's so many options, so we'll have to see.
Awesome. Love it. Well, congratulations and have a happy Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to throw it back inside to the ladies at the stage. Take it away, girls.
I'm marching in my square.
That was hilarious. I don't think I would do well. You think you'd do well if you did that?
No.
I don't think I would do well.
I'd end up on the other side of campus. I'd be like, what?
I'd
Did
be
you
in
call
like a
me?
different state. So there you go. Anyway.
Well, anyway, next up, we'll head into the Fortress for our 2 o'clock panel, a fireside chat with Discord co-founder and CEO, Jason Citron. So you need to get over there, fill up that entire Fortress. There's plenty of seats.
I am very excited to see that Jason Citron over at the Fortress.
I know, I'm so excited. Let's check it out.
All right.
and welcome to the Orlando Health Fortress. My name is Dr. Haifam Ammar. I am the Executive Director of Emerging Technologies here at Full Sail. And today we are streaming live on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook. And also we are here in person at the Orlando Health Fortress, and I'm so happy to see a full room here. So welcome, everyone. And happy Hall of Fame Day 4. I hope everyone is enjoying the Hall of Fame, yes? Enjoying the panels. Make sure to attend all the panels, the talks, the events. I mean, there is always a whole variety of different things to do. Like, we get stressed off, like we don't want to miss anything here. So, I'm so excited today, Jason. So it's my honor and my pleasure to sit down with Jason Citron and chat with him about his journey. For those of you who don't, I'm pretty sure everyone knows Jason, but it's okay.
Woo! What's up, y'all? Thanks for coming out.
So Jason is actually the co-founder and CEO of Discord. Have you heard of Discord? Of course, everyone here heard of Discord.
All right, thank you.
So Discord is that platform that is now originally for gamers, but now way more than gamers. It's for different communities like the developers, startups, creators, businesses, fan communities, all sorts of things. And Jason is also one of the inductees. The Hall of Fame inductees tomorrow. He will be inducted tomorrow, and we're so happy to have him here on campus. He is a graduate of the Game Development Bachelor, and he graduated in 2004. Emerging Tech, woohoo! So, the more I learn about Jason, and we're gonna go deep more into the conversation about your journey, but to tell you the truth, I was so impressed by your journey, and I'm not only seeing that tech founder, you're really a visionary, it's a visionary, you're a visionary leader who took his kind of frustration with some tools that existed back then and came up with this concept to solve a problem. And then from there, this became one of the most influential community platforms that exist out there. So we're going to learn more about this story of resilience and innovation and leadership. But the thing about it, and I do use Discord, is that it's all about the community and the user. So that's impressive. So I want to know more about how do you keep that. But first, so let's start by knowing more about you, but specifically what got you interested in technology. Let's go back to the roots and understand why technology, why entrepreneurship, and then did you see yourself always starting like a company, a startup?
Yeah, well, thanks to everyone for being here. I'm really happy to be here. It's been so fun to come back to Full Sail after 20 years. I'm now walking around buildings and I'm like, oh, I've been in this room before, and it's so cool to be back here and see how much it's grown, and you all are so lucky to be here. At this version of Full Sail, it's probably the best one, in its history.
Yay!
So yeah, for me, I got introduced to technology through my parents. My dad was a small business owner. He had actually 2 Häagen-Dazs ice cream stores, which is not technology, but he used computers to help keep track of the books. And so we had one in our house. This was back in the 80s. And we used to sit in his little office, and he'd show me games like Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego and this kind of stuff. And right? Okay. I haven't played it in a really long time, but yeah. So that kind of introduced me to video games and to computers and to thinking about being a small business owner. And then in high school, a friend of mine actually was at my 13th birthday sleepover party. Everyone kind of fallen asleep, and one of my friends at the time was like, "Hey, I know how to make video games." And I was like, "No, you don't." He's like, "No, I do." So we fired up this thing called QBasic on the computer, which is like a really ancient programming language, and we started drawing circles on the screen. And I was like, "Oh my God, you actually can make video. We could make video games." And so I became just obsessed with programming, and so I kind of knew that I wanted to bring together building a company, creating games, and contributing back to the gaming world. And so that's kind of how I got off on that path.
And how about entrepreneurship?
Yeah, well, entrepreneurship came, I think, from seeing my dad, and my grandfather also had a small business. He was, him and his father used to wire buildings. They were electricians, back in New York City when that was a new thing. So my great-grandfather was one of the probably army of 200 people that wired the Empire State Building, this ancient history stuff. But so yeah, I was just seeing that in my family. I kind of knew that was a path, and I thought it was interesting to me, and I think also maybe I just have control tendencies. I'm not a great employee, so kind of it just felt right. I don't know. I started my first business actually was a consultancy in high school. This was kind of around the .com bubble. I wrote PHP websites for people that I met on IRC, Internet Relay Chat, which is the deep internet. Yeah.
That's great. So before Discord, you actually built OpenFind. And it's one of those, the biggest first social gaming platforms back then, for mobile. But that was later acquired by one of the big tech companies. Obviously, there are lessons, like in every step of our journeys, there are always lessons that we learn, take into going into the next step of our journey. So I wanted to know more about those lessons. How was that experience with OpenFind? And then how did you go afterwards towards Discord?
Yeah, so my first, or my prior startup was called OpenFaint, and it was kind of like Xbox Live or something like that for mobile phones, but like way before even Game Center was there. And that was a pretty crazy experience for me. I had started that company really never having managed anything before. And then when I sold it, we were about 100 people. And so through that experience, it was kind of like a business school of hard knocks in a way for me. You know, like Full Sail really taught me a lot about and about teamwork and collaboration, and gave me a great space to hone my craft of being a software engineer. Yeah. But you know, management and running a company and hiring people and fundraising, like that's a whole other thing. And so I learned a lot of actually the practicalities of doing all of that and how to be a good leader by doing it, which is an interesting lesson that I took forward, and I think maybe is useful for all of you to think about. Is there's a lot of things in life where you won't learn them until you do them, and you mess it up, and then you realize it. And so like, don't be afraid to like try stuff, you know, as long as you're not gonna hurt anybody. But when I reflecting back on that experience and thinking about, you know, building Discord and what we were going to take with us, you know, one of the biggest things was being really intentional about the company culture from the very beginning. Okay. And you know, people talk about company culture, and essentially it's like the way that you work together. It's like the unspoken rules around how you behave and how you make decisions, and that's the key thing. It's usually unspoken. So there's always a culture, and even if you guys are working on team projects or in your classroom, there's a culture, and there's a culture of Full Sail. Like, how do you get things done? How do you ask for help? When can you ask for help? You know, is it okay to ship sloppy stuff, or do you wait to make it great? And how do you think about those trade-offs? And you know, when I was building my first company, it was so overwhelming. I didn't really have the time or space to kind of think about that. And when we were around 80 people, one of my good friends, actually, who was someone I met at Full Sail, he was working with me at that company. He came to me and he was like, you know, it kind of sucks to work here. He's like, and I was like, oh crap, okay. And then I was like, okay, we need to like fix these things about our company culture. And he
was saying it sucks because of like the culture. It's like too much crunch.
No, actually, it wasn't so much crunch. It was just like it was hard to get work done. Okay. There was like too much bureaucracy, and I mean, it's about, yeah, it was just like we weren't super intentional about how we made decisions. And had those decisions happen at different levels of the organization. Okay. Right. And so when I started Discord, you know, Andy came with me pretty early, and there was a moment probably around month 6 where we were sitting around talking about, you know, how we want to build the company, and we both realized that if we could create a place that was great for creative people to work, and we're really intentional about that culture, like that would, like good things would come from that. Yeah. And so we got really intentional about what kind of culture we want to have, and I think it's paid off.
Wow, and we're gonna go. We're gonna dive deeper into the culture, because it is one thing that's keeping Discord the way it is. Even though now we're like with hundreds of millions of users, the culture is still the same. Which is, I mean, just with small number of users, you can lose that culture and you can lose that focus and that mission. But then for you, now it's been like really. Like that objective is there. Everyone is still respecting that culture. So I'm just going to go back to Discord. As you're creating it, it was to solve a problem. Obviously, problem solving, and you went through the game development. It's one of the main things that we teach here. It's not necessarily the solution. It's like really which one is the best solution there. And so the problem, I can have you explain it later on. What was really the problem that you encountered as you were going towards Discord, and how did you solve it? But like, again, you're seeing it as a user need. It was not really a business idea. And that was like different from how things sometimes when we come up with like solutions. Okay, we all see problems and we all come up with solutions, but sometimes you have that thing of like, oh, that can be a good business, instead of like, this can fix this problem. This is the users need this. So I'm gonna go towards that, not necessarily thinking about the business per se. How did you fix it? What was the missing thing in the communication? If you can elaborate on that.
Yeah. I mean, the specific insight that we had when we got to creating Discord was really reflecting on our own personal experience, how we play games and the tools that we use. And at the time when we were talking about it, we also had just kind of finished building our own title. So actually, the company started as a game studio, and our thought was that we would build a game, a team-based multiplayer title on mobile, and then kind of turn that into a group chat app for games afterwards. And so we actually started building a game with the thought of bootstrapping kind of the social network, and through the process of that, saw a lot about how people were coming together in communities around games and what tools they were using. And then in late 2014, my co-founder actually came to me, and he was like, had a very particular thought around how to package that up into a product. He put it together with one of our designers, Mike, and we kind of started working on this concept of what became Discord in early 2015. And it was really about noticing how there were like two categories of chat apps that people used when we played games. It was either you were kind of in the Skype camp. This was back in 2014-ish. You were in the Skype camp. I see some people nodding. They're like, yeah, we know. And Skype had its benefits, but it had a lot of challenges. I mean, it was a great product. Actually, I guess they just recently sunset it for its time. And then there was another category of apps that were a little bit more hard to use, but they were better for different kinds of gaming groups. This is things like, Mumble and Ventrilo and this kind of stuff. And the challenge that those had is they were not compatible with each other. So if you would meet a group, if you wanted to play with someone and they had the other one, like you couldn't really easily invite them in. They'd have to go download a new app and set it up. And then to join it, you'd have to like send people IP addresses, which is like, what's even that? So these things had a bunch of problems, and I won't get into all of it because we could talk about that for forever. But basically, we realized that these products were not really serving the needs of the customers, and it was, Skype being a mass market product, weren't really focused on the needs for people who played games. Like you get a call and a thing pops up and it minimizes your game, and you're like, I'm playing a game, why are you minimizing my screen? And then things like, Ventrilo and Mumble had a bunch of other issues. They didn't have mobile apps. This was 2015 at the time, so early 2014. So we just thought that we could build like a 10x better product that was easier to use, that had a different business model that was free, because a lot of these things were actually paid products, like the sort of Mumble Ventrilo side, and have beautiful world-class mobile app, and it turned out we were right.
That's great. I'm going to go more technical now because part of Discord and the success of Discord is that, as you explained, the features are different. You are able to play and collaborate and talk and chat and have a video call with your friends, but also it's supporting hundreds of thousands, millions of users at the same time. So from the architecture perspective, sometimes when we're talking scalability, and for all of our gamers, whether it's our developers, when you're trying to build an application that can support that number, that is that scalable, and then support that number without necessarily affecting whether the latency or your servers or all the features of your app or your platform. It takes lots of time. So I wanted to go more into that architecture, if you can share, of course. Tell us more about that. How did you how to say it, what's the word for it, achieve that kind of scalability there for Discord?
Yeah. Well, I think when you're thinking about scalability, so you want to make sure you pick the right tool for the job. So I think if we kind of go back to the early days of 2015 when we were thinking about how we're going to build Discord, we had a lot of conversations around what's the technology stack that is the right thing for this kind of product that we're building. We picked essentially leaning on something called Elixir for a lot of the real-time stuff. Like WhatsApp was built on top of this, and it was originally designed for like telecom systems. So it was a particular technology designed for doing messaging at scale. And I think that choice, combined with a decision to use a bunch of second-tier kind of data center providers for our voice chat servers, which made it quite cheap for us to have distributed compute around the world. So we didn't use the primary clouds for our voice chat originally, allowed us to really effectively provide low-latency voice chat globally around the world that could scale. But with that said, when we first built Discord, the server cap was like 50. So scalability also didn't happen overnight. Today the largest chat server on Discord has like 20 million people in it, which is for Midjourney, which is this generative AI tool. And then some of the biggest games like Marvel Rivals and Fortnite and Minecraft, millions and millions of people in these chat servers. When we first built Discord, it was for like the World of Warcraft guild, So it was like 50 people or 100 people, something like that. And if you try to, I think, over-engineer scalability at the beginning, you could spend so much time building this complex system. But if the product isn't actually solving a problem, then people may not come and use it. So there's a lot of stories in the world of companies that have overbuilt, expecting a lot of demand and then not achieving it. So it is this interesting balancing act of like, how robust do you make your initial solution before you've kind of proven your what we call product market fit? Like, do people want it? And I think that we struck a good balance. And I have to give a lot of credit to my team and my co-founder, Stan, on this one. He made a lot of these original technical choices. And then we have a brilliant team of hundreds of engineers now that continue to monitor Discord and make sure that it's scaling. So if people, if there's a blip in push notifications getting delivered, like we have people whose phones are buzzing and are getting up at 3 in the morning to fix it for all of you. So it's definitely a team effort.
So talking about that, Discord is considered one of the most engaged communities right now on the internet, but also it was built with a kind of the community focus and then the user-first mentality. So having that big of a number of users, and I know we talked about scalability, but like, how do you keep that sense of belonging and authenticity as this platform is scaling? When your number grows, things can go south easy. So, yeah.
I think that part of the magic with Discord is that it's not a broadcast platform where you're kind of in this one space with like all of your different friend groups. Yes. And so because of that, it does scale, from a business perspective, like pretty effectively. Like I have a Discord with some of my friends in it, and the fact that there's a gigazillion other Discords on the system, like literally has no effect on like what's happening in that chat server. It means that now I can go join communities for other topics that I'm interested in, but if there are topics I don't care about, I don't need to go see them. So we sort of think of it as like, it's like scaling niches kind of. But most people on Discord spend most of their time in these smaller invite-only chat servers, we call them servers, with their friends. So it's really more like a super-powered group chat than even like a large community tool, even though those big community servers are quite visible and many people do join them. But I think it's kind of an inherent design of the platform because it is a private experience for the most part.
And then what are some of the core values and principles that guide Discord? Like the guide Discord, the internal culture of Discord, obviously as a leader, and I mean the whole organization, you need to make sure that there are some core values and principles that are being followed. So how do you make sure that that's reflected, respected, and then also make sure that both the team and the product also reflect that?
Yeah. So at this point now we're 900 people, so we have like the seven values on the wall, and we put them around and we talk about.
What are the 7 values?
What are the 7 values? It's deliver for customers. I'm actually not sure I've ever publicly talked about these. Surprise and delight. No, I'll list a few of them because they're good. No, they're good. They're good. Surprise and delight. Strive for excellence. Embrace the brutal facts. Isn't that sort of our real talk value of like? Anyway, I could talk about each of these things for a while, but it's essentially, they've evolved over the years. And when we were much smaller, when I was talking, I mentioned before how when me and Andy and it was like 3 people, were sitting around and came up with our values. They were a little bit different, but the essence of them were the same because it's really how we want to be.
Okay.
Maybe one that I'll just talk about is surprise and delight, because I think it's something that we do that's kind of unique. Maybe less so now in software, but coming from the game design world, and we were all game developers and game creators before we started Discord, and so we came to it with this very like fun and playful approach.
Yeah.
And so from very early on, we really wanted to make sure that the app was fun and playful, and because we are, we just like shitpost and have fun inside when we're working on the product. And so, sorry, can I say that? And so we try to bring that into the app. So the things like error states and the join messages, they all have kind of like a little bit of like tongue-in-cheek playfulness to them, and it's like one of the ways that we try to bring some of the internal fun into the product.
That's great.
Yeah.
So obviously, with the growth that Discord is seeing, also hiring is now one of the how to say it. Topics kind of, or like kind of the focuses of Discord. So how do you make sure that what kind of I'm not going to say personalities, but profiles of people you're trying to bring to the Discord team? What are the most the important things for you, for new people? I mean, obviously, once you have people who are hired, you can always cultivate that in them. But sometimes when you're hiring, you don't necessarily know the person. So what are you looking for exactly?
Yeah, when we hire, it's, one of the things that actually is really hard to cultivate is attitude. And so we look for people with a really great attitude. Okay. And a big part of that is...
Define great attitude.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give away the whole, secret tricks that we look for. But, it's really like people who are positive, want to contribute, seem like they'll be able to collaborate effectively, and want to be part of something that is going to have a positive impact on the world. So that's kind of the like positive contribution vibes, I guess, is kind of the attitude. People who run at problems and nothing is someone else's problem. Like, I'm going to try to fix it. Like, that's the kind of attitude that we love, and we need it at a startup. And even though we're kind of big now, 900 people, it's still, there's plenty of stuff to do that. We're still small relatively for what we create. But the other really big thing that we look for is what I call mission fit, which is like, do you actually give a damn about the problems that we're solving? And that's like, those are the two fundamental things. Like, if someone really cares about the problems that we're solving and the people that we're solving them for, like helping people talk and hang out with their friends online around games and other shared experiences, like if that gets you jazzed up, then like, and you're a really positive, collaborative person who wants to take ownership and get things done, like that's I don't want to say half the interview process, but that's like a big chunk of it.
How do you know if a person really cares about something? Again.
Yeah. It's hard to fake it. We just look for evidence in their personal lives.
Okay.
Like if someone who, and this does, I will say this changes a bit depending on like what team someone's on. Mm-hmm. So like if you're going to be, the closer you are to building and touching the product, the more and more this matters. And then, if the farther you are from that, the less it matters to an extent. I don't want to like call out accounting, for example, because my accounting team is amazing. But, if someone on our accounting team isn't a core gamer, like that's fine. But like the product managers and the people who are like actually designing the software, like they need to really understand how our users are using the software. And not all of them are core gamers, but we really prefer and look for people who really care about the mission. And in terms of how we can see it, it's like you ask people, what do you do in your free time? And they're like, oh, I'm like level 79,000 in some video game. You're like, okay, like proof, unless you're like paying someone to do it for you, but most people aren't at that level. So we look for, and same thing with the attitude. Some of that is like when you're talking to someone in an interview, you can get a sense for it. But there's also people who are just really good at interviewing. So we do a lot. We lean on reference checks a lot.
Okay.
So that's kind of how we do the attitude and the teamwork, and then the mission fit is look for that stuff. And then the third kind of pillar of it is actually the craft. Like, can you do your craft really well? If you're an accountant, like, do you really understand how the accounting laws work? And you know, do you know all the shortcuts in Excel? Like, can you make a pivot table with your eyes closed? And then for programming, it's like, show me your side projects. And you know.
So it's important for you to see a portfolio.
Yes, portfolios are critical.
Okay.
No portfolio, no hire.
Great.
Because it's all in the proof. I mean, what you're seeing here is it's all like, people can say whatever you want in an interview, and you get somewhere for being nice and having the right answers. But we're looking for all this other stuff. And if you're a new hire, it can be a little bit harder to obviously get references, which is kind of the catch-22 of being a new hire. But that's where, like, having a portfolio that you get, you know, from Full Sail or from your free time here, you know, free time. Yeah, right, while you're asleep, can be really helpful.
But they need to sleep, not necessarily.
You should sleep. I did not sleep that much, but you should sleep.
Well, then that goes back to what we always tell you, is that you need to make sure that your portfolio is clear, complete, so that when you go to interviews, then you're able to showcase. But he said something different. Also, he said, the things that you do at Full Sail, obviously from the courses, but also side projects. Side projects is important, and here you guys have all these different programs, so you can all network, and you can easily build like a small game. You have one artist, one developer, one designer, one animation student, and maybe someone from business, and then here you go. You have your game, and you can go and show it. It always it shows collaboration there.
Yeah, I mean, that is the best thing you can have as someone getting into the industry without any like professional experience. Because if you literally are like, hey, I made this thing with 5 other people on different disciplines, and it doesn't even have to necessarily be like great, you know, if you just did it and it's functional and it demonstrates like, hey, I wrote code, hey, I made art, hey, like I did some marketing, I made some UI, like that already puts you at the top for entry level folks. So yeah, I mean, highly recommend doing that.
Thank you for saying that. So nowadays with technology, we're seeing a huge shift in technology with different emerging technologies coming up. We're talking artificial intelligence. We're talking, immersive technology, but spatial computing specifically, and so on. So I'm going to start first with AI. And I wanted to, see if you're going to be using any kind of emerging technologies to enhance the user engagement at Discord, or if you're using right now.
Yeah, I mean, the generative AI stuff has been so fascinating to watch over the last couple of years. We do use Gen AI in some places. We use sort of classical machine learning, which is like AI before Gen AI for some things. But the generative AI stuff we use in some places operationally, like we use it to help with customer service. We've just started having our engineers start playing around with using it to help them be more productive. So we're just looking across the company, trying to think about where can people leverage generative AI in ways that can make them more productive at their jobs.
So when you're saying with engineers being more productive using generative AI, are we talking about the programming itself, or like?
Yeah, like we just rolled out, well, I know this is public, so I don't want to like name the products because I don't know. But anyway, so we just rolled out one of these like co-pilot programming things where engineers can have an AI assistant kind of pair programming with them, and you know, at least I find when I code in my spare time, I'm I don't know, 2 to 5 times faster at writing code when I use these tools. So I was like, we gotta get this stuff into the company.
And then so here at Full Sail, obviously we're embracing emerging technologies and artificial intelligence, and we want to make sure that our students are ready, because we know that once you go into the industry, if you don't know AI and know how to use it, your job can be, I'm not going to say taken by an AI, that's not true, but can be taken by someone who knows how to use AI. This is more for emerging tech and programming or computer science specifically. I know I'm out script here, but I wanted to know from your perspective in terms of computer science, learning the programming first before using the AI afterwards. How important is that?
I think it's very, at least for how I use it and how we use it, it's very important. Today, from what I can tell, these LLMs the large language models, which is the generative AI tools, they're not. You can build kind of fun little prototypes if you don't know how to code by just talking to it in English. People call it vibe coding. But I find that very quickly you get into a situation where it can't fix something, or the code gets too big and then it starts to break. And if you want to do anything serious with it, it's best to think of it as like a programmer who will do exactly what you tell it to and sometimes makes mistakes. Yeah. So that's how I use it. And I find it to be a very helpful tool in helping me code. But like, if I couldn't actually, like, I still read all the code.
You need to understand what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, the way the best tools work is it writes the code and then it shows you kind of the changes it's made, and you can go through and accept and reject each change and be like, is this how I want it to be? And so I find that when you use it that way as a programmer, it can be very effective. And I suspect a similar model is how it's going to be in other kind of crafts.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to Discord from the business perspective. Many companies struggle with monetization of their businesses. How did Discord approach revenue generation while staying free and accessible to all users?
Yeah, well, some people pay us, and thank you if you're out there and you're a Nitro sub. Much love. I see you. Oh, well, all right. So initially when we launched Discord, it was free, and it still is free for basically everyone to use. And we were thinking about, again, coming from the game development world, like what if we brought kind of game design monetization ideas to the world of chat software. And so that was kind of one angle to it. And then the other angle to it was we had this idea that we could help developers reach players and make money by connecting players with developers. Today, our revenue primarily comes from our consumer subscription product, which is called Nitro. And we also have a little cosmetics stuff you can buy in the store to decorate your profile. And we introduced the subscription service in very early 2017. And that transition moment was, we were very careful and intentional about introducing Nitro, because we knew it had been free and we hadn't asked anyone to pay us yet, and we knew that people might be concerned or, feel just have feelings about it. But I think we navigated it quite well. That was, I don't know what, a long time ago now. Mm-hmm. So what I found is that the best business models are ones that make your product better for your customers. And so we just try to keep everything like, I mentioned like one of our values is deliver for customers, and that's the first one, because we only get to do this work if we're creating value for all of you out there who are using Discord. And so everything we do has to serve the value that we offer people. So that's what all the business models and everything we're doing is sort of feeding into just making the product better for our users.
And yeah, so you had them kind of like, you had already the reputation of Discord, you already had the success there, they tried it, so after that, once you started kind of charging them, it was an easy kind of step to go to.
Yeah, and it was optional, so we don't require anybody to pay. There are certain features in Discord that will require you to pay, like if you want to screen share a game to a friend at 60 frames per second in, whatever, like 4K resolution, that you're gonna have to pay us for that. But if you want to do 720p or something, that's free. So we wanted to make, a big philosophy there was we wanted to make sure that people who couldn't pay or didn't want to pay could still hang out with their friends, and that we weren't creating barriers to spending time together by having to pay. So that's like a critical design principle that we have as we think about monetizing the service. We have to build a business, and we need to be able to fund doing more cool stuff for all of you. So that's kind of the way we think about it.
Great. So how do you balance innovation and growth and how to say it? Yeah, innovation and business growth while staying really true to your mission? Yeah. And I know we talked about the designers and the whole hiring and culture, but yeah.
Well, it is kind of the same thing, I think. Mm-hmm. When we innovate really well, it causes growth, and it happens because we're helping people do more of what they want to do and hang out with their friends. So the times when we've really struggled is when we've kind of like, there was a few years during the kind of the COVID era when we started kind of actually going really, really broad. I know people use Discord for many, many things, but we shipped a bunch of features in that time period that didn't resonate as much with our audience as we had hoped and expected. And that was a case where kind of the innovation didn't really actually meet the needs of the people that we were serving. So it didn't cause business growth. But when we innovate in ways that really do meet people where they are and with what they want, then it drives business growth for us. So it's nice that when it works, it actually all swims together really effectively. So kind of from early last year, we doubled back down and focusing on the gaming space and thinking about creating tools and helping people talk and hang out online through the lens of gaming, but in a way that would work for people no matter what they're doing, which is kind of how we approached it in our early days. And that has actually now been resonating really, really effectively. And so we're seeing great growth and things are going well. So it's been really fun.
And I think something that you said earlier also is freedom to innovate. With your developers and your designers, you give them that freedom. Like there is a problem, come up with a solution. Sometimes when you're restricted into how you do things, and like sometimes it's like kind of a solution that I'm not going to say drives, but like kind of like it's very limiting, then the innovation does not really happen. But when you give them the freedom, they feel that trust from their leaders, then that also can drive innovation, but also drive growth, because they are also the users. They understand the users. They have the users' trust. Yeah.
Yeah, that's spot on. It's a collaborative effort. Like I mostly don't do the work anymore, and I think part of the great thing about hiring people who are excited about our mission is that we can give them the space to be creative. Like we can set, problems that we hear from, like, hey, we hear this problem from people, or we're seeing this problem in how people are using the product and they're getting confused here. Can you come up with solutions for it? We can give teams those kind of general prompts, and they'll come up with really great ideas because they understand the product and really care and are passionate about creating great solutions for people. So that feedback loop, there's sort of that way of working internally of like setting teams in a direction, giving them a mission or a problem, and then I get to act as kind of like an editor, almost like a chief editor, where I can give feedback on the solutions and kind of guide them to help bring a holistic view, because that's kind of the unique thing that I can bring as CEO is I have a global view of the company and everything we're doing. Bring that view to those teams, and it ends up being a really awesome experience because they'll come up with stuff that I never would have thought about, and I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I want to use that. So it's fun. I get to be like delighted by what we ship, even though I'm working on the product, because they surprise me with cool stuff.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Let's talk about the future of Discord, and how do you see some of these emerging technologies, whether it's spatial computing, whether it's artificial intelligence, or any kind of other emerging technologies that we're seeing now, how are they going to impact whether it's Discord or online communities? Well, and you can be honest about like your how to say it, like perception. Like you can say, oh no, I don't like these things. Well, emerging technology
is like I'm not exactly sure what. It's a pretty broad thing. I mean, I do think that AI as sort of the generative AI powered by LLMs and that concept, I think is profound, and I don't want to quite like call it electricity, but I think it's going to have a pretty material effect on our society over the next 50 years, and it's going to be in everything. Everything's going to have generative AI in it in some capacity. Not necessarily that we're going to be talking to chatbots and everything, but I think that technology is going to show up in so many places. Sort of the transformer neural network stuff. The other emerging technologies, I mean, in the gaming universe, the things that we sort of think about are like VR and AR and the portable kind of, PC portable form factor that Steam popularized with Steam Deck, sort of kind of like the Switch. I think these are all still very much in the emerging category, and I'm excited about them. I personally think VR is a very unique experience, and if you haven't tried it, you definitely need to like put a headset on and run away from a dinosaur or something. Like it will get your heart rate up, and you're like, oh shit. But at least what I found is like you do that a few times, then I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna like play games on my computer again, or use my phone. So it hasn't quite become a daily use case for me. And I don't really do anything with spatial computing. I've tried the Vision Pro, and I think it's cool, but it still feels like, I've tried working with the 700-inch screen, you know, do the MacBook reflection thing for a day, but the headset's still too heavy, I think. So I'm optimistic that once.
And I agree with you. I mean,
yeah.
the headset is still heavy, but obviously, hopefully, that in the future they're going to have a lighter version and more accessible.
Yeah, I think if some of the sort of sunglasses or reading or sort of like regular glasses concepts that I think Snap has shown and Meta has shown, if those things actually start to come to market, I feel like that form factor will be the ultimate way people use this. But I don't quite know if we're in, you know, is this, if you think about the trajectory of cell phones, like, are we in the briefcase cell phone era? Like, is it 1988 or is it like 2005 where the Razr flip phone, you know, like just before the iPhone? We haven't had the iPhone moment yet, but I don't know where we are there. So we are not betting heavily on those technologies because they don't seem to be having an inflection point where there's like rapid adoption, and people have been grinding on them for a while. So once we see a device sort of really start to get that pickup and have that exponential growth ramp, then we'll probably jump on it.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I have my.
Yeah, I mean, we could debate this.
I know you and I but yeah.
But that's at least how we're thinking about prioritizing.
Yeah, no,
it.
I understand. Yeah, from Discord perspective, it's just like for me, I find that with spatial computing, the technology is different. You know, like VR has its thing, but spatial computing is different, and it opens a new kind of way of doing things and seeing things. Yeah,
it could be profound, and I haven't seen any of these personally too much, but I've heard of really interesting, more enterprise kind of use cases for spatial computing.
Use cases are there, yes.
Like in construction and in a lot of these more kind of heavy industry things where visualizing a space and being able to walk around or do something could be very useful. So I actually suspect there'll be those kinds of use cases for spatial computing if they're not already here at scale pretty soon. But from a consumer lens, I think adoption. Are there going to be 500 million people using any of these things in the next couple of years? It seems unlikely to me. AI, however, already has.
Well, AI is already there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm getting to my last question, and if you guys have any question, please go ahead. And we have the mics on both sides. I will ask you to introduce yourself. My last question to you, Jason, is what kind of piece of advice do you have for our developers, designers, entrepreneurs, looking to build something impactful? They look at you and they are so inspired. And listening to your journey, it took you lots of ups and downs to get to where you are today. And hopefully, as we said, everything will go well and stay well and so on. But you learned a lot. And so what kind of advice do you have for everyone here?
What kind of advice? I think I think what I would say, thinking about where I was when I was in your guys' shoes, reflecting back on all of this, is I think where I got lucky was that I found. I mean, to be honest, being here at Full Sail, you've already really made the first step, is picking something that you're passionate about and a craft that you could really enjoy. I imagine you're here because you're really passionate about some creative, thing that you're doing, and you enjoy the process of it. And to the point of the ups and downs, doing anything will have moments of like, I can't believe I get to do this. This is so much fun. And then it'll have moments of, oh my God, why did I ever choose to do this? This is so hard. Whether you're just like writing code or, running a company like Discord, like those ups and downs happen. And I think in really enjoying the creative process of what you do and falling in love with that will allow you to, will enable you to kind of persevere through the hard parts. And when you confront challenges, you'll want to learn and overcome them because you're curious to like actually get better at what you're doing. So I think the fact that I actually just like really like making software and doing things in games has meant that whenever I've hit a challenge, I'm always like, okay, how do I get over this wall? Because I like the process of jumping over walls, So I think finding something that you enjoy doing is kind of the first step to getting yourself on a path to building something. I think.
That's profound.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with the first person here. Go ahead.
Lights.
If you can introduce yourself, which program, and then you can ask your question.
Well, my name is Embris Cruz Vieira. I'm majoring in computer science right now. And I would like to make a more, well, first I would like to thank. It's the first time I'm in the same room that someone that has built a product that I use on a day-by-day basis. You know, I use Discord, my phone, and my computer for many purposes. So thank you. And
You're welcome.
well, my question is a bit technical. So I know when you're starting, it's cheaper and saves time to use already existing technologies. You know, that, oh, someone built this, so I can use it. But there is a point where it's better to build your own tools in a software that big than Discord, where you have to run a lot of message, 20 million people on the same server. So it's better to use a third-party software, build your own. How does that work?
So is your question like when does it make sense to build technology in-house as opposed to pulling it off the shelf?
Yeah.
It's a great question. I think maybe there's two things that I would say that come to mind. First is if you're trying to solve a problem that can be solved by off-the-shelf technology, you should probably start there and just check if it actually works for you. Because if it does, it's probably faster than whatever you would cook up on your own. But if you're trying to solve a problem that can't be solved by technology that exists already, then you got to make it yourself, right? And like with Discord, when we started, it was kind of a little bit of a hybrid where there were parts of the technology stack that were solved by off-the-shelf technology, but then there were places where it fell short. Like when we initially started, we built it on what's called WebRTC, which is basically this way to do video and voice chat through web browsers. It had just come out, but it was designed, the technical architecture for it was such that it was peer-to-peer, which means each computer talked to each other computer. So if you had 10 people, all 10 are talking to all 10, so it's like a 10 times 10 kind of connections. And we knew we wanted to be able to support 25 people, and we're like, okay, that's not going to work. So we basically built our own, let me think how to explain this without getting super in the weeds. Basically, we figured out how to build our own networking layer that changed it to be, instead of it being like everyone talks to everyone, we had one central server and they all talked to the server and relayed it. And that meant that we could now have you in a voice call with 15, 20 people, but no other WebRTC tool could do that unless you built your own tech stack. So that was an example of where we did a tweak. And so a lot of what we did with Discord was it's like 80% off the shelf with a 20% tweak. And that worked for us. But I think each situation is going to be unique. So just try not to be overcommitted to making software because it's like fun to make software. So if there's something off the shelf that could kind of get you a boost, I would encourage it. But thank you for your question.
They can answer my question, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm Joshua. I'm in the show production program. One of the things I love about Discord is the ability for users to create their kind of own programs that integrate with Discord, with their own personal bots and things that like reaction roles is really popular, and that was a thing that started with users. Is there a strategy that you personally have or that, your engineers at Discord have when going about trying to cultivate that user engagement to kind of let them run off on their own and want to create things for your product?
Yes. So what he's referring to is Discord has a bots and apps platform that anyone can go and basically write custom extensions for Discord to make it do different things. And when we originally built Discord, I knew that we needed to have a system like this for two reasons. First one was kind of a practical problem, which was we knew that people were going to want to connect their Discord chat servers to account systems in different video games. And like the example we used to talk about all the time was this game called EVE Online, which is a deep cut. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. It's just like, okay, everyone here knows what it is. I guess maybe this is the room.
Full Sail.
Yeah, I'm in Full Sail, I guess so. Usually people are like, EVE Online. It's a really great space MMO, but basically we knew that so in the game you get into these groups, and these groups have different levels of management hierarchy, and we knew that people were going to want to use their APIs to create Discord chat servers with different topic, chat rooms for different sections of the group, and you had to be in the right ones. And I'm like, we're not building this because we don't know enough about EVE Online, and then there's like 100 of these games, that are going to want to do this. So let's build an API that can allow people to connect Discord to systems like that. And then the second insight that we had was growing up playing games like Warcraft 3, I knew that and Doom, if you had a really rich mod scene where you could let your users kind of modify your game, that it gave it a lot longer shelf life, and people would be really creative and come up with stuff that you never knew you wanted. And many of you might know, like games like League of Legends came from the modding scene of Warcraft. Many of the top games actually started as mods where they were community generated. So I was like, if we can build a modding capability into Discord, it'll mean that people come up with cool things that that we never really thought about, and that came to pass. So today there's over 500,000 bots on Discord, and a lot of them are used to power communities and generative AI tools and connect to the blockchain and make comic strips and games and all this stuff. And so it's a very intentional part of our strategy, and we invest a lot in it.
Awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm in the game design program.
Nice. Hi, Alex.
Welcome.
I'm talking on the bots. That's not my question. But I use it for tabletop RPGs. That's always been a huge integration now into that system.
Cool.
Okay, my question is, so there was other names. I noticed there was for Discord. Why did it chosen Discord instead of Bonfire?
Well, you know all the deep lore. Yeah, so originally we wanted to come up with a name that had something to do with like sitting around a fire with your friends having fun. So we were thinking like bonfire or campfire, but they were not available. So we actually came up with a set of rules around how we wanted to name it, basically criteria for the name. And it had to be something where if you read it, you could say it, you knew how to say it. If you heard it, you knew how to spell it. It had to have a website available, a copyright or trademark available, and an app store available, and it had something to do with talking with your friends. And well, because basically, my first company was called Open Faint, which you mispronounced, which is okay, but that was the thing I learned from it. Was like, nobody can freaking say this word. If I say it, they don't know how to. So I was like, that was a marketing failure. So I'm not doing that again. So anyway, so we wanted campfire or bonfire because it fits all the criteria, and it's like it evokes a nice imagery about being with your friends, but it wasn't available. So Discord, I think, was the maybe 20th name that we had on the list, and we liked it. It had like a little bit of edginess to it that kind of captured the vibe of the group of us, and so if I give the short answer, I'll say Discord is the problem we solve when you're playing games, but really, it was kind of a practical thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Skylar. I'm in the entertainment business. I know you were talking about AI and the effects it will have in the industry, but I'm unsure if you can share any future projects with us. But have you considered implementing AI in an individual Discord servers to allow greater customization and creativity within Discord? And if you guys considered that, would you use something like ChatGPT that's already made, or make something in-house?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're constantly thinking about how we could use generative AI to make the actual experience of Discord better, make the product better, not just the way we run the company. We've tried a couple things over the years. A couple years ago, shortly after ChatGPT came out, we introduced a chatbot that you could try. I think we maybe rolled it out to a handful of people, where you basically could interact with like ChatGPT in a multiplayer situation. Like it was basically like a user in your chat. It was okay. I mean, it was a couple years ago, so maybe it would be more interesting now. But basically what we've kind of realized is that at the end of the day, Discord is fundamentally about talking and hanging out with your friends or with other like-minded people. And so anything that we create in the product needs to enable that in either new or more fun ways. So we're thinking about how generative AI could make hanging out with your friends more fun. Like there's some shitposty things that we're prototyping. And then in more utility cases, we're thinking about, if you're in a server with people who are speaking in a different language, like, wouldn't it be cool if you could just see it in your language? And if you typed, it showed up in their language. So like, we'll do that kind of stuff eventually. But at the end of the day, it's like, if you're talking to your friend, you want to talk to your friend. So how can Gen AI really help there? We think it's more about like toys and ways of having fun. But I have nothing specific to announce right now.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Is this thing on? Hi, I'm Jonathan Free, and I'm part of the computer animation program. And hi, would Discord ever consider like making a microphone or headset that would integrate directly into Discord itself, like a headset that you can change voice channels on or something, or mess around with the mic? Like, would that ever be a possibility for the future of Discord?
Do you want it?
Yeah.
You may have just made it. You may have just made it happen. I mean, I'm half serious. Like, you know, we really exist to serve you guys, and you know, we do it for ourselves and for you to like, how can we help making it more fun to talk and hang out online? And we've thought about hardware and how we could play in that space and what might be interesting and unique. We haven't, you know, we don't make hardware today, and I'm sure there's some folks who work at Discord who have worked on hardware projects, but we don't necessarily have that expertise in-house, so it's not within our current core competency. Well, I think one of the things that we think about as we grow the business and think about what new products to build is how complicated is some new thing for us to make, and how much complexity does it add to like what we have to manage. So hardware would be a lot of complexity. So we would need to really think deeply about how many people like you might buy it, and then, you know, really what's the differentiation that we could bring uniquely that would make it a standout, amazing product? Because there are tons of mics that you can get, and many of them are great. You know, there's like one particular problem, which is like, can you hear me now? You know, you're like futzing with the hardware mute and that stuff. So like, I fantasize about building a headset to fix that, but it's not clear to me that's a good enough reason that someone's going to go out and drop another, you know, whatever, $80, $100 or whatever they cost these days on a pair of headphones. So, but I don't know, maybe.
We'll see.
Thank you for your question.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Aiden Eason, and I'm part of the computer animation program. I was wondering that around 2020, when the pandemic started and the whole world went on lockdown, I noticed that a lot of people started using Discord for more than just gaming. More businesses started using it, and game development studios started using it. And I was wondering how Discord adapted to those different users and different backgrounds that started using the program.
Yeah, that was, as I'm sure we all experienced, a pretty crazy time in the world. You know, Discord, it was a product that people really, really turned to during the pandemic to stay connected with people, and internally, it was really, we really felt like it was an honor to work like freaking maniacs to try to provide this service to the world in a time when people really needed it. So, you know, shout out to my infrastructure team for keeping Discord running during those like 4 weeks when our user count like was a vertical climb. I mean, it was crazy. But so the way that we thought about serving the needs for those folks was really trying to think about fundamentally what are people coming to Discord for, and how does that relate to what the people who play games came to Discord for, and where's the commonality there, so that we could try to serve everybody, you know, together as opposed to kind of subdividing who we're serving. And candidly, I don't know that we did a great job at it. There were definitely some things I think that we did that were awesome, but there were other features we built that just didn't get a lot of adoption because I think we tried to focus on smaller groups of our audience segment. You probably don't even know what they are because that's sort of the point. They didn't really get broad adoption. Yeah, it was a tricky situation because, you know, we like to listen to customer feedback and try to hear from people how we can make the app better, you know, like the headphone idea. But in sort of that era of the world, we were getting a bunch of feedback that really turned out to just be of the moment. And when COVID kind of ended and people kind of went back to their normal lives, their needs changed in ways that meant that a lot of the things we built didn't end up carrying through. However, the stuff that we built for people who play games and the ways that they use Discord adjacent and separate from gaming tended to kind of stick. So that's kind of why early last year we went back to focusing on that. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Seth Adams. I'm from the Recording Arts program. First off, thank you for Discord. I use Discord every day. Best app ever.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
I was just wondering, have you or your partners ever considered bringing the company public?
No comment. Yeah, I'm going to stop there.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, my name is Jacobian Powell. I am in game design, and first and foremost, of course, thank you for Discord. Secondly, I wanted to ask, in regards to, I guess, the coding aspect, what are some languages you would think to, I guess, touch base on if you had a possible hire at Discord? What would you want them to learn in circumstance?
So, before I tell you like what programming languages, I'll start by saying that what I find is the best programmers can switch languages because the concepts are portable.
Thank you. Yes. Because we always have this question: is that like they focus on the programming language, and I'm like, it's more about the concepts.
Yeah.
If you learn one language, you can easily learn the other language.
Yeah.
It's more agnostic, language agnostic. Then
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Now, with that said, I will say there are different sort of things that come with learning different languages because some of them make it harder or easier and are to build programs. So like if we have someone who comes in, and it also depends on the kind of software you want to write. So if you want to, work on kind of the native technology stack at Discord, which is like how game streaming works, or like the core voice technology, that's going to be probably skew more towards people who know C++, or maybe Rust, where you're like doing more lower level programming. You should know how memory management works and some more core kind of concepts. But if you want to get into more app development, like you want to work on the user interface and how users interact with the software, then that's maybe more like JavaScript, TypeScript, React framework. Like that's kind of the stuff we use. So that could be more higher level programming languages, like maybe even C# or something. And then if you want to do infrastructure, like the back end horizontal scaling, that's like Python, Elixir, Erlang, that kind of stuff. But you should try all of it, see what you like, and then but generally the concepts, I'd say 80% go across.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Isel Guzman, and I'm from game development.
Hey.
So thank you for your Discord formally, first of all. But I do have a question is about features. So bouncing off on other topics, have you looked back in some of the other features back then, and would you revise them, or features that were scrapped, and would you change them to different ones? Because we talked about one from the COVID era, some didn't stick, but some would go back, or some of the AI would be back then not great, but now it'd be changing. So what would be the ideas?
Yeah, so we're always thinking about we always come back to what are people trying to do and how can we make it easier, faster, more reliable, more fun. And it kind of starts with what are you trying to do when you use the product, and then think about, okay, given the technology available today, what can we create that can surprise and delight and be useful. So to your point around the AI stuff from 2 years ago, it's changed a lot. It's certainly something that we would consider exploring. But we have a fixed amount of people who can build software, and so we're always sort of stack ranking everything. We have too many good ideas, and the challenge is always trying to figure out which ones do we focus on, given the people that we have. But the things that kind of didn't really resonate, I don't want to name them and make any of our features feel bad. But the thing is they're all used by a few percent, kind of thing, which is millions of people. But it's when we're building software, we need to try to think about how can we build stuff that's used by 10 plus, 20 plus % of our user base, because all these things have maintenance costs. They break, they cause bugs, and so we have to keep working on them. So we try to pick things to build that will affect positively a lot of people. And in some of these cases, we've actually already removed things from the app because they just weren't used too much. So we do remove features when they're not very popular, which is, it's interesting inside the company. Sometimes people get anxious, oh no, we're removing something, people are gonna be upset. I'm like, some people will be upset, but by definition, we're removing it because most people don't care. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Bryce. I go by After Dark Online. I'd like to first thank you very much for creating Discord. One of my closest friends to this day, I met 9 years ago through Minecraft, which in turn led to a friendship being nurtured through Discord all these years. He's a graphic design student that goes to Parsons in New York, so I just wanted to take a moment to shout out to my friend Blurple, because he's done a lot for me over the years, and I appreciate him very much. To my question, I'd like to know, what was a pivotal point in your career where you were like, man, this is like questionable, you know, like, when is this gonna pay off? And to further that question, what was a moment where maybe you were like took something that you had previously learned through your workforce experience and really just honed in on it to, you know, your success today, to lead to your success today?
I had a lot of moments where I felt like I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going, and that it was going to work out. I can think of actually three particular moments that really stood out to me in my career. I won't list all of them for the sake of time, but you know, one was pretty early on when I initially kind of got a job working in the games industry and actually didn't really like it. And I was really confused because I had been, you know, working towards being a game developer for like almost a decade. You know, I started learning when I was 13 how to code. I want to make games, and I remember like being pretty like sad about it, calling my parents like, I don't know if I like this career. What did I do? And I remember thinking, okay, I will try and apply to some new companies to some companies that I really admire, and if I get in, I'll like keep going. And I ended up getting a job at one of them, which was really, I was super grateful of that. And then as life, as many of you will find out, life just tends to go in weird ways. That brought me somewhere where I then met someone who was in the tech scene in San Francisco. Like it got me to San Francisco. You know, I lived here in Boca. And one thing led to another, and then I was like starting a tech company, and then the iPhone came out, and we launched a game on the iPhone. So it's just like, what I've always found is, you know, for each of those three moments, and then there were, you know, many moments that weren't quite as stressful or sad or sort of like the world is over, but great stuff tends to happen right after it's the shittiest. So it probably doesn't feel better knowing that in the moment, but it tends to be, at least it's been my experience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, and the last question, I guess we have to finish soon. So.
Hi, my name is Riley Scheidweiler, and I'm in the game artist industry. And I was just wondering if you've ever had to make a decision that you knew or thought wouldn't be received well by users, but knew in the long term would end up being accepted as a better thing, or you knew it was important for Discord itself or what you're working on?
Well, there have been many times when we've removed features like we were just talking about because they weren't super popular, and we knew that we were going to be upsetting some number of people. And honestly, that always brings me heartache because like we create our product because we want people to have these tools and spend time with their friends, and so it's always a bummer when we have to pull some stuff back. But the realities of business is just like we can't just keep adding things forever. So that happens from time to time. I think, you know, this is like, you know, for people who use the product may remember this, but a couple of years ago we shipped a mobile redesign where we were trying to make the app easier to use, and we kind of missed the mark. We missed the mark on that one. So, okay, people nodding. So we rolled that back, but that was really about trying to find a way to make the app easier to use for kind of newcomers while maintaining the power for the existing users, and we didn't really nail it. So that trade-off for us of like, you know, we have people who have been using the product for a really long time, and they love it, and they know where every pixel is, and when we move one, we hear about it. I'm really sorry in advance, because it's going to happen again probably. But then we have lots of people who come and use the product, and they're like, I don't know where the buttons are, it's confusing, and they need their friends to show them. And so we've been trying to chip away at that, and we've made a lot of progress. But I think that is actually one of the fundamental tensions that we deal with, where we find we have a lot of internal debate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and the last question. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm the moderator for everyone watching online. There were a lot of great questions, but I'm only allowed to ask one. So this is from Jesse Edwards, Computer Animation. Is there going to be a push for independent, customizable GUIs within each server for owners down the line?
No, we have no plans to allow for fully customizable graphical user interfaces, GUIs, in servers at any point. Kind of coming back to the complexity thing, like if every place you went in Discord looked different, it would be confusing for the people using it. But today Discord is quite customizable. You know, you can create different chat channels, which are like topics for what you want to put in them. You could put emoji in them. We do have customization options that we will be introducing more of, but not full GUI customization. If you have something, whoever's watching this, and you ask the question, if you have something you want to kind of fully customize, we do have the bots platform I was talking about, the bots and apps platform. You could build an activity, which is an iframe experience that you can trigger from an app or in voice chat that can give you like a little portal into customization, but it won't customize the whole experience. So.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jason, for chatting with us, chatting with the students, sharing your experience and your journey. I hope everyone enjoyed the talk today. And if you have any questions, we can always collect the questions and send them your way. If yes, okay, go ahead, then we can do that.
All right, thanks, y'all. Great questions.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you all for your time and have a good day. Go enjoy Hall of Fame more.
We pulled him straight from the big screen all the way over to here to the stage, and we have Stephen C. Miller. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How's everybody else?
Good. Hall of Fame 8 inductee. Welcome back.
Is it that long ago? It feels like...
Yeah, there's a banner.
It's that long ago. Yeah, it's really long ago, it feels like.
What are you doing here today? What have you been up to?
I've done a lot of panels, which is really cool. I've got to hang out with a lot of really fun students who's asked some really great questions. We went through sort of like life after Full Sail, looked at some portfolios. Yeah, it's been a blast.
Did you have any super memorable questions?
Yeah, I mean, look, I like the questions where people are asking how do they become a better director, or how do they get into, how can they talk to actors better, and that's always fun because I try to tell people they should really start by trying to act. Maybe like go to an acting class. So it's really fun when they start asking good questions.
Well, speaking of learning more and having the good questions and getting good knowledge, Stephen has prepared a special breakdown of his recent feature, Werewolves. So let's get into it and tell us what we're going to see here today.
All right, so we're going to bring up its script right here. So I just wanted to kind of show you guys what it takes when you're going through the script and how you can break it down. But you can see there's some of these lines that sort of stand out to you where it's his entire body is trembling, he bounces off the floor, and he tears his suit. So it's kind of crazy, like, those little lines in there can actually be gigantic scenes, right? So if we go to the next storyboard, or the next thing, you can kind of see those lines. The werewolves begin howling in their cages. Dr. Aranda's mirror visor to see his face. And I think these are the kind of things to me that are crazy because not a lot of people realize that most scripts they say is like a minute. Of screen time is a minute. But those little lines can actually be like 5 minutes.
Well, it's like almost like the iceberg theory.
Yeah.
You get building all the meat underneath.
Yeah, exactly. And those one, like the wolf snout burst through the silver visor. I mean, that line alone takes weeks, months of preparation just to do. And then we take it from here, and I take it into storyboards, really. And we go from, you can see right here in the storyboards and what we're doing, and we get some really amazing artists. So this is all actually hand-drawn. This isn't AI. This is hand-drawn storyboarding that I do right after the script. It's really the next phase I try to do is make sure that everybody can understand really early on exactly how I'm going to make the movie, exactly how I'm going to shoot it, and get what shots, because all of these things and these angles have to be so specific for not only the camera operators, set and everything else, but for production design.
Yeah, exactly.
And production design needs to understand how I want the set to look and everything else like that. So it starts with these storyboards and really sort of pushing us through that. And then, oh, great, here we go. So we got some set design. So my production designer will always come into me with some kind of blueprints, and we talk about how we're going to build the set. And what's funny about these is you can see where it says viewing room right there. That's actually you have the main floor and the lab right there. That viewing room we built up on top of the main floor So that room could,
Top-down
for the
shots.
top look, yeah. So, and you can see here where we were, it was actually a huge gymnasium, which was rad. So we took over a gymnasium in Puerto Rico and just created this big, huge lab out of it, which was a lot of fun.
Seems
so,
safe.
Yeah, I mean, we had to make it safe.
Well, I mean, no, for the werewolves.
No, for the werewolves.
For
to
all
keep
the
them
scientists
yeah, to
and
keep them in
everything.
cages, sure. They eventually got out, which is a bad thing, right?
Don't tell them
Yeah.
about the
Oh, right.
movie.
I
They
thought
gotta
everybody's
go
seen it
see
by now. You guys should have already seen it by now.
I saw it, but I don't
So,
know.
so what you're looking at here is which school? Like animatronics, right? I tried to do 100% practical werewolves in the movie. And so what these are all of what they were using remote control, Bluetooth remote control for all of the gizmos, gears, everything that was going on inside the werewolves' heads, because bodies was all being worn by performers, and then their head basically sat on top of their head, and the mouth and everything else was run by our puppeteers off to the side, which was really cool.
So it's like a 2-man operation to be, or more than, definitely more than.
It's probably like a 3-man operation per wolf.
Wow.
And so here's concept art of the wolf right here, but 3-man operation per wolf. So you would have, we had 7 suits built, and this is from Alec Gillis. So Alec Gillis created Predator. He created Alien. He's the guy that did Pumpkinhead. So to have him on board and do all of these things for us is, something was pretty amazing, kind of surreal, really. So yeah, you have 7 guys in suits. You have 3 per suit. So that crew gets astronomically large.
Yes.
And to try to have all of them talking at once.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because they all have headsets and they can all hear me, and the guys in the suits can hear me. So I'm trying to talk to all of them at once. So it's a big organized organism to try to get it to work and flow together.
Oh, look at that jawline and the detail.
Yeah, we kind of had a fun time designing like what would the werewolf look like, and a little bit more, I guess, reptilian as well. Not so classic werewolf, a little bit more.
The bottom gives very crocodile.
Yeah, it's got a.
I love that.
Yeah, I guess it's because I'm from Florida. I don't know. Like there's a lot of
Stop.
alligator
You brought
that
us into
creeped
this
in.
TV.
Yeah, I kind of brought it in. So yeah, but it's again like when we were messing with these werewolves and creating them, it was really trying to make it a function. Like how could they move? How could they run? How could they, do everything I needed them to do on camera? And when you only have 7 suits, you got to make 7 suits look like 500 at sometimes on screen, which was a lot of fun. So we gave them different clothing to wear or not wear. They all tried to have different personalities. I even have a werewolf in the movie we call Punk Rock Princess, who is covered in piercings, and she's probably my favorite.
So you actually called her that?
Like we called her Punk Rock Princess.
Okay, because I was wondering. I was like, I noticed that they are all very unique and different, but I didn't know that. Like, did you nickname them based on
I would name them all based on personality. So that was always fun to kind of talk to them about that.
Reminded me of the girl Gremlin.
Yeah, Gremlins 2 was a big deal for me. Gremlins 2 was a big deal for this movie because they all did really zany talking. At one point I wanted the werewolves to talk, and everybody was like, no, Steven, we can't do that. So we didn't do that. But yeah, so that's the breakdown. That's what we did.
That's amazing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
I gotta ask though, did you ever try on one of the werewolf heads yourself? Just
yeah,
to see what it looks like?
it's completely claustrophobic. I don't know how those guys do it. They're amazing performers. And we got to talk about, I was in Puerto Rico shooting in the summer. And so by the time I got 3 guys in the suit, the 4th guy was like, bro, I got to take this off. It's hot. And it was blazing. So those, I don't know how they do it. I really respect the art.
I mean, honestly, I know I've seen so many like monster transformations, and it really, the direction comes from the top down of like, what character are you bringing in? Right. How is the makeup artist making this monster different from the other ones that might be similar? Like, how are you really putting your spin on that? And you had from the top down your hands in everything. Yeah. But what was your favorite thing to really like hone in on?
I mean,
this set?
It really was my favorite thing. Is even before the set, it was actually the creation being at the Monster Studio, and like hanging out with all the guys that do this every day. I think that was a highlight because I was just there for months with these guys, drawing to the sculpting phase to putting hair into the werewolf's face. So that to me was a really, really beautiful thing to see because I think as a kid you grow up wanting to make these movies, and that was the ultimate.
Oh my gosh. Well, I know we got a little video of you. I want to check it out, and you seem to know everything about movies and horror, but how well do you know movies?
I guess we'll see. Hi, I'm Stephen C. Miller, and I make movies. So you're wanting me to guess the title, and then I'm just pressing play? All right. So we got Alien going on, no doubt. Probably one of the first horror movies I ever watched was Alien, and it scared the shit out of me. So it was a movie that I thoroughly enjoy. I could see it from the first frame. No cursing, right? Sorry. Beep. Next one. Definitely Line of Duty. This is my own movie. And I only know that because I've seen this movie about 3 million times. When you're editing the movie and everything, you watch it 100 times. My wife could even watch this and tell you what this was. I did cut the trailer for Line of Duty, so that's also why that was. It's difficult because the studio doesn't trust that you'll give a correct trailer, if that makes sense. They tend to think that I'll curate it to only being the great shots or not necessarily telling the story. And I have to remind them that I'm able to disconnect myself from the movie to be able to edit the trailer, which is not easy. It probably took me twice as long to edit that trailer because I was so connected to it. It was definitely a different process, but a lot of fun. All right. God, what is this one? This is a hard one. I haven't got it yet. I might need to watch this one again. Hold on. This is gonna be a really popular movie, huh? Phone a friend. Who am I phoning? I mean, it looks like Hereditary. Oh, there we go. So Hereditary is one of those movies that I find very disturbing because it's on a different level of scary for me. It's not necessarily jump scare. To me, it's just really unsettling, which is why I love the movie. The way they did it was, I believe the beginning of that trailer was zooming in on the small house. And what that does is just tell the audience that this is completely different, that there's something unique happening. And if you can do that in the first 30 seconds of a trailer like this, then you can grab the audience. It's not your typical horror or typical thriller. And I think that's what's important for these kind of trailers. Okay, I'll try this one. So this one's really blurry. They went like, we're just not gonna show you anything. Funny, it sounds like a trailer I cut. Yeah, it sounds, is it Deathgasm? Yeah, there we go.
You cut that trailer.
I cut that trailer. But it was really blurry. I was like, that's cool. When you're dealing with your own stuff, you're so tied and connected to the material that it's hard to break away and see it as anything else. And so when you're dealing with someone else's material and you're cutting the trailer for it, I think you're able to step outside the box a little bit, especially from a filmmaker standpoint, and really zone in on what the story is and really hone in on, okay, I'm telling this story for the trailer. Now I just need to cover it with some beautiful images or great images and really find a tempo and a pace that works for the movie. And a lot of the times I actually will use the movie's music in some sort of way to create the trailer's tone, just so that way it matches or it feels cool, like Deathgasm, which is just a total rock and roll, possession movie. So I had a lot of fun with that trailer. I don't know, what did I get? 4 out of 4? Nah, 3 out of 4, because I was rough on Hereditary for sure. I'm Stephen C. Miller. Thanks for watching.
Full Sail's Hall of Fame companion app allows students, faculty, staff, and grads to keep up to date on all things happening during Hall of Fame week. Keep track of scheduling for panels and presentations happening across campus, learn more about inductees and panelists, and stay informed on special events all through the app. As a student, attendance is required, so be sure to check in daily at the designated check-in locations.
The story of sound is the story of us. A 100-year-long story. Through a century of change, Shure's been there. In every podcast, every live stream. Uniting creators with audiences, amplifying voices, and igniting ideas that push us forward. Because sound doesn't just tell our story, it shapes our future and inspires us to keep innovating. So here's to 100 years of extraordinary sound, and the next 100.
I'm out here at the Creative Experience at Soccer Darts, and we're gonna play a game with some students. They're gonna answer some pop culture trivia. If they get it right, well, you know how this all goes, they win a prize, right? So we're gonna see how many they get right. Whoever has the most at the end of the round is gonna win a prize. So let's introduce our students real quick. Hey, what's your name and degree program?
Hi, I'm Michael, and I just actually graduated with the Film Bachelor's.
Awesome, congratulations. And what's your name and degree?
I'm Jennifer, and I'm going to graduate in Film Bachelor's.
All right, another congratulations is in order. And how about you?
I'm Damon, and I am film.
Okay, awesome. Bunch of film students. I like to see it. So I'm going to ask the first question, okay? If you know the answer, you're going to kick the ball. If you hit the board, I'm going to come up to you. You're going to tell me the answer. If you don't know the answer, I'll move on to the next student, and we'll rinse, repeat. Sounds good? All right, let's go for this. The first question. What pop star scored her dream role of Glinda in the film adaptation of Wicked? Okay, what's the answer?
Ariana Grande.
Correct, Ariana Grande. You get a point. All right, let's keep going. Name a Hall of Fame inductee who graduated from recording arts. You hit it. I'm gonna count that. Leslie Brathwaite. You got it. All right. So we're 1-1. You got no points so far. Let's hope you get this next one, my friend. What popular online server was founded by Hall of Fame 15 inductee Jason Citron? It's a great place. Okay, yellow. Who had yellow? Okay, go ahead.
Discord.
Correct, Discord. Okay, let's reset. I played soccer when I was in first grade, so pretty good. All right, next question. What sport did actress Zendaya play in the 2020 film Challengers? All right, what is it?
Tennis.
Tennis is correct. Okay, ready? Next question. What video game turned TV series featured actors Bella Ramsey, Pedro Pascal, Nick Offerman, and more? Let's go.
The Last of Us.
The Last of Us is right. Full Sail grads credited on not only the Last of Us game, but also the show. Isn't that sick? We're all over the place. Alrighty, next one. What is the name of Full Sail's collegiate esports team? Everybody! Armada. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Congratulations. All right, next one. Wait, we're resetting. Okay, ready? Who is Full Sail's president and everyone's favorite buddy?
I just blanked.
Oh, man, you weren't supposed to kick it if you didn't know the answer. It's Gary Jones, everybody. It's okay. You'll remember that for next year. Okay. Name any 3 Full Sail degree programs. My girl.
Film, recording arts, and then show pro.
Perfect. Okay, you guys are going to face off now for the final point. Okay, whoever wins this wins all the marbles. Who performed at the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show?
Kendrick. And SZA.
Correct. Kendrick Lamar and SZA. Alrighty, you're our winner. Congratulations. Let's see what you won.
Oh, awesome.
A microphone from our friends at Shore. Go ahead, show the camera. Oh yeah, give the Savannah White moment. Love to see it. Thank you, Shore, for sponsoring Hall of Fame Live. And shout out to our runners-up who got these awesome Hall of Fame hats. All right, we're all wrapped up here. We're going to throw back inside to the ladies. Bye.
All right. You know, believe it or not, by this time tomorrow, we're going to be getting ready for the ceremony.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Are you doing a change of clothes?
Of course. I'm not going to go in my street clothes.
That's true, but we better make sure our audience knows all about this year's inductees. Let's take a look. Alejandro Garcia Tuñón is a 2005 game development graduate who currently serves as a senior director and head of co-development at Side. With previous roles at tech companies and developers, including Ghost Punch Studios and Magic Leap, the grad's credits include contributions to some of gaming's biggest franchises, such as Borderlands, Guitar Hero, Transformers, and Fortnite.
2011 entertainment business graduate Katrina Mena-Rick currently serves as the senior executive producer for the Disney Live Entertainment. In her time with the Mouse, the grad has led creative teams in design, audio, animation, and more for live shows and spectaculars across Disney parks worldwide, including Happily Ever After, Fantasmic, and Finding Nemo, The Big Blue, and beyond.
Video game master Jonathan Mayer is a 2000 Recording Arts graduate and serves as the founder, CEO, and music director for Spider Farm Productions. Since starting his career, Jonathan has managed and composed music for more than 30 AAA video games, including The Last of Us, Call of Duty, God of War, Infamous, and Spider-Man.
2002 film graduate Aaron B. Kuntz is the award-winning writer and director behind multiple feature films, including cult horror releases Scare Package and The Pale Door. Currently, Aaron is the showrunner and executive producer of the upcoming sci-fi and Peacock series Revival, and recently sold his upcoming film Shelby Oaks to Neon, which is releasing in theaters later this year.
Sports industry professional Martina Bozic is the Vice President of Football Partnerships North America for international sports marketing agency Sport5. A 2014 entertainment business graduate, Martina's career experience in professional sports also includes roles with organizations including Major League Soccer and IMG Academy.
2004 game development graduate Justin Citron is a co-founder and current CEO of the is the current CEO and the popular gamer-friendly instant messaging platform Discord. Since launching in 2015, Jason and his team of nearly 900 employees have grown Discord exponentially, boasting more than 200 million active monthly users.
Whew, so much talent.
So much, all in one class.
I know, it's
but
amazing.
then it's like in a bigger, even bigger, like, school of Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they're all brilliant.
I know.
Who's behind us?
I know. So this is actually Aaron B. Kuntz right behind us.
Aaron B. Kuntz is back right here.
He's getting ready
He
to...
made movies.
He's going to be inducted tomorrow, so he's definitely going to be getting ready for that tonight.
Don't forget that back.
He's too busy talking to all of our students, which
When
is amazing.
he's walking up the carpet, you'll recognize the back.
Yeah.
I'm all about the back.
Well, oh, you know what? I wonder what a Wumpus is.
A who?
A Wumpus.
God bless you?
Wumpus? I don't know. Why don't we check out what Jason has to say about a Wumpus?
Wumpus.
A lot of people ask me, what is the Wumpus? It's a Wumpus. I mean, really, it was, we needed the character, and one of the artists was like, what if there was this old game from the 80s called Hunt the Wumpus, and the Wumpus is like the villain. And then there's a creature type in Magic the Gathering called Wumpus, which is like a pig monster. So they're bad. And then we were trying to make this character. What if it was a Wumpus, but he was nice? But it's just a Wumpus.
This is our good friend, official Discord mascot, and associate sales representative pending review, Wumpus.
So the origin story of the Wumpus is back in, I think it was late 2015. We were introducing to Discord the concept of a friends list, which is normal. I mean, you know what friends list, you can add a friend. Actually, when we launched Discord, it didn't have a friends list, it was only servers. So we added a friends list later that year, and we were thinking about what we should put on the screens that we call them empty states. So if you go to your friends list and you don't have any friends, like what do we put there? And we were sitting around, and I think the designer had put, you have no friends. Someone came up with the idea of, what if we put a character there that has no friends? And we put a little illustration of it, and then you can kind of feel sorry for it, and it just kind of took on a life of its own. So that's the origin of the Wumpus.
Kind of went 3 or 4.
All right, everyone, we are back here on our stage with a game. We got some students. How y'all doing today?
How you doing?
Doing good.
All right, well, we're going to be playing White Elephant, and I was just explaining it to them. We have 5 students on stage, number 1 through 5 in here. So they're each going to draw a number, and this is the number in which you're going to be opening your presents.
And can we look at the number?
Don't peek yet. Don't
Okay.
peek yet. All right. And this is the number that you're going to be opening your presents. And you have the ability to steal a present one time. So if he opened a present, but he likes it and he doesn't want to open one, he can steal it, but one steal, and that's it. So who is number 1? Let's open up our little pieces of paper. You got number 1? Okay. So pick a present. I mean, this one like matches your outfit, but I don't know, girl. That's about you.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the green because I'm wearing green right now. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
make
go
sure
with the green.
hold up the mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the green.
We want to know. All right, let's try it.
Okay.
Open it up. Yeah, hold the mic for her like a gentleman. Open.
What do you think she's gonna get?
Open up the present.
It's Amazon. Who would have thought?
It's like Christmas. James, there's only one more sleep till Christmas. Just kidding. Right now.
I'm surprised no one could contest this.
This is great. Open it up. Keep going. Beautiful.
Not too much time.
What's we got?
Oh, you want a letter?
Pull it out. Hold it up.
So it's a shirt.
It's a Shore shirt from our sponsors.
And we got
some
candy,
lovely
some
treats
nice
and stuff. All right, who's number 2?
Oh, I'm 2.
So would you like to steal or pick a present?
I'll take a present.
Okay, go ahead and open. Hold that for him. I'll hold your number.
What's it looking like, man?
Open the present. Yeah, just stick. Open faster. This is Christmas morning, man. We had a talented gift wrapper.
It's looking
Ready?
good, huh?
Ugh.
Oh,
What do we got in there, my friend?
We got a water bottle here.
We got
We
a
kinda
water
need this.
bottle. Very nice, very nice. Here, I'm going to take this box off. Number 3. Who's got number 3? All right. Do you want to steal or do you want to open a present?
I'll take it. Oh, no.
You want that one? All right.
He's gonna pick
Open
the
it
big
up.
box.
Yeah. Here, give me the number.
Let's see what
Rip
it is.
Show us all the energy. Go for it.
You gotta rip it, bro.
Man, I was a savage on Christmas morning. You guys are so kind and courteous. Very demure, very mindful. Let's get a little bit more savage with it.
That's insane.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yo.
Oh.
I might have to take that from you, bro.
That looks like a Dell monitor. Open it up. Open it up.
Are you 5?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a Dell monitor.
Bro, that's
Amazing.
looking nice.
Who's number 4? Who has number 4?
I'm number 4.
Do you want to steal or do you want?
I'll probably steal, bro. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'll steal.
You're gonna steal it? So now you get to pick a new present because
Blue
yours
box
got
might be the best
stolen,
box.
or steal,
Blue
or
box
steal.
might be the best.
So do you want to? You can't steal the Dell back because it's now officially stolen. But you can either open one of these
box
or
might be
you
the
can
best.
steal. Ah, okay.
It's a 5.
Let's go. Let's show your present opening skills one more time. Oh, that was nice.
I guess.
That's gonna make it in the edit highlight
Amazon
reel.
package. Who would have thought?
Yes.
It was good. I might have to take it if I can.
Oh yeah, whoever's number 5, you're in a good spot.
Oh, I am.
What do you got in there, my friend?
Don't be shy.
It's
Let's
a
know.
Hall of Fame 15 swag
Okay.
bag, so you're gonna have some cool merch from Hall of Fame 15.
Woo! Hall of Fame. You're dripped out in merchandise.
Okay, who do we got next? Number 5.
That is me.
You got that? You got to hold the microphone for him?
I think.
All right, steal or open a present?
As much as I would love merchandise, I think I would have to go with my own gift.
Okay, go for it, go for it.
Lucky I couldn't steal your little monitor.
I'm sorry.
Yep, open it
All
up.
right.
I might have a surprise at the very end.
Ooh, what's our prize?
Amazon box. Who would have
What
thought?
is it? What is it?
All right. Oh, I'm struggling. Thank you, thank you.
Oops, sorry. Uh-huh.
I'm like the worst gift.
Yep. Just
All
open
right,
it, bro.
I think, oh, here.
Just there you go. Right here. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Open it up. Oh, I was going to just stab it. And here you go, my lady.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
What is it?
It's an Apple Watch.
An Apple Watch? Oh my
I wish I stole that instead.
Oh, by the way, who was number 1? Oh, yeah, you can steal.
Yo.
Oh my God! Oh, that was savage! Oh my God! So now you have to trade. All right,
How did she
and
steal
that's
like
it.
that?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
steal like
That's
that?
how a White Elephant works. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Nah,
Make sure you attend the
crazy.
panels, the presentations. Round of applause. Now, the induction ceremony is the reason for the season, so let's take a look at this video to find out more about it. At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
I'm Alejandro.
Hi, this is Martina.
I'm Jason.
My name is Aaron B. Kuntz.
Hey, I'm Kat, and this is
Hall of Fame Matters.
Okay, so we're going to start off with a verb ending in ing.
Filmmaking.
Give me the name of a former Hoff inductee.
Jeff Villanueva. That's my boy.
Tall. No, sorry, tall's not a noun. Tall's not a noun. Ceiling. No, I did table. That's dumb.
Say that one more time.
The name of a video game?
A video game.
Zelda.
Cranky.
Swam.
Inspirational.
Kumquat. Cats.
And now we're going to have you read it back. If we have to do it a second take, because maybe the first
Dios mío.
if you want to read it through.
The inductees for the 15th Hall of Fame were filmmaking in the green room right before the induction ceremony when
Jeff Villanueva burst into the room.
Full Sail president and everyone's favorite love, Gary Jones, is missing. They shouted. They can't find him anywhere.
Martina leaped up. Don't worry, we'll find him, no matter how many lights it takes. They said, come on, gang.
The Hall of Fame 15 inductees took their sisters, ran outside, and hopped into the Dream Machine.
Jason grabbed the wheel and peeled out of the wholesome parking lot.
First, they drove to Studio V1, where students were creating a set that looked like Tasty Castle in the year 1986.
The inductees didn't see Gary anywhere,
but they found a pair of his magical sneakers.
He was just here, Aaron said.
Let's keep going before the trail gets fast.
Next, they drove to the fortress, where 13 Armada athletes
We're playing Zelda with a hat.
Gary wasn't there, but a pair of his inspirational glasses
were sitting on the statue.
Another clue, said Katrina.
I'm feeling excited about this. Let's move.
The gang drove the Dream Machine to the audio temple. They could hear incredible music playing, so they swam inside.
Gary was there. He was playing the belligerent kumquat and jamming with Carrie Allen and Tom Toia.
Gary, thank Automobile. We've been looking everywhere for you.
It's almost time for the ceremony, said Jonathan.
Whoops, said Gary. I always lose track of time when I'm playing greasy funk songs with cats. That worked too well. Fair enough, but we've got to get you to Full Sail Live, said Alejandro.
Gary and the gang took their epic stories, raced to the Dream Machine,
and made it back to Full Sail Live just in time for the induction ceremony.
Thanks to the Hall of Fame 15 inductees.
It was the crankiest ceremony
Full Sail had ever seen.
The end. Or is it?
I'm on the edge of my seat with that mystery.
Da, da, da.
Da, da, da.
No, there's some cool stuff, I believe, happening at CX. Some fruit roll-up challenges?
Ask Jess about that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Jess, what is going on down there?
Alrighty, we're back out here at the Creative Experience, and guess what? We've got another student game. We're ready to give out some prizes, so let's see how fast they can eat a fruit roll-up. I know, it sounds silly, but it's real. So we're gonna check out these students. When I say go, they are gonna have to eat this entire fruit roll-up without using their hands. It's gonna be funny, folks. All right, are y'all ready? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Okay. White shirt in the lead. Okay, maybe no. Oh, blue lanyard in the lead now. Oh my goodness, black shirt's crushing everybody. Oh my gosh. The method here. She's really got a method on the end. Yeah. Oh, I think she's gonna win. No, chill! Purple pants! Yo! Congratulations. I know you are chewing right now, so I'm gonna give you a second so you don't choke on a fruit roll-up. What's your name?
Devon,
and what degree program are you in, Devon?
computer animation.
Computer animation, cool. What kind of work do you want to do after you graduate?
I want to make clothes, jewelry, and furniture.
I love that. I'm a big furniture fan. That's weird. I feel like we don't really get responses like that. I like your ingenuity and your creativity. So go ahead and show us what you won today.
I got what's this? An Alienware mouse.
An Alienware mouse. Are you a gamer?
Yeah.
What games do you like to play?
I usually play like either Call of Duty, sometimes Minecraft.
All the stuff, all the good stuff. Okay. Well, we love this for you. I'm so excited. And let's see what all of our runners-up got. A hat from our sponsors at Shure. Thanks, Shure, for sponsoring Hall of Fame Live. We couldn't do it without you. Shure, the best in audio, 100 years. Let's look forward to 100 more. All right, let's throw it back inside and check out this video of Brandon Blackwell.
The job for me is to give whoever's hearing my mix the best sound experience. Sound is super important to me. When I was younger, I grew up in South Orange, New Jersey. My home life was good. I grew up with my mom and my stepdad. School life wasn't so great. Dealing with being picked on, I didn't see much for myself. Until I found out, what sound engineering was at my church. My eyes opened up a little bit wider, and then out of that, I found Full Sail. I went online and I Googled it, and it was like my dream was on the screen. Once I got down on campus, it was the most exciting time of my life. I was always involved between the Show Pro Club, I was the president, all the live events, BTS weekends, graduations, I did them all. A lot of my audio career, it started here. By the grace of God, my mom's boss meets the musical director of American Idol. He's putting a band together, they're going to perform with multiple guest artists, and you should come. We ended up doing a couple of shows. One of the shows, the local engineer, the band wasn't very happy with. And me being hungry, I just said, hey, I went to school for this. I can mix monitors. We do the show. It was like Shaka Khan, Kiki Wyatt. So there, I met a lot of sound engineers really quickly. I also mixed for a lot of artists really quickly. And it just snowballed from there. And I mean, when I say it snowballed, it was an avalanche. It just went fast. Leading up to Glastonbury, where I was mixing front of house for Kendrick Lamar, 210,000 people, it's a lot of people. So you have to walk really far up and around. It's me, my wife, Ariel, my system engineer, Aaron Tucker, who's actually a Full Sail grad. It felt as if, I was in my own control room by myself. I got my two warriors behind me, my wife videotaping me, because, we want our kids to know what I do, how important it is. It was just a great experience. After the show, it was just an emotional rush, just like, we did it. People were calling the UK office of the company, asking who mixed front of house for Kendrick. I told Ariel, I said, I shook up the United States with Day in Vegas. And I said, but Glastonbury is where I'm gonna shake up the world. And yeah, I definitely did that. So yeah, Glastonbury is important to me. It's very important.
He is so humble, he's so kind, he's such a generous spirit. He uses his time effectively and making sure that people understand that they are included, period.
Noel was looking for, people of color in the industry that can come be mentors for Diversify the Stage, making sure that underrepresented and marginalized people were getting the same knowledge of what our industry is.
He shouts to the rooftop what he does for a living, and he feels that it's really important for people to understand that these careers exist, and also for people to see their reflection, and I just respect that so much.
I remember at graduation, I said, I'm going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame my first year of eligibility. I didn't know what I was saying back then. It was just like, I'm just gonna say this to put this massive goal so I can achieve for something. I would come back on tour and come back to the school. I didn't care if I had 3 hours of time. It was important that I got to be on campus, give back to the students. What's next is just giving more of me to the world, more of my knowledge, my perspective, my experiences.
And forget the video. We've got the man right here, Brandon Blackwell, back in the chair.
The myth, the legend.
The myth, you said it yourself, sir. The myth, the legend. What is it like watching yourself on camera there?
It's amazing to see myself on camera.
Yeah.
In my speech, I said, for a long time, being a behind-the-scenes person, I never really saw myself being on the other side of the camera.
Right.
And what the team here at Full Sail did, and my wife videotaping all of my content while I was on the road, it allowed me to see myself in a different perspective, to be more than just a behind-the-scenes person, and it's allowed me to really tap in and hone into being a creative more than just an engineer.
That's awesome. And speaking of your wife, it is her birthday today.
Hey, happy
birthday. So I know there's a lot of Full Sail involvement in your relationship and all
Yes.
that. Tell us a little bit about all this.
So it all started on a trip to DC.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for Full Sail, where Ariel came. I had initially proposed there.
Okay.
And then a few months later, I had proposed at Hall of Fame. It was supposed to be on her birthday, which is the 12th, but it ended up being past midnight, so the 13th. And then our anniversary is the 15th. So it's, Hall of Fame 15 this year. There's a lot of moments with life-changing moments that happen on this campus for us. So
I do have a question, though. You proposed once in D.C. and then again. She say yes both times?
absolutely.
Was there a ring involved both times?
There was a ring involved in the first time.
Okay.
It might have been made out of a precious metal or a diamond or a gem, but there was a ring.
Okay.
The second time there was a ring.
All right. So for the anniversary, there should be more rings.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying.
Absolutely. I'm down.
I got you, girl. I got you.
I think women should get rings every 4 to 5 years if they can. I would.
Someone get me one. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding. I've been there, done that. Anyway, Brandon, what are you up to these days?
So I just recently wrapped up mixing monitors for Mariah Carey and her residency tour.
Mariah. Have anyone heard of her?
Yeah, got to work with my good friend Tremaine on that. He called me to do that last year. After that, I've just been traveling and spending some time with my wife Ariel, spent some time with my parents back in New Jersey.
Nice.
Honestly, just really finding the balance in life and career, and I think at this point in my life, I found that balance.
That's awesome. And you're pretty young, so to find that balance at such a young age is pretty impressive. Do you have any advice for the kids out there who are terrified? Like, can I have a family? Can I have this business? Be in this business? What do you say to them about that?
I say you can have anything you want. You can have the passion for your career and your journey and your love, but also remember that your home is your support system, and when times get hard on your job or wherever you're doing for your career, you can only count on the people at home. And I always give the example during the pandemic, I didn't, work for over a year, but I had my support system at home rocking with me, when the industry was non-existent.
That's awesome. So let's go back to a little Mariah, because I'm fangirling just a little bit. Did Tremaine get you that gig?
Yeah. Tremaine called me for it. The story, it's an interesting, unique story. He called me for it. I didn't necessarily want to go take it off the back. I was working on some other things. And then, unfortunately, something happened with the engineer that was there, and I came in and replaced him.
All right.
Won't go into details of the reason why I replaced them,
Well,
but
let's not do that. But let's get into the importance of that. I'm sure, did you meet Tremaine in Hall of Fame on campus? Did you know Tremaine before?
Yeah. I knew about Tremaine prior to my Hall of Fame. He had come to a few shows. I was mixing another artist, and we just kind of connected. We knew that we were both Full Sail alumni, and I believe this was maybe after he had gotten inducted in the Hall of Fame. And so touring with him meant a lot because, it's two like-minded people. We went from only seeing each other once a year to seeing each other every day. And really getting to spend some good quality time together. And he's more than just a friend. He's a brother, a mentor, and, a Full Sail family member. So
that's awesome. Well, just a reminder for all the students out there and alumni, networking is so important.
Absolutely.
Because obviously you have to have the skill set, but wouldn't you rather work with somebody you know and you trust? And,
absolutely.
Mostly when you're on the road, you want someone you can hang with.
Yeah.
Do that late night Taco Bell run.
Yeah. Well, no Taco Bell for me, but...
What's wrong with Taco Bell?
Nothing, just stomach for me.
All right, well, way to be healthy. I'm all about Taco Bell. But anyway, we are going to play some games now. Well, you and I are not, but we're going to play some games with some people outside.
Okay.
You are very professional, but it's time to get a little ridiculous.
There we go.
You like to get ridiculous
Absolutely.
once in a while? All right, we're going to go outside. See, as you can see out there on the screen, we have 5 students there. We're going to play this game called Minute to Win It. And hey, guys. Can you students see us? Give us a wave. We're talking to you, people with Oreos in your hands. Thank you, 1 person, 2 people. There you go. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I know, this is so ridiculous. Brandon's like, I'm a Hall of Famer. Why am I dealing with this? You're going to put that Oreo cookie between your eyes, above your nose. And now you're going to try to not use any hands, and you're going to try to put that Oreo in your mouth and have a nice little snack. Can't move, can't use your hands.
Oh, gentleman in the middle. I thought he was going to win.
So now we just have to do play-by-play. All right, some of these students are, they're moving the eyebrow. Up, Nirvana shirt, not doing well over there. Yep, there you go. Move the eyebrow.
Oh, this is actually,
Bloody disgusting.
It's on the ground.
Over there is like, I got this. This guy's given up. They look like they have eye patches where we might not go through a whole thing of, look at these guys.
It looks like they're doing some tanning.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Almost
got it. Come on.
Oh, my goodness. We have a win. Oh, she got her thing. What did she get? Can you show us what you got? Winner person. Does it look like it's an Alienware mouse. What is an Alienware mouse? Do you know?
A special mouse from outer space.
Brandon says that is a mouse from outer space. I don't think that's right, but you know what? You have more credits than I do, so I'm going to believe you. Everybody else has a Shure t-shirt from our sponsors at Shure. You're an audio engineer. What do you think of Shure?
I think they make great products.
Yeah?
I've been privy to, spend some time with the company, and they make some good things over there.
Good. I just totally put you on the spot. I'm I hope he's not sponsored by somebody else, and I'm
yeah. I've just had a relationship with another company.
That's okay. But Shure makes great products as well.
Right here.
I don't know what that is. Anyway, Brandon, you were awesome. Thank you so much. Happy Hall of Fame to you.
Same to you, Tracy.
You guys, if you want to go give him a high five, say hi, ask him questions about sound, monitors, audio things.
Children's books.
Children's books.
There we go. Award-winning children's books.
That's the beat in my head.
Yeah.
That's the beat in my head. All right, we are going to go to our next session right now, which is how AI is impacting, well, everything, with Kali Bunker, Ashish Manchanda, Phil Palin, and Michael LaPlante. Enjoy, everybody.
Together and give a warm welcome to your host, Sean Kendall, Program Manager for Artificial Intelligence.
Oh, how's everybody doing? All right. Is this your last session for the day? I think so. Yeah. Or something more interesting later. All right. We've got a really excellent panel, and I'm going to get right in so we can just start talking as much as possible. I'm going to introduce them by saying what they're up to and then calling them in here. I'm going to have to use my notes for that because there's just so much going on here. So, all right, so we got the founder and lead visual effects artist at Scully FX, Kali Bunker. All right. How's it going? Good to see you. Good. You'll have to turn your mic on and open your mic. It's not audio. Okay. All right. Procedures. Yes. Check. All right. We've got entrepreneur, recording, and mix engineer and producer, Ashish Manchanda. We've got brand strategist and keynote speaker, Phil Palin. Maybe Palin? All right. And finally, Vice President of Technology at Performa, Michael LaPlante. How you guys doing?
Good.
All right. Yeah, give your mic a try just in case.
Check.
Okay, so I got a little opening piece, and then I'm going to throw a question out to you guys, and we'll see what we can do with this. Okay, so as college students going in the workforce, you're stepping into a world where artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. In fact, depending on how close you are to graduation, it probably happened while you were here at Full Sail. If you're close to graduation, or if you just started, you might have already been using it, which is kind of amazing. We have this happening with students coming all the time. My kids are using it, and they're in high school, so it's everywhere. But what we want to find out here is how can we get through the hype and find out what's really useful for you now and in the near future, so you're prepared for the changes that are going to come as well. All right, so, and you guys can kind of, since there's no prepping, I haven't given them any indication of what these questions are. You know, you'll have to jump in if you think of it, because sometimes you might need a little bit more, I know. Some of these questions get a little tricky. But here's one right off the bat, should be easy. What AI tools, like real-world examples that you're using right now currently in your prospective fields? And these fields are pretty different. This is unlike a lot of the talks where it's like kind of localized to a couple degrees. So like really something that's super specific to what you guys are working on.
Go down the line? Or?
Okay, sure.
Hey,
yeah.
Whoa, I just volunteered. All
yeah,
right.
okay.
I'm in visual effects, and we use AI in a few different areas. Number one is pipeline. We're using Claude currently to parse our files when they're input, and then it figures out what kind of file it is, and then it puts it into a database, and then puts it into our folders and gets it organized for use. Also, my pipeline engineer is using Claude, ChatGPT, and a few others I can't even think of right now to help with his coding. He's gone from, he says he can code in a day what he used to code in a week or two. It's quite insane.
Explain pipeline a little bit.
Pipeline is the flow of data that comes from a client all the way for delivery. And in the middle of that pipeline is how it's used. Now, the more data you have, the more you can manipulate that into what you need to do. Like, it used to be a very manual process of bringing in files, putting them in folders, uploading them to ShotGrid, which is a shot tracking software, tracks hours, tracks schedules, tracks shots, tracks tasks. And all these processes have become automated now because the AI can see, oh, this is this type of file, that's usually this, so I'm going to put it in this folder and I'm going to rename it to this. And then there's color files, and it says this is a color file, and it processes color files. So when we open Nuke, that color file is already predestined to give you the right color. And then ref files are usually movies, MOVs, with hopefully a REF in it, and it goes, that's a ref file, so I'm going to put this in there so they can look at this file later as the reference to the shot. And then in the middle, you can create tools that has all that data to do different things. We're just starting on the ingester, so the ingester is almost done to do exactly what I told you. The next step is deliverables. So Shotgun will have a task, and you say, ready for client, and at the end of the day, you hit a script. It'll collect all those files, rename them to the client names, put them in a folder, and make a CV for delivery that you can upload to the client.
Yeah, so that some of that sounds like it might have been traditional automation, but then that definitely sounds like a job was replaced. I'm feeling like that sure sounded like somebody's job before.
Yes and no. The guy that's creating the pipeline was kind of his job. It's just a lot simpler and a lot faster. But yes, sorry, the back end of that right now isn't really AI, but the front end is, where it understands what you're giving it and knows what to do with it. That process is definitely a coordinator's job, and the coordinator's job just get a lot easier or could be eliminated. You're right.
Right. I was going to say, it made a job no one wanted to do.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's just data management.
But that sounds amazing because what you're describing is like, it sounds really unstructured. So now this has got to all be double checked, I'm sure.
Of course. It's right now we're just getting into this, so it's no man's land. We're not sure how it's going to act, but every time we give it a new file, it learns. Like, hey, what do you want to do with this?
Wow.
Like, hey, I don't know what, this is a DPX, but it has this naming convention. What do you want to do? And after you tell it, it will know the next time. So it gets smarter and smarter as it goes.
Wow, that's kind of neat. So you guys' interaction in it is training it for for what you're working on.
Yes. The second area that we used AI was for a recent show called Lady in the Lake. We de-aged Natalie Portman about 30 years to make her look like she was the professional from her current age of we don't know. I don't know. I think she's like 46, 47. So the process was using something like Stable Diffusion to take a still from the first shot, and it would de-age to a look, and we tried to make that consistent. The second thing was doing a face swap with a face tracking and face swap software, and that would give you the de-age part from that still and would track it on. The difficulty with today's technology, it is just a tool. It ain't a make a good button yet. could come. But we then use that as an outline, because in professional video or professional film, your color space is not 8-bit and your size is not 1K by 1K. And this is what an AI produces right now.
Right.
So we had to use that, upscale it, and then find out where the colors are being clipped, because your lows and your highs are clipped at 8-bit when we're using 16-bit float. So there's a lot of technical words there. In other words, we used it as a very good template, and then we did a lot of traditional things to finish it off.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So in both of those cases, you're doing things you could have done otherwise, probably. Maybe the face one, maybe not so much.
It gave us a very good template.
Yeah.
Then we matched it with traditional tools. I would say, you had a quarter of the AI that we actually did use in each shot.
Yeah. So, but then the recipient has to be an expert to determine the quality of the output still, right?
Very much so, yes.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to come back to this theme over and over again, but wow, that's really cool. All right, who wants to go next?
Sure, from our side, we are launching the new project and platform, and we are using generative AI to come up with like original work sketches for like music and also video ideation, but we're using it for more ideation and let's say inspiration to get quick options. So that's been happening a lot, because with the platform that we are creating, there's going to be like tons of new songs and music and assets going to be created. So it's turned out to be a very valuable tool to quickly come up with options. And then we can select the one which we really like and then actually start building on them.
So you're using like full-on generative AI here?
Yes.
Yeah, but as part of like a storyboarding process?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know that's almost one of the first ones that adopted to the images even before ChatGPT became ubiquitous, because it's such a great thing. And I've definitely used plenty of image generators for exactly that same thing, where it's like, I mean, it's in some sense, it's a replacement to what we used to do in Google, except for not video, because video wasn't that easily to find. For a long time we could do images. I remember the first time that I saw some really good generative art that was bizarre. It was like a panda riding a unicorn kind of situation or something. And there's like 50 of them. And it just made me remember like some of the earliest jobs where I was texturing 3D stuff and I needed trees, and I just went to Google and searched for trees, and I got zillions of trees, and previously I had a digital camera and I had to go take pictures of that, when Google added the image search. So even the very first time I used it for generative, I thought, well, this is just like that, except for so much faster and better. But the video was interesting because there's really not an equivalent in our, you can get stock footage video, but but it's kind of hit or miss, and continuity is like impossible to get correct in that
case. And especially if you're storyboarding, it's okay if you don't have like the same character.
Right, you're communicating to your team only, yeah.
But it's pictorial, it's video, it's location sensitive, there's lighting in it, there's some there's depth of field. It's basically closer to the vision than ever before. Then beyond sketches, sketches are great.
Yeah.
And they do give a personality and a flow for narrative. And we are doing the same on the music side. So we are sketching lots and lots and lots of songs, in addition to the songwriters and producers that we have with us to come up with ideation options.
Wow. Okay.
More tools. I love this topic. I'll maybe go through an example workflow using tools that I know students generally have access to. So maybe we start with text-based tools. I make videos now for a living. This started as a side hustle, working as a brand strategist pre-pandemic. I got an email when I was starting to do YouTube videos about branding from a company called Synthesia, which is an AI avatar tool. They said, Phil, we like your videos. Can you make a video using our custom avatar tool? So we made a synthetic Phil. That video performed well. And I've now spent years creating and trying AI tools for a living. That has become my primary job, and I've reduced my client projects from 2023 to 2024 by 50% and made it up in brand deals, which are almost entirely AI tools. So I like this question. So ChatGPT is obviously one that pops up often. I described earlier on a different panel how I think I get excited about AI in the way that it makes you better at your work instead of it being a shortcut or the lazy way of doing things. I record all of my calls with my clients, and I'm working with them, let's say 3, 4, 5 months. Now, which I couldn't do before, I can go back, I can upload that transcript into the files section of a project on ChatGPT and say, hey, remember that conversation we had that first week, we started working together? What was that story? Compare that against the about page copy we've written for your website and give me ideas on how to make this better. Like, I couldn't process that data prior to this. And the best part is now I can sit on those calls and just be present. I'm not taking notes. AI is doing that for me. I'm not trying to process the information. I'm trying to extract it from my client, and I get to just focus on being present. So it's made me enjoy my work more. I think we're now crossing from this territory, or YouTube scripts are another one. So when I go, I create a lot of video content, and I don't have a huge team. It's me doing the majority of it, other than the edit. I will do it in 3 steps. Step 1, here's the brief from the brand. Step 2, copy and paste without any rhyme or reason the homepage copy from the brand. I'm assuming the brand has done more work than I'm going to figure out the positioning, be strongly inspired by the way that they presented the brand. And then step 3, here are 3 previous recent examples of YouTube video scripts. Put that all together and it gets the script 98% correct. Because I've also used the instructions in ChatGPT to say, here's what it means to sound like Phil Pallen. Here's what he says. Here's what he doesn't say. Avoid words like unlock, unleash, delve, treasure trove, game-changing, all those like cliche terms. That's how I use text-based AI to become incredibly efficient. And to talk numbers, I track my time with everything that I do. I'm tracking my time right now. There are projects where I have more than doubled my hourly rate as a result of using AI.
So yeah, I want to keep it going, but how this ChatGPT just regular web interface with one of the paid versions, right? You're talking about on Windows or?
Good question.
Yeah,
because
I'm just a little curious about the specifics of that. Yeah.
There are, so I actually started on a pro account, but I use it reluctantly because OpenAI will train the model on the information that you provide in a pro account. So you need to be extremely careful.
Yeah, we'll have questions about what we'll talk about the back.
When in doubt, don't do it. Nothing confidential. No phone numbers, no email addresses of your clients should not go in there. Instead, use a tool, use Adobe Acrobat, which you're probably already using to open PDFs. The little AI assistant button in the top corner will give you the same, if not better, functionality and not train any kind of model on the data that you're providing. So I typically use a Teams account, which is the entry point with ChatGPT that doesn't train the model on your data, which is hugely important. We're kind of in this like novel stage of AI. Ooh, look what it can do. But now hopefully we're segueing into this considers privacy. This considers, it's like less sexy, but it's like really important. And then image generation, I was just going to say, I use obviously Adobe Firefly. DALL-E and Midjourney are exciting, but in my world, I can't have my clients getting sued for the images that they're creating. So we use Adobe Firefly because it is a commercially safe option to create imagery that's not going to get you in trouble. So you're going to type, Spider-Man. It's not going to know what you're talking about, but it's designed that way on purpose. And so teaching, it's just a really exciting time because now my clients, not only can I hand them a brand that they can use, and say, here are the rules, here's what it means to stay on brand. But now with image-based generation, they can actually be creative. And it's just an exciting time because I see how excited they are to be empowered to actually create and be creative. And they didn't have that before.
I think I'm going to have the interesting perspective on this panel as the technical guy. So I'll start with the easy one. On the consumer side, I've been able to use AI and the large language models to kind of help categorize my financial transactions and make my financial accounting a lot easier on the business end and how I organize everything. So when it comes to tax time, makes things really easy.
Wait, what are you using though? What is that?
Something I've built myself.
Oh,
LLM. That's why I said on the technical side, I'm probably not using an open source tool. Most of the stuff we're doing. So over at Proforma, again, we can't put anything into an OpenAI tool or a DeepSeek because they use that information to train their models. So we have an internal AI team that's building our own language models that we use for certain things. So, the easiest use case is, a chat bot, just like a ChatGPT, where you ask it a question and it gives you a result. We've built a custom model that's specific to our technology platform that gives you a result on how to use our technology platform. And we're building some other models with all of the data we have in our system that allows our customers to do some really cool stuff more efficiently, just like you'd use a tool like ChatGPT out in the open. The other way I use it technically day to day is I run a local AI LLM on my machine, and I can ask it questions that way because it's not calling home, it's not being trained anywhere else. So I have to have the technical knowledge of how to install that and run it without crashing my computer.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to interject just for a moment because we might need to define a couple things that we've been talking about that not everybody would know, and maybe certainly like it could be anyone online. So we're saying LLM over and over again, which is a acronym for large language model. This is like part of the one of the names of the technology behind these generative AIs. So AIs that take some sort of input and then output something larger like an image or video or in the case of ChatGPT, a text, but which keeps kind of going. It's kind of interesting because the conversation is a little bit different. So that's where that acronym's going in there. It's not super important, but the thing that's important to note is that they're created or trained by large companies typically. That's like ChatGPT is trained by OpenAI, and they're maintaining it on their end, right? And so one of the issues, and we'll delve more into the ethics and the kind of business side of this that was brought up is like, well, when you use this, you're giving it your data. Typically, which when you're a student should probably never be a concern. Like you totally need to do that, like get into it and do it as much as possible. But if you're working in a company that has an NDA on some kind of IP on a movie that's coming out or this kind of thing, you can't just do that. You can't just use these tools because the stuff is like potentially leaking out, right? So that's one of the issues with this thing, the LLMs. But then what was alluded to here, we didn't get to, is that you can run them internally as well. So it is possible now, I mean, technically it was forever, but it's ever more possible and going to get even more possible to basically make it run inside your system where you're not sharing any. And you can see now that you're like, okay, so now this technology is affected directly by kind of like my business model, and there's the training of it, but then the leaking of the data. So I just want to kind of give a little bit more space to that.
We actually do use an internal one for our wiki, so you can ask our wiki questions. So
you can ask them anything and not worry that it's...
So we put our company data in there, and then we have a little chat bot that you can ask it, like, how does this work, or what's my... HR, anything that the company has is documented.
Yeah, like anything, it's like people could talk about the pros and cons of running your own LLM or using one in the cloud, but the future is going to be a hybrid system where that's happening in all of the right places the way it should be, and probably with just a matter of saying, I want it this way, like at some point. Okay, let's get the next question. And we kind of alluded to this a little bit and touched on it here. But let's go ahead and crack this open. So what would be some ethical concerns for students that they should be aware of when using AI-generated content? So specifically, we're talking about AI-generated content right now for students.
I mean, unintentional plagiarism is probably the greatest concern as a student. It can happen that you plagiarize even when you don't intend to, just based on the way that these models are designed, the way that they source information. I find that I am really proactive in making sure if you're using a tool like ChatGPT, in fact, Gemini is probably better for this function. In fact, it's designed by Google and is built on citations, but you really need to tell the AI, connect to the internet, find 3 recent sources to back up the claims. The risk of hallucination is still very real.
Okay, so define that real quick.
Yeah, well, hallucination, the representation of misinformation as fact is maybe how I would describe it in a sentence. So you're reading something that looks and feels real, but it isn't. And, I'm a critic of ChatGPT. I think it's not designed well when it comes to citations and backing up data. Using other tools. I mentioned Gemini. I mentioned AI Assistant. Every single fact that is claimed has a citation. Every single fact. And you can click it and it will take you to the specific spot in the document where that is taken from. And so it's just something to think about.
And that's got to be, so I did not know that, but I'm thinking what a mess it was to make that model. To have to maintain all that backlinking in their data that's kind of amazing. But
yeah, in that specific instance, it's based on the information you provided. So up to 600 pages, I think it is at this particular time. You've also got speed. So what I'm always impressed is it generates it really quickly, but I love knowing that I can click and double check the citation. So maybe that's you want to avoid unintentional plagiarism. It's now easier than ever to accidentally plagiarize something, and really give some consideration to the tools you're using and what their ethics are. There's an organization called the Content Authenticity Initiative. It's an organization that many, a couple thousands of organizations now are a part of and are committed to transparency in the use of AI. If you ask me what I think is scariest, I think deep fakes are really scary. AI is nerve-wracking as it is exciting, but I think as it moves forward, it also needs to be regulated and policed, and transparency in its use, I think, is hugely important. So knowing the tools you're using, making sure that you can trust them, and keeping an eye on some of these organizations that are designed to help us not enter a very scary phase of technology.
All right, anyone else?
I think on the development side or the coding side, if you're using these tools like Copilot or things to help you generate code, the interesting thing is each developer has their own unique style when you're writing code. So you're taking a little bit of your uniqueness and individuality out of the code you write when you're using these tools, while they're also trained on already pre-existing data that may not be accurate. And as a student, we're just kind of trying to solve the solution to submit the assignment to get a good grade from the professor. So sometimes that's the fast way to get the result without actually understanding what it's outputting. And usually what I like to say is, okay, great, maybe it generates the right answer for you, but go back and see if you can recreate that a different way so you truly understand what's going on.
Okay. How about this one? Is there anything from the latest AI headlines that you want to debunk, or that's a common myth of AI that people have now? So one of the things that's happening is, in any tech sphere, there's fear, uncertainty, and doubt, we used to say about new technologies. But AI, like many over the past few years, have been grabbed by the mainstream zeitgeist and make it into something completely different. And there are plenty of people making commentary about it that clearly don't use AI ever. Right? This is so happening. So, yeah, what can we debunk up here for these guys?
I think a big one that we see a lot is AI's taken over the world. I'm not going to have a job. And Phil alluded to it a little bit with hallucinations. If you've ever actually used any of these tools, they're really terrible. And what they're outputting still needs to be checked by a human anyway. So maybe the specific role that you have today may go away, but there's going to be new roles that you have. I know Coley touched on it earlier about his programmer that, it used to take him a week to do something. Well, now it only takes him a day. So now he's got, 4 or 5 more days in his calendar week that he can do other things with and enable and produce more. So that's definitely one of the things for me.
I think from our side, that especially for those going to school, I think it's very important to keep your foundation and your awareness very high, and you use that as a differentiator for everything else that you can be replaced by. So from our lens, the projects that we do are like philosophy for profit. So there's always a component of that we are going to be using these tools. Some jobs are definitely going to go away, but we are here to create new jobs within the entertainment business. So that's a commitment that we've taken as a company that, yeah, some things will definitely change and we cannot help it. So you have to be part of the change. So we've embraced that. But like we were speaking at one of the earlier panels, when you're at school, so to learn to become a tastemaker of your craft, I think that's a very valuable tool, and that will separate you from any generic machine language program software out there. You know, because at the end, the qualifier, like you say, citations, even if that they have to be validated, you have to understand what are the kind of citations. There are 4 types of citations. Which are the schools of citation? How do you validate that? Now, if you haven't learned that, you are always going to be in a hit and miss, and you cannot be entrusted by any organization or any person to go and do any kind of work that has some citations associated with it. So similarly, like whether it's music, whether it's screenwriting, I think so your taste making, your ability to understand cinema, language, there's so much subtext, content, culture, that those many nuances coming into common play today, not yet. But that's what is going to separate you out, you know, from those core skill set, which are more philosophical, ethical, moral, you know, which I think can differentiate you when you're at school to take time to understand. It's like somebody who's going into an English major. They understand the nuances, flavoring of languages. Somebody then who's just learning English to get by, who's an immigrant. You know, so somebody so let's say on the extreme side is a true tastemaker, connoisseur of the language, can really be an advisor, can really do something with it that the other person cannot. So I think you should strategically prepare yourself to be that tastemaker of your industry, because that's what I think it will come down to, because everything else will be replaceable too fast.
Well, so far I've found that clients think it's directable, and it does not, at least in imagery and video.
Again, this would be people who are not using it.
Yes,
right?
yes. Well, even myself, you know, I know this, but I try. We recently have a shot that we need to have crows, and the crows need to fly in a circle. And it made crows, but it made them fly this way and then in and out and in and out. And no matter what I tried to tell it, it just wouldn't have crows flying in a circle, you know, in a certain angle. So it does create great images, but it really doesn't listen to you very well. It takes a lot of work, or it never even works. And then consistency. They're getting better, and video to video maybe more consistent, but yeah, that's 2 of the biggest ones: directability and consistency right now. But it is getting better and better. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one, right? Because you're using video, so you must be doing some level of this. It sounds. I've been kind of one of the people that's kind of like off-putting about the concept of being a prompt engineer, because I feel like, you know, there was this, it's like one of the buzzwords that kind of stuck around for the last year, but it really is the kind of thing where you're like, that's not going to be a thing eventually. But again, it never works out that simply. It's like, no, actually in some spheres that'll stay, because AI is just getting as wider as it is getting deeper. But I imagine if your input system became more, like, you need to have the back end to be sophisticated enough, but the issue now becomes like, well, what's the way that you want to explain it to do this circle? Do you need to be mathematical about it? You know, or can you use the language of your domain, which would be, no, a planular circle at this space, like it's an issue.
Maybe I can even sketch it.
Yeah, it seems like it's an input problem at that point.
And I think this will be the year of video for sure, because it's been obviously slower than image. For image, I've played around with style reference, which allows you to inform the AI on colors and styles, textures, those things, and then composition or structure reference, which could be as simple as Cully taking out a Sharpie and a white piece of paper and just actually drawing the location of those crows where you want them in the frame. You can just take a picture of it, inform that. It could be a stick man, it could be a circle. That's giving the AI a little more direction, but it certainly still is far from perfect. Better for images right now. Video, not quite there, but certainly I think even between now and we have this conversation to 6 months from now, it's evolving so quickly. This thing you mentioned of prompt engineering, I think it's nonsense. There's a job for it, but it doesn't mean that all of us need to learn how to become prompt engineers by tomorrow. Every single day, AI models are learning how to communicate conversationally, and that's what's really exciting. When we open Google, we have to have a question formulated to get a good answer. Now we can open a generative AI tool and say, hey, I need your help with this task. It doesn't even have to be a question. And then my favorite prompt is, don't take action yet. I'm not done telling you what I need you for. And I do it in stages. Don't take action yet. So what's cool is that we get to have a conversation like we are right now. And I think that's more conducive to how humans communicate. But I'm adamantly against the idea that there's a perfect way to write a prompt. It's like me saying, you need to speak English to me in the way that I tell you to speak it. No, what makes it interesting is your human experience. Taste, you said, which I think is something that AI will never have. It never will. It never will. Taste is something human. Storytelling, context, human lived experience. These are your competitive advantages. So if you're worried about losing your job, self-reflect and go, what are those things that make me human? And how do I lean into those human things that will, if anything, become more in demand as AI is literally all around us? So you can tell I'm passionate about this.
Well, and some, I'm hearing a little disagreement over here. No, you don't. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you were, okay.
I heard, can you give me an example?
Yeah, example of what? I just said a lot. What do you want an example of? Where was it?
The human, you were saying, what's the
human factor?
Sure.
Factor,
I'll give an example from my own industry. I own a branding agency, and there's fear among graphic designers, right, that they're going to lose their jobs. I can't speak for everyone. I approach this topic with absolute humility. I don't pretend to be an expert. I've been doing this for 2 or 3 years and just sharing what I've learned. But if anything, AI doesn't come close to the logos and the brand identities that I can design over the course of 4 months through extensive conversations. It's not just a logo. Typically, it's like a business container and system that fits with a strategy that's going to help my client fit or achieve their business goals. AI can't do that. And so if anything, it's underscoring the need that the human plays in the role of that process. And my business, it's increased the demand for human involvement. I think when a client hires me, they don't hire me just purely based on skill. They hire me for my attention, my opinion, access. And so these are things that I would just encourage to think about because those are the things that AI cannot replace. AI can compute a lot of information very quickly. And we need it to do that because it frees up the human time and headspace to be creative, to iterate, to try things, to conceptualize. I think there was a study a few years ago, Goldman Sachs, 63% of jobs will be complemented by AI, 30 would be unaffected, and I think it's not good at math, I think there's 7 left. 7% would be replaced by AI. And whether it's AI or another technology, I think simply based on how fast AI can compute information, probably 7% of the jobs should be replaced. Controversial, but
yeah. On the music side, if you have the generative AI, engines create music in a particular way, you'll see. And if you especially use names, let's say, make me a song like Michael Jackson or Nile Rodgers, it's stopping to do that because they're already being plugged down, and so you cannot, and that's going to go away. So unless you have the skill sets to differentiate between that, oh, Michael's music sounds like this, and Niall's music sounds like this, the 70s were like this, the 80s were like this, the 90s and the 2000s, it's again your taste making, your ability to even understand or differentiate, even if you're not an expert, but to differentiate that is what's going to keep you more relevant than somebody else or a system that takes that decision for you. So that's what the hardcore fundamentals of your discipline, I think, will stand in very good ground more than ever before. So I think one should not fast forward that chapter, and you should embrace it and go back to the basics. That will be the biggest differentiator, and I think otherwise you will be replaceable very fast.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting. That's really got me thinking. Like there's this theme of like we're gonna have to triage our AI. It's like the user of an AI has got to triage all this out of it. But this idea that that like things that we think of as milestones or points, like a Michael Jackson sound, we may not be able to use that as our input at some point. So we will have to.
It'll be flagged as infringement already.
Right.
So
right.
Some of those generative AIs, if you try it now, when I tried it 6 months ago, it was there. You tried it last week, it's not there. So those things, those dynamics between the rights owners and the technologists, that communication is in process, and I think it'll keep being in progress.
Yeah. So this is a very dynamic space here. Yes. We're talking about. Yeah.
Yes, but some of those things are going already. But some new things will come in, and but definitely systems are moving so fast that by the time we get out of this little conversation here, things have already changed. So what's relevant now is not relevant 5 minutes from now.
That's the AI anxiety. Every day I wake up to a phone full of new information and new language models and new ways to use it. It's so. How do you not get anxiety from that? Like, I feel like I'm falling behind every second.
I do.
Yeah,
I do, but I also just choose a lane. I'm not an expert in chip technology. I don't write code. I try AI tools and review them and make videos out of them and can make recommendations based on my own experience, workflows, tools, things it does well and things that it doesn't do well. But I am approaching this topic with complete humility. I can get on this stage and talk about personal branding for a day straight. But even the topic of AI, it's uncomfortable to talk about. I'm an optimist at heart, so I focus on the positives, but there are some scary things with it and some anxiety-inducing components of it.
Well, some of the anxiety-inducing is like, what's the next guy know that I don't know? Maybe they're using it in a way that I'm not, that's expanding their abilities. So then you have that anxiety of, am I falling behind? I'm saying, this is me. I do this like a lot. So yeah. I can't imagine being in this world right now with this AI, with all these AI technologies. It's really hard to keep up. So
the silver lining is that it's
Phil
like
finds a way to specify what he needs for the purposes. So
yeah.
I think it's maybe you have to make it small.
I also like that I can learn from other people. So I think it's really important to approach this from a learning standpoint. Like, we're all trying to figure it out. I'll learn something from you. I'll learn something from you. I'll learn something from you that I didn't know from my own experience. So I always find the silver lining. It's a really exciting space to like learn new things and get excited about, whether it's efficiencies and productivity or ways of maximizing your time or ways of doing your work in less minutes. So you have more time to turn on airplane mode or go outside and have a walk. Like that's what I get excited about, is like using it to win back time to do the things you love to do.
I think that's really important. And I remember seeing a Bill Gates interview many years back. And he said that he hires the laziest guy because the laziest people find the shortest distance between 2 points. Okay, so something to think about, where you can get time for everything else. And so
don't try that on your interview. Don't say that you're the laziest guy that might, but you know.
Yeah, but to pick up from where the conversation that's happening, I think we definitely look at it as excitement. To definitely embrace it. There's lots to learn from it. You got lots to watch out. But I think every day that I think about it, I just think that how much more powerful today. So think if you're like a music production student, okay? But somebody who's learned 8-10 years of piano have their ears more seasoned than somebody who's just getting into music production, the technical part. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, the depth of understanding of your subject. And then maybe you're just, your depth of understanding is in classical. It's not in pop. Pop is a whole idiom in itself. So how do you prepare yourself? So I think going back to music history, the really social soft skills of education, I think will be a big differentiator from anything that is technology related. Because technology needs that information to be fed in to learn. And only the masters, and that's why all this copyright infringement and the battles are going on right now between the technology firms and the copyright holders is even in the literary world, for information being taken out from the Wall Street Journal and all the science journals and things which are copyrighted, some of which are in public domain. Now it's a continuum. It's not an overnight process that's going to, but everybody is learning from everyone, but the people who have the depth of knowledge from their discipline will definitely stand out. And again, I think being hyper-focused will make you be better positioned tomorrow than trying to be a very big generalist. And that's my take on things.
So I want to go back to the anxiety for a second. So lots of people can have anxiety for lots of reasons. So that's a catch-all statement, kind of like, why that's happening. But in this context, one of the best things you can do is to become part of a community that is using the tools, doing something that's like you want. And typically right now, that's going to be an online community. That's going to be the easiest way to do it. But if you're in constant contact with other humans that are using the AI, and you're having exchanges, that should help alleviate some anxiety. Just in general, if you're in contact with other humans, it's an anxiety-reducing thing. But if you're thinking in your space like, oh, I haven't messed with tools, and there's so many when I go search, and there's another way to do that. You could probably go, let me try to find a group of students that are doing this kind of degree that are interested somewhere. I can't give you guys specifics on that, so that might be something we can look at later. But community is really the thing that's going to help.
There's a lot of Reddit groups that I follow, so look for AI groups in Reddit.
I can say one thing, that I'm a big Star Trek guy. So I was infiltrated when I was much younger, and I watched as many Star Trek episodes as I could. But it was also a philosophical exercise. So for me, it was the next steps from, I don't know if many of you have heard of like Aesop's fables, that there was a little moral takeaway from this little story at the end of every story. For me, Star Trek was like that. And I think that I took off from something that you said. I really believe that we are the ultimate virtual reality AI generated, and I don't call it AI, I call it the common generated beings, okay? And so this is the philosophical side. So we are the ultimate creation of that, but the processing, fast processing is what is the tools that is given to us. So it's going to only depend on how smart we are, how we use these tools to come to either replace us, to become the new us. Because once that thing, like in so many sci-fi movies that we've seen, they can completely replace like human beings. And come on, Matrix, the movie, it happened when in the early 90s, right? Long back, were visual personified stories of old spiritual stories, right? It's already happened. So we are just the next manifestation of the same thing. So, and I mean, from the Star Trek episodes which show that, I don't know if many of you have seen, there's a doctor in one of the Voyager series, that the doctor is a positron. He's a holographic image, but he's a doctor. He can perform every duty as a doctor, but he's also a leadership officer, because everyone who makes it to the bridge of the Enterprise has to be qualified as a leadership officer. And this guy is a hologram. And then he's abducted in this episode by other holograms. And they want to make their own species and have their own planet. And they exist without any biological air, oxygen. They don't need any of that. They want a whole different existence. So when I think about, we are talking about AI, I'm like, learn it fast, get over this thing. There will be people who will be talking about policy, God bless them. Embrace the technology, learn fast, get your fundamentals, get going in life, and it'll be time to go before you know it. So speed it up.
All right, we're going to switch gears to do some questions, and I think they're going to put up mics. Yeah, and I'm going to, while some people are making their way to, there's a mic over there and a mic over there. If you guys have questions, I'm going to field one from the online group that's been sitting here, which is kind of interesting. So I'm going to read it exactly as they wrote it. It said, is there a fear that AI could blunt the creative flow, they put flow in quote, so maybe flow process, by automating the creative process and turn us into output-centric machines instead of thinking machines? So they're kind of digging for, like, you know, a potential negative here. So maybe you could throw a wider net. If you're even as you're doing it right now, maybe you're thinking, oh yeah, there's some negative things that will probably change, or maybe I can find. So what do you guys think? Is it only accelerated use? So you're really positive, but it's like no flow breaking, no. It's going as fast as you can think.
There's one thing I've been reading that right now the AI is learning from a lot of things online, and everything that is scraping is made by other AI. So it's dumbing itself down in a way. It's flattening the creative by itself because it's only reiterating what it's done before. So without the human input, it's going to homogenize itself in a way. So it's just something I read recently that makes sense. The more content that AI creates, the more homogeneous it gets.
And that might make us crave human. So in a way that could be positive, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing about that is, to me, every time, like, the fact that we discovered that means it's no longer a problem. That's how I see it in the bigger picture, right? Because the fact that it was recognized, it ends up being an interesting talking point, but it means that somebody somewhere is already going, okay, and I know that came from scientific papers actually originally. So they did an analysis of the output, and the variants that were coming from secondary LLMs were producing less quality results in whatever way they were qualifying them. But yeah, of course, then it just becomes a thing where, like stock libraries, you go, well, fine, we have to, if we want to do this for real, we have to spend $100 million to acquire all new information from the real world so that we can train it. You know, I feel like that's kind of part of it. But yeah, the fact that it was acknowledged that it happens, it does mean, it's almost like a cheap situation. It's like, well, I got a cheap LLM. It's the one that scrapes. It's a starter LLM. I don't know, matter that the data's that good, but
you know, something is just like us. Inside us is the devil, and inside us is the divine, and we are human. We have all those attributes and those possibilities. Wherever your energy goes, right, wherever your thought process goes, that's what's going to get lit up. It's no different with any of these tools. Like people say, oh, social media is bad, Facebook is this, but it's how you use it. It's like any other power that's available to us. It's how you use it. So today, even in the Valley area, there is a high demand than ever before for technologists who also have philosophical backgrounds, because it's like otherwise you're giving a gun in the wrong hands. If you're giving technology in the wrong hands, the same thing is going to happen. So it's just actually, I just see it as an extension, manifestation of us. There are people doing good things in life, and there are people who are not doing good things in life. And we're human beings, and there was no machine involved in that. So the responsibility is ours. So if you're going to program and make these things, unless we put in those kind of, let's say, moral or some ethical, what you call perimeters, you know, within which you have to operate, that's what's going to determine how successful that other side is going to become.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the argument of just malware. Like, there's no Hippocratic oath for being a software developer and getting licensed, right? And there's never going to be now, for sure. Yeah, that's a terribly dark place to go. You're kind of saying, hey, you know, we've been talking about positive uses, but if you deliberately went out of your way to, which I guess like some deep fakes fall into that category now, but and I know you're doing cybersecurity, and we didn't talk about this one, so I wanted to bring it up here. So our cybersecurity people have talked to me about all of the people who are using LLMs offline and training them for hacking purposes, so that they're literally using the LLMs to hack as fast as you guys can generate content that you want. They can. I mean, essentially, you have to have an LLM on the other side blocking the hacking, because it's beyond the speed of any human that could possibly. And you know, we're talking state actors, but we're also talking just individuals that have the money to do this. And then the worst thing I was saying earlier is that eventually LLMs will run on all of our devices. So now it's like, you know, that you were mentioning regulation, but I feel like the cat is so out of the bag because wherever you regulate it, they're just not going to regulate it somewhere else. And
regulation comes in too late anyway.
Yeah.
You know, a regulation is like, that's why I'm more like, you know, live life, get on with it, learn fast, next chapter. You know, and then because regulation will come in too late. But yeah, I mean, questions.
Okay.
I believe they were first.
Which one?
I believe they were first.
Okay. Okay. All right. So tell us what your name and what program you're in, and then your question briefly.
My name is Yui, and I'm a creative writer. And my question relates to me being like a trans woman because a lot of minorities, especially like trans people and just queer people in general, struggle to get our stories like heard and like seen. And a fear I have is like AI being able to scrape a lot of these things and remove like our humanity from it and put it on the screen, because like companies like Disney are already kind of doing that. Even without like AI, they're just taking like our stories and ideas and just removing us from it. And I'm wondering if there's ways we can like fight back with that or even use it to help against this, like AI in general.
I think it's a great time actually to voice and express exactly how you are, you know. And if you stay independent and find like other like-minded, because there are lots, you know, who want to do and express, and you have the tools today to do that. So while they do what they do, you have an opportunity to create something. And if it really matters that much to you, then it's your job to get others together to make this movement more successful. And then wait for somebody somewhere, sometime will make this happen for you. So if it really matters to you, then that actually becomes part of your crusade. It's part of the journey of your life, is how I would look at it.
Right. Thank you.
And you have all the tools today to go out unfiltered, to express exactly how you are without anybody doing anything.
Yeah, certainly no better time ever.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. And that's a thing that I think gets lost a lot when you're in college and working hard and stuff. And sometimes it doesn't seem like that, but it really is. Like, this is easily the freest time that you could have ever lived on the planet. So don't let it get you down if you think that's not the case. It doesn't mean it can't improve, but sometimes people get you thinking we're on this other trajectory, and it's nearly impossible when you look at the objective measures of the direction of humankind for that to be true.
I don't even, I want to take it kind of, big media has been stealing everybody's stories since time began. So I don't know if you feel singled out, but don't. Every media steals everything. So if you have a story that's literally been stolen, like, copyright it. But, you know, that's just the way the world is. You know, one person hears it, a telephone, and a new piece of media comes out. So I wouldn't feel targeted. It's just, it happens to everybody.
There's a kick-ass book which my daughter gave me to read. It's called, I think, Free Culture, that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's a must read. And it shows, and it speaks about exactly what Kali just spoke about. Yeah? So it's up to you, and it's only up to you to go ahead and make this successful. And then, like is being discussed, there's no better time than now.
I mean, literally, the Matrix is the story of Jesus. It's just retold in a new way. So things have been rehashed and stolen and redone since the Bible. So just keep creating.
Yeah, another good way to think about this is that all of this technology in every way is constantly becoming more democratized, no matter how it seems like that's not the case. Like, certainly it's portrayed that way, and there's plenty of people who want to show you that that's not the case because fear-mongering is so profitable. But when it comes to actual technology, like this idea of AI, or like AI being somehow controlled, it's or like the Skynet, you know, we mentioned Skynet earlier. Like, to me, it's like almost hilarious because the number of AI systems that will be really usable and functional, the instances of them is growing exponentially constantly. So it's like impossible for anyone to take control of it. Like, it's literally this just growing firestorm that you can grab your hands on. Like, it's amazing. And we're even talking about like known AIs that you have to go to a web server and you're using those systems. But if you're a little more technically minded right now, you can get all of that running on your laptop, and before you know it, you won't have to be technically minded to do it. So it's changing fast. Okay, what's your name, degree, and question?
Hello, my name is Jacob Gino. I am a simulation and visualizations major. I wanted to ask, with the rise of LLM and generative AI, do you believe that computer-learned wisdom is possible? And what moral implications does that spawn?
For me, I saw all of that in Star Trek again. The next generation had like a commander called Data, who's an android, right? And he was actually the generation 2. The first generation that came out was very corrupt. So apparently its founder, Dr. Noonien Song, somebody, put an end to that guy and made this second version without a particular emotion chip so that he could just perform as he was supposed to be originally conceived and not given the variables of emotion and that kind of learning and coloration. I think everything is possible. If you can think it, it will happen today, tomorrow, or day after. It seems to be a law of the universe, and I am convinced. So if you can think it, good, bad, or ugly, it will happen. It just depends on how much time you're going to spend doing it. Yeah. It will happen, either by you or by somebody else.
We're just one big organic computer based on data. And there's a base set of data you're born with, and then you grow from there. So it's literally like your OS when you're born, and then you learn from repetition and pattern recognition. That's what our brains do. They're pattern recognizers. And it just, extrapolates from there, and you become who you are. I believe it's going to happen.
I would frame it in that if you could ask me a few questions that you, depending on the answers, might think I'm wise, you should try asking those of ChatGPT, because I bet you would find a lot of wisdom in there already. You'd be quite surprised, I think. I think there's a number of times where I've gone off and just had conversations and thought, yeah, this was so much better than having to read a book about this topic, because you knew, like, you've already been talking to me, so you knew exactly how to say it back to me. I mean, like non-technical things, like it's going to be quite a journey.
Yeah, and AI, I mean, when you say it like that, when you go to these kind of like ChatGPT or wherever, I think of it more as common knowledge, common information, not like artificial intelligence. It's common intelligence, actually, that is being put into all of that, which has the capability already of learning in its infancy to give us these kind of options and suggestions and other things. And it will evolve. It will evolve by the time we get out of this room. It's that fast.
All right, we are almost out of time. We're actually out of time, but we'll take one more question. We'll take 2 more questions.
Hi, my name is Didi. I'm an alumni graduate from the film program. My question is more about how presenting AI as not only as an employer or an employee on a resume. So I work with a lot of brands currently, and the problem is a lot of them are traditional. So I'm trying to figure out a way of integrating AI and putting on my resume like, hey, this is an opportunity for us to grow within that brand. I don't know how to present it.
We have a brand person.
That brand person. It's I've heard this challenge a lot. I think even for me in the small business world, I have the advantage where I have a little bit more control and flexibility over what I use and try and learn. There's a lot of frustration in corporate or enterprise level where we've got this great technology, but there's so many hoops that you have to go through before you can actually use it and implement it. I had a great mentoring session earlier that I keep coming back to. And we just, independent of technology, we just talked about, and I think about prompt engineering. It's kind of silly. What this really is identifying and articulating a challenge and then providing a solution to that challenge, which is something I've been talking about way pre-AI, coming back onto campus, right on this stage. Putting myself in your shoes, which is, how do I get a job when I graduate this place? How can that job be fulfilling? Identify a challenge and outline a solution, the how, the why. And if AI can fit into that, it might be a compelling, you might be able to make a compelling case. But I think so much of this, AI or not AI, is just problem or challenge, I prefer the term, challenge formulation. And so much of business is that. We could all tell you stories on another panel about, the challenges we've identified in our businesses and the solutions that we've come up with to tackle that. So I would even think about that independent of AI. Maybe AI plays a role in the solution, and it's up to you to kind of present that in a compelling way. Depending on the company that you're working with or the brand, there are a lot of hoops that can be very expensive to implement this technology because there's so many hoops to jump through. But I would just bring it back to like the basics. I often do in kind of business and branding.
I mean, I would say if you're applying to a company and AI tools scares them away, you shouldn't apply to that company. Yeah. I mean, I would say you've got an extreme group up here, but I definitely would be like, boy, that's kind of frightening because they're definitely, I can't imagine what company is absolutely not going to be affected. So, all right, last one.
Hello, my name is Isabella. I'm a computer animation major. My question was, are LLMs more consistently accurate and less scary for artistic careers than larger generative AIs like ChatGPT, since they have more citations and like a smaller pool of data?
I think on ChatGPT, I've started seeing citations are coming up more and more frequently now. They're getting stronger and stronger because they're actually hiring philosophers. They're hiring people who are specialists and they understand that better. So it is changing, but yeah, I mean, somebody else can pitch it.
Your results may vary. It's a very hard question to answer. Is the AI correct? You have to check for yourself. And which one's more correct? Again, citations help, but you kind of have to do that research. I don't know if you guys have done that much, but I find with ChatGPT, I use it a lot to help me work with my software, and a lot of the time it extrapolates totally wrong. So I have to double check it with actual Google searches instead and cross check. But it does help me get in the world, and then I have to make it more accurate myself.
Are you talking about like generating an image that maybe has some artist's work mixed into it, and you're worried about that kind of situation? Or what? Can you give us an example?
Yeah.
Like, hold on, let me think. Which would be better for me to use in my artistic career, like an LLM that was like made and developed by my company, or something more general like ChatGPT?
I think that depends on your use case. An LLM made by you would be made by your content, so it's going to only spit out something that it can interpret from your content. Now, if you want to go wider and scrape other people's content, it depends what you're trying to do. It depends on the results you're looking for and the question you're trying to ask. I know that.
Yeah, and I would say as a student, you should play with every tool you possibly can, because what you're generating is probably going to be throwaway because it's your experience of how to interact with the tool that's really the value. So I wouldn't let that scare you. But if you are trying to do something that's like a contract, yeah, you would have to negotiate that with whoever's the consumer of your product that you're producing. The other thing to remember is, like, when you guys make your videos, you guys are the consumer of most of that, right?
No.
At some point, it's not.
Yes, but correct. So when it's only for internal use, but once it starts going out, and if you use anything that is generated by any of these platforms, the authenticity or whether you're infringed on something copyrightable or not is too risky at this stage to determine that. So if you're going out and making a presentation, suppose you're an agency and you're presenting it to a client, there's no way. You have to cover your ass. Legal is going to shut that chapter down. Just for safety, even if maybe there's no infringement. But just the fact that the tool has been used for it, it cannot be trusted yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We took it way over, but all right, you guys. How about a round of applause for our awesome panel here? All right. Thank you guys for coming out. Go have some dinner. Don't worry about AI for a little while. But definitely go play with some tools, for sure.
AI. It's more than just that movie with Haley Joel Osment when he was small.
Oh my goodness. I'm not even gonna say what I thought about that movie.
Oh, well, I mean, that panel, though.
That panel.
They had so many great questions about, like, the ethics, the morality. I love how Ashish was talking about how, like, the health industry is involved with AI.
It really is going to change the way we do things from now into the future. It's fascinating to me. I don't quite understand it. It slightly terrifies me, but I get it. We need to move
These
forward.
are all the students filing out right now on their way to the rest of the exciting things going on tonight as we roll into the evening sessions section of our programming.
Very exciting. Very exciting.
A lot still going on.
Oh, yeah.
The party doesn't really stop.
It never
for them.
stops.
For us, we get to go home now.
I'm going to go to bed.
That's all for us today on Hall of Fame Live, but we're going to be back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with more panels, games, grad interviews, and the 15th annual induction ceremony.
It's going to be so exciting. My favorite part of the week always. But thank you to our sponsors at Shure and Panasonic for making today's stream possible. And a very special thank you to everyone on Full Sail Security, housekeeping teams working to keep Hall of Fame safe, clean, and running smoothly. And of course, thanks to all of our students for hanging out and having fun with us.
Absolutely. And if you're on campus, stick around because the best karaoke jam ever is going to happen on our outdoor stage at 6 p.m.
Yes.
So we're going to see you over there, see if you hit all the high notes. We'll see you tomorrow for more Hall of Fame Live. Bye.
Bye, everybody.